A Killer's Shadow by Thomas Fincham, a Joe Pullinger mystery thriller. Prologue. The man felt like a true predator as he moved through the night. All his senses were fired up. Nothing could escape his sight. His hearing was sharp. The shadows were his home, and he was in control of everything. His taut muscles rippled as he sprinted along the path. He then moved at a half-crouch. Every part of his body was tense, not because he was afraid, but because he wanted to be ready. A police car was parked outside a gas station up ahead. The lights were bright, but they didn't extend to where the man waited. He squatted in the shadows and watched as the policeman stepped out of the gas station, clutching a heap of salty snacks to his huge chest. "You're no threat to me," the man muttered. He waited until the cop turned away. He then rushed across the street. There was an alleyway that led to the next block. He jogged through it, plastic bags and soggy cardboard stuck to his shoes, but he kicked them away. A homeless man lying beside a dumpster stirred. Raising his head and calling out, "Who's there?" the man went on running without a glance. There was a sinister purpose to his plan, a wonderful mission that only he could achieve. His name was Graff. At least, that was what he called himself, but only because others had called him that before. As he exited the alley, Graff caught a whiff of cigarette smoke. A woman was leaning against the brick wall of an all-night laundromat. She was dressed in pajama bottoms and a ratty, stained sweater. Clearly, she was here because she had run out of good, clean clothes to wear. Graff took in everything, even the little things that didn't matter. It was how he made sure nothing snuck up on him. "Nice night for a run, huh?" the woman said, eyeing him up. Graff knew that he was handsome. It was a tool to be used like any other in his arsenal, including the ones that were bouncing around inside his duffel bag. He ran past the woman and crossed the street. She was still watching, so Graff was forced to go around the block. He approached the barbed wire fence from the other side, seething with anger. It was a deviation from his plan that he had not expected. Nothing made him angrier than when his vision of reality was screwed up by someone else. The coast was clear on this side of the depot yard. Graff paused next to a derelict outbuilding. He grabbed the ski mask from his bag and slid it over his face. He then grabbed the bolt cutters and approached the fence, making a few quick cuts and pulling away a circle of chain links. After making a big enough hole to fit through, Graff squeezed his slim, athletic body into the yard and stood up. Floodlights spilled across the gravelly ground. The lights overlapped, leaving only thin shreds of darkness here and there. Graff stuck to them as much as possible as he made his way along the path. Parked in rows in the yard were school buses. They had numbers on them, but Graff paid them no mind. He came out on the other side of the fleet of buses and looked ahead. There was a small building in the distance, with light spilling from its windows. Through one of those windows, Graff spotted the night watchman. Graff turned and headed back toward the buses, making sure his feet skidded loudly in the gravel. Next scene. It was another boring night. Lonnie thought that parents across Seattle were glad that no one messed with the school buses because they didn't want their kids to miss school. Usually, he was glad about that too, but some nights he craved a bit of action. The microwave beeped. Lonnie shuffled across his little office and pulled the tiny cardboard tray out. "Damn, these frozen enchiladas always explode," he said. As he was making his way back to his desk, he heard something through the open window. A scuffle in the gravel. He dropped the soggy tray on the desk and hurried to the door, grabbing his flashlight from a hook on the wall. Lonnie opened the door and clicked on his light, tracing the beam across the yard. He didn't expect to see much of anything. Maybe just a raccoon or a rat wandering through the night Instead, he saw a tall man in a hoodie lingering near one of the buses. Every now and then people did wander in, usually just kids who wanted to get away with doing something naughty, but this guy was up to something else. He was reaching up under the bus, fiddling with something. "Hey!" Lonnie shouted. He could hardly believe his eyes. "What are you doing over there? Get out of here!" He reached inside to grab his radio. By the time he looked back outside, the guy was gone. Next scene. Graf scooped up his bag, shoving the ski mask and bolt cutters in. In less than a minute, he was already through the chain-link fence. He ran as fast as his legs would allow him, his running shoes clopping the damp sidewalk. It was starting to rain, but that didn't bother him. Graf couldn't stop laughing. "I'll get your attention one way or another, Johanna Pullinger," he said to himself. "Let's see if this works." Chapter 1. Some days were busy and you never got a chance to stop and take a breath. But some days were all about waiting. Joe Sutton was having one of those waiting days, and Seattle was having one of those rainy days. Not an uncommon thing, especially in November. Joe was parked on 3rd Avenue near Pioneer Square. It was kind of a sketchy area these days. Lots of homeless people. Lots of fresh graffiti, too. From where he was sitting, through the rain-streaked windshield, he could see a brand-new street art job. The paint was still running. Not too smart to go spraying in the rain. Joe clicked his tongue. These youngsters could learn a thing or two about the virtues of just sitting back and watching the rain go by. Despite the sketchiness, 3rd Avenue was usually a good spot to pick up a fare. But Joe wasn't having much luck. Business people kept running past, even though he had his lights on. They were headed for the light rail station. Cheaper than a cab, for sure. But you missed out on so much wonderful small talk. Joe knew a lot about the world, and he didn't learn it in a classroom or at the library. He had learned it all right here, sitting in this seat with the steering wheel before him. It was amazing what people would tell you when they were trying to break an awkward silence, especially people who were in town on business. They were never going to see you again, so they weren't afraid to open up, like that FBI lady Joe Pullinger. Joe thought about her a lot these days, mostly because she was in the news so much. First, there was that case with the kid who everyone thought murdered his girlfriend and her parents. Then there was the other thing. Something down south, Joe remembered. A whole mess of a deal that somehow overlapped with gang members on the other side of the country. As Joe was musing, he spotted a silhouette shuffling down the sidewalk. He rolled his window down and saw the old man leaning on his walker. He was trying to make his way through the downpour. The feet of the walker kept getting caught in the cracks of the sidewalk. The old man almost fell over each time he had to stop and jerk his walker free. He looked miserable. Joe imagined the old man was probably someone's grandfather. No one would want their grandfather out here in the rain, all by himself. Joe flipped off his meter and leaned out the window. "Hey there, fella, you look like you need some help." The old man looked at him. "I've got no cash on me, sir." "No problem at all, my man." Joe smiled. "I won't tell. Hop right on in. I even got some oldies we can listen to on our way to wherever you're going." With a grimace of concentration, the man began his plodding journey toward Joe's car. At that second, a trio of teenagers in hoodies ran up and started snatching at the man's jacket, trying to get at his wallet. They had spotted a vulnerable target and decided to pounce. "Nah, my!" "Not while I'm still breathin'," Joe roared. He quickly popped his door open and began to step out, ignoring the blast of a car horn. As he turned to the side, he spotted a rusty old beater of a sedan, skidding its tires in a vain effort to stop. It slipped on the rain-slicked road, barreling down on him. Joe flattened himself against his taxi. The beater's heavy old bumper caught him in the shin. Joe heard a hideous snapping sound, followed by a burst of pain. Oh, damn! He collapsed as the beater roared past. Its tires found traction and the driver raced away, squealing around the corner. Out of sight, Joe glanced down at his leg. He knew for sure that the human leg was not meant to hang at that angle. He quickly took stock of the rest of his body. Then he crawled along the taxi, pulling himself around the back end. The sight of a man being hit by a car had scared the teenagers off. They were already long gone. The old man was still standing somehow. He stared at Joe with horror. With a grunt of effort, he pulled himself forward on his walker. "Are you all right, sir?" he asked. Could be worse. Joe heaved himself up onto the curb. "Ain't gonna be able to drive myself out of here, though. Dang, it's starting to hurt now. I'll call an ambulance." The man felt at his pockets. "Never mind, I forgot I don't have a cellular device. Here." Joe pulled his own phone out and handed it over. "Call 'em. Don't worry, I got medical coverage." He felt the phone being pulled out of his hand. Then he passed out, toppling to the side. Chapter 2. Joe Pullinger knew this day would come, and she had been dreading it. She had even been losing sleep, instead of tossing and turning in bed to the sound of murderous psychopaths. She had imagined this moment. It was her annual health checkup. She was sitting in a tiny exam room at the Virginia Mason Medical Center. She was back in her ordinary clothes now, but she could still feel the embarrassment of the paper gown that she'd been made to wear during her examination. The fear had been palpable, as the doctor had listened to her heart through his stethoscope. It was like being a kid at the dentist, but rather than a fear of cavities, Joe had a fear of being told something much worse. She was worried the doctor would tell her that the heart in her chest, the heart of a killer, was failing. That part was over, though. The doctor had stepped out, promising to be back soon. That had been 15 minutes ago. It felt like an hour. Joe glanced at her watch. There were no pressing concerns back at the field office on this early morning, but she hated to be away from her post. Finally, the door handle turned. The door opened and the noise of the hospital rushed in. Beeping machines, ringing phones, the squeaky wheels of a gurney. A dark man with bushy eyebrows stepped inside. The light reflected off his glasses, making it impossible to see his eyes. Dr. Singh shut the door and lowered himself onto a stool. "Let's see, Joe. It looks like everything is okay." "Wonderful," she said, sighing with relief. "Not so fast." Dr. Singh chuckled. "I said everything looks okay. It does not look great, however. I think your heart is doing as well as it can be. It does not seem like you are in any great danger there, as well as it can be." "What do you mean?" Joe asked. Unconsciously, she found herself rubbing just beneath her sternum, feeling the old incision site. "It means that your lifestyle isn't ideal for health." Dr. Singh sat forward, clasping his hands together. "I will ask you a few questions, and I hope you will be honest with me. Have you been sleeping well? Easy question." "Nope." "That just goes with my job, Doc." "Right. As it goes with my job, too." He shuffled through his papers. "Can you be more specific? How many hours each night?" Joe shrugged. "It ranges. The life of an FBI agent doesn't allow for a set sleep schedule, unfortunately." "I see. And how about other lifestyle choices? Dr. Singh gave her a knowing smile. Are you eating a lot of diner food? Drinking lots of coffee? A hectic life forces us to cut corners with our diet, but we always have a choice. Jo had just been thinking of her next cup of java. She pushed the thought out of her mind. Right. I'll do what I can, doctor. I promise. He stood up with a tired grunt. I do not require your promise, Jo. Do this for yourself. If that is not ample motivation, then I suggest you do it for your family. You are in the clear for now, so I will let you get back to it. Have a good day. Jo thanked the doctor and left the exam room, feeling a wave of relief. The trauma of her surgery was still a fresh wound in her psyche. The thought of going through anything like that again. She was distracted from her dark thoughts by a strange sight ahead of her. A gurney was being wheeled toward her. A black man was lying on it, grimacing in pain but simultaneously cracking jokes and making his nurse smile. She recognized the man. It was Jo, the cab driver who had been so friendly to her in the past. The field office is going to have to wait, she thought. She had to know what Jo was here for. Chapter 3. Jo jogged after the gurney. The nurse pushed it along gleaming, sterile hallways. Jo was still cracking jokes. Why did the cab driver cross the road? He didn't, but his foot almost did. Oh, that hurts so good. That's it, the nurse cooed as she stopped in front of a desk. She reached over to grab a clipboard and started filling out information. Pain is a reminder that we're still alive. I just need to make a note of your insurance coverage here. Jo caught up. She stepped into the cab driver's view. She had been planning on smiling anyway, but she didn't have to try. Jo just had that effect on people. If it ain't the FBI lady, Jo beamed. Haven't seen you in a stone's age. How you been? I'm at a hospital, so I could be better, she said with a chuckle. Don't I know that? You look fit as a fiddle, miss. Pulling her. What brings you here? Just some minor things. I was going to ask you the same question. She pointed to his leg, wincing. Hit and run. Jo shrugged. I was trying to help this old fella who was getting mugged. They say no good deeds go unpunished, and I guess I believe it now. Not sure what kind of pain meds they gave me, but woo-wee. He shifted. Trying to sit up. The nurse reached to hold him back. Jo's pain kicked in and did the job for her. The cab driver flopped down, sweat pouring from his forehead. Mom, do you know him? The nurse asked sternly. Sure, Jo told her. We go way back. Jo here was the first friendly face I saw when I moved to Seattle. Make sure you take good care of him. Dr. Clifton will take care of the surgery, was the nurse's curt reply. He's the best in the business. Jo leaned closer, dropping his voice to a clandestine whisper. Hey, Jo, by the way, I think the car that hit me was a '94 Buick Century. It was real beat up, though. Hard to tell. The nurse tucked her clipboard into a pouch on the side of the gurney. She grabbed the handlebars and started pushing. We're off to the OR now, Mr. Sutton. We'll get that leg fixed and send you home with plenty more of that pain medication. What do you say? I say hallelujah. Jo pumped his fist toward the ceiling. Jo, what do you think? Maybe you could find this car. Wouldn't want someone else suffering my fate. Jo wiggled her hand. Ah, too small of a crime. Not really in my wheelhouse, Jo. Sorry. If it was hit and run, the police will come by to talk to you about it. Dang. Jo clenched his jaw, concentrating. How about that Ford guy, your partner? He was never really my partner. Our paths just kept crossing by happenstance." Jo frowned. She hadn't heard from Ford in a while. He was a cop, but now he's a private investigator. "I doubt your insurance covers that kind of expense." Jo grunted. "Probably try to weasel their way out of paying for my leg, too." "Thanks for checking on me, Jo." He waved at her as the nurse pushed him through a set of swinging doors. Then he was gone. "About time for me to be gone, too," Jo said to herself. She looked at her surroundings. Hospitals were good places. Miraculous things happened here. Lives were saved and families were put back together. And if all else failed, people were at least given a good chance to say goodbye. For Jo, hospitals held nothing but bad memories. She searched for an exit sign and made a beeline for the door. Chapter 4. Bart yawned and reached for his Seahawks thermos. He sipped the hot coffee and made a sour face. Nope. Hazelnut is not the way to go. Yuck. He almost left the bus to dump his thermos out. Then he remembered the day he had ahead of him. It was a field trip day. A bunch of screaming, excited children. Caffeine was a matter of survival. He held onto his cup for dear life. The diesel engine rumbled under him. He was keeping it warm for the kiddies who would soon swarm out of the elementary school. He could see the building from here, the brick columns flanking the entrance, the rows of windows. The place hadn't changed at all in the decades since Bart had attended. Bart's phone rang. He pulled it out of his pocket and checked the ID. It showed a local phone number, but no other information. Bart thought it might be the school trying to contact him, so he answered it. "Hello? Is this Bartholomew Alderson?" A man's voice replied. Yeah, this is him." Bart narrowed his eyes. He was used to bubbly, middle-aged women. Those were generally the people who worked in school offices. This guy sounded young and cold. "Do you mind if I call you Bart?" the voice went on. "No. Everyone calls me that. What is this about?" There was a cruel chuckle. "This is about the rest of your life, Bart. There's a bomb attached to your bus. I know because I put it there. Late last night, I visited the depot where all the school buses park. I found yours and I put a fun little present underneath." Bart looked around, searching for help. Anyone at all would do, he thought. A cop, a janitor, even a slightly older grade schooler who looked smart. But there was no one. "You're full of it," Bart stammered. "This is a prank call. You're some kind of high school punk." "No, I'm older than that. And if you want to get any older, Bart, I suggest you take me very seriously. If you just do what I say, you'll survive." Bart licked his lips. His heart beat like a war drum. That's what they always say in movies, but they never mean it. Another sinister laugh. "Look around, Bart. Do you see any cameras? Any set lights? People with headsets darting back and forth? No. You know why? Because this isn't a movie. There's something that I want. I won't tell you what it is, but I will tell you what it is not." "Oh, yeah." Bart was getting frantic. He remembered something else from movies. When you had a bad guy on the line, it was a good idea to keep him there as long as possible. "Why don't you tell me then?" "What I don't want is your death." "You mean nothing to me?" "I don't even know what you look like, but I'll bet you're some doughy old man who drinks too much." That's what I picture when I think of school bus drivers. Bart glanced down at his heavy paunch and his pale, waxy skin. Maybe he really knows everything about me, Bart thought. He pictured his estranged wife and 2 sons. They lived just a few miles from Bart's place. If the caller knew about them, not to mention the busload of innocent kids who would soon appear. Bart sighed, longing for the days when his biggest concern was what flavor of coffee was in his thermos. Fine. What do you want me to do? Chapter 5. Jo felt better as soon as she stepped into the fresh air. It was 50 degrees outside, overcast with a misting drizzle. As she looked around at the gray cityscape, she found herself craving a strong cup of coffee. As long as I eat something healthy for breakfast, right? She laughed to herself as she headed for her car. She knew McKinley would have a strong pot brewed at the field office. As for breakfast, there would be a fine assortment of sugar and trans fat to pick from. Do I want donuts or Danish? She mused as she fished her keys out of her pocket. Her phone rang. She answered as soon as she saw the name on screen, Sam. I hope I didn't wake you up when I called earlier. I wanted to let you know I would be going to the hospital. No, that's fine, Sam said through a powerful yawn. I actually slept like the dead. So much so that I'm running late to work. I forgot I promised Chrissy I would ask you a favor. Something about her field trip this morning. Jo grinned, climbing into her black sedan. The Seattle Children's Theater, right? Right. Mind putting in a quick appearance? The other kids keep asking Chrissy about you. They think she has a secret agent for an aunt. It would mean a lot if you just stood there and said hi for Chrissy. Jo turned the engine on and snapped her seatbelt in place. The office can wait a little longer. I'll swing by. Thanks, Jo. I'm glad Chrissy's still so young. Give it a few years and she'll think we're all a bunch of lame-os. If you keep using words like that, it'll come a lot sooner. I'll talk to you later, Sam. Her brother thanked her again and hung up. Jo pulled out of the hospital parking lot and headed northwest. Next scene. Graf sat back in his seat, trying to blend into it as the black sedan went by. He got his clearest look yet. Johanna Pullinger. She looked to be in high spirits this morning. The phone call she'd just gotten must have been a good one. Maybe it was from a boyfriend, Graf thought. His skin prickled with jealousy. He watched Jo drive past, fixing the image in his mind. He grabbed the sketchbook from his duffel bag. There was time for a quick doodle. He had everything planned out. It would be quick and easy for him to get into position. Clutching a charcoal pencil in his hand, he drew out the curves and angles of her face. He filled in her shoulders, then her hair, and then the seat and steering wheel. He held the sketchbook up, appraising his piece with a frown. It was a pale imitation of the real thing. Jo's beauty could not be captured by any means. Not even a photograph or a video could do her justice. The best thing was to see her in person, and Graf had accomplished that. It wasn't enough. He tossed the sketchbook onto the floor and drove after her. He steered with one hand. With the other, he grabbed the flip phone from the cup holder. Still there, Bart? Good. Chapter 6. A slender woman in a gray sport coat and business skirt approached the school bus. She was holding a clipboard. There was a pair of cat's eye glasses on her face. She was about 40 years old, but Bart could have sworn the exact same woman had worked at the school when he was a kid. She knocked on the folding doors. "Hold on," Bart whispered into his phone. "There's a lady from the office here. I have to talk to her." He pulled the lever and the doors folded open. The lady put one foot on the bottom step and leaned in. "All right, Mr. Alderson, the kids will be coming out in just a moment. There are 3 chaperones for this trip. Once you drop them off, you'll be parking at the First Avenue garage. We've already made arrangements for a nice big spot on the ground level." She went through a checklist of other information. Bart hardly listened. When the woman moved on, he shut the door. "I'm back. What do you want me to do?" "It's very simple," hissed the voice. "At first, I want you to pretend like you never received this phone call. Proceed to the children's theater as planned." "Might be kind of hard to act like nothing's wrong," Bart replied. "You kidding? You think any of these people are going to pay attention to you? You're just the bus driver. Relax and do what I say. When you get to the theater and let off all the little goblins, I want you to stay parked right there by the curb." "Okay, but I'm supposed to be driving over to a parking garage." "Yeah? Who told you that?" "The lady who just interrupted us. Now the guy holding the bomb detonator is saying otherwise." "Get it?" Bart nodded reluctantly. "I get it." He wondered if he should have done something when that office lady had been standing here, made some kind of signal, mouthed a few words. The thought hadn't occurred to him. He had been too busy worrying about himself. Now it was too late. The voice said, "Good. It's much more fun playing with my victims when they have a sense of self-preservation. Listen, because this is the most important part. Once all the kids are gone, I want you to call the cops and tell them there's a bomb on the bus." "Huh. You want me to tell the cops what you did?" Bart sat back, trying to remember all the action movies and cop shows he had seen. What was this guy trying to achieve? Exactly. The voice laughed. "They won't be able to do anything to help you, Bart. And don't think about calling them prematurely. Otherwise, you're going to be responsible for the deaths of all those school children. Have fun getting into heaven with that on your record. Keep your phone handy." The call ended. Bart's hands shook as he tucked the phone under his leg for safekeeping. With adrenaline surging through his body, there was no longer any need for coffee, but he didn't dare leave the bus to dump it out now. The bomber might be watching. Chapter 7. Chrissy Pullinger let the crowd of children carry her down the hallway. Most of them were dancing, hopping, or just wiggling around with excitement. Their shoes squeaked on the floor. The adults kept yelling, trying to wrangle them and separate the kids into distinct groups. "No, no, Billy. Over here. You're with this group. I know Damon is your best friend, but you're not in his class, so you're not in his field trip group either." That was Mrs. Garvey. She was one of the parents. No one looked at Chrissy. They were too busy trying to deal with the other kids. The troublemakers and loudmouths. Chrissy prided herself on behaving perfectly. After all, she wanted to be just like her Auntie Jo when she grew up. Auntie Jo always behaved splendidly. She always got the bad guys, and she never let them hurt anyone she loved. Chrissy smiled as the front doors swung open. The wind blew in a lashing of cold rain. The chaperones opened their umbrellas, doing their best to herd the right children to the right bus. There were 3 of them all in a row. Chrissy's teacher this year was Miss Haptrack. She was young but looked old because of her hair and weird, thick-rimmed glasses. Chrissy liked Miss Haptrack, and she stuck close to her as they headed for the middle bus. The doors swung open, and the bus driver looked right at Chrissy. He was an old man with stringy hair and red cheeks. He tried to smile, but he looked more like he had a piece of sour candy in his mouth, or something really spicy. Chrissy didn't hate spicy food as much as she used to. That was part of growing up, she thought. You had to learn how to eat hot things. So far, she had tried pickled jalapenos and thought they were almost good. Maybe the bus driver hates spicy food, she thought. Or maybe he hates the coffee he's holding. He took 3 tiny sips of coffee as Chrissy climbed the steps. He kept on making his sour face. Chrissy sat on the first seat on the right side of the bus. She had a good view of the driver. The rest of the kids piled into the bus along with the adults. It was as loud as a zoo, and Chrissy could barely hear herself think. The driver moved his big gear stick. The bus made a funny grumbling noise, like a big bear, and started moving forward. It followed the leading bus out of the school driveway. In a moment, they had joined the rest of the traffic on the main road. There wasn't much of it. Chrissy knew that was because most people were at work already. She knew things like that now. That was another part of growing up. You had to start paying attention to boring things. And if she wanted to be like Auntie Jo, Chrissy knew she had to be observant. She had to keep her wits about her. She kept her eye on the driver. She was pretty sure now that he was sick. Maybe he would pull the bus off to the side of the road, open the doors, and run outside to throw up. That was what he looked like. He was all sweaty, and he kept taking deep breaths. Chrissy looked over and saw Ms. Haptrack. The teacher was sitting across the aisle from her, and she was watching the driver too. Suddenly she leaned forward. "Excuse me, sir, are you feeling all right?" The driver smiled and nodded his head a bunch of times. "The name's Bart." "Yeah, I feel fine. No need to worry." That's a weird thing to say, Chrissy thought, but apparently Miss Haptrack didn't. The teacher sat back, folding her hands in her lap. The bus kept on driving and the kids kept on screaming. Chapter 8. There wasn't much traffic today. Bart was glad for that. He was having a hard time paying attention to the road. The bus kept drifting left and right, overlapping into the other lanes. He kept sipping his coffee. It had tasted bad before, but now he didn't notice the taste at all. Bart had a fierce need to pee. It was like flying, he thought. Flying made him nervous. When he got nervous, his bladder worked overtime. He could go to the bathroom right before getting on the plane, and by the time he found his seat, he'd have to go again. Usually, he just held it until the plane landed. He liked getting the window seat, which meant he would need to get around the person in the seat next to him if he wanted to go to the bathroom. Bart hated doing that sort of thing. He was a solitary and socially awkward person. These kids could be annoying and obnoxious, but he knew every single one of them. He knew their names. Sometimes they told him things. Kids had a way of doing that. They just threw out non sequiturs all the time. For instance, there was a boy on this bus named Harlan who had 3 dogs, but now he only had 2. One of them got outside and never came back. Harlan had drawn Bart a picture of the lost dog. It was hanging next to his head now, taped to the wall. It depicted a gray animal that looked more like a hippo than a dog, standing in the middle of the street. It was nighttime, as evidenced by the stars and the scribbles of black crayons all over the sky. Bart cared about these kids. That was what was killing him. If he had the bus to himself, he'd hardly care. He might even welcome the bomb's detonation because his problems would be over. He glanced at the rearview mirror. He saw a bunch of excited little faces. They were starting to settle down now. Instead of yelling at one another, they were staring out the windows. Their lives are in my hands. Bart thought, with a sickening feeling, please, God, just let them get off the bus before this psycho decides to light us up. The teacher lady cleared her throat. She was sitting right behind Bart. Ever since she had asked him how he was feeling, he could tell she was watching. Part of him hoped she would somehow figure out what was going on and take charge. The other part of him prayed she would just mind her own business. He saw his turn coming up. Bart swallowed the lump in his throat and threw his turn signal on. Chapter 9. Joe walked fast down the 2nd Avenue sidewalk, brushing past tourists with big, expensive cameras. She looked ahead and sighed with relief. There were no buses parked out front yet, but she did see a geeky-looking guy with an ID badge dangling from a lanyard. He was standing by the corner of the theater building, between the bollards that prevented motor vehicles from mounting the sidewalk. "Excuse me," Joe said to him. "Is this where the school buses are dropping off?" He gave her a nervous look. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down. "Ah." Joe thought about whipping out her FBI identification and laughing at the look on his face. "I'm the aunt of one of the students. I want to wave at her as she goes by. I'll just stand over here by this wall." "Good." He shrugged. "I don't really know the protocol." Joe stepped backward until her legs touched the cold, concrete retaining wall. She folded her arms to keep herself warm and looked around. From this angle, she could see the very top of the Space Needle. "All this time in Seattle, and I've still never been up there," she muttered to herself. One of these days, people walked to and fro. They all looked happy, holding their paper coffee cups and breathing in the clammy Seattle air. Joe wondered what life would be like as a so-called normal person with a normal job. You put in your day's work and you went home, leaving all your problems at the office. That just wasn't the case for her because the people she hunted didn't take time off. They were always out there. And if she didn't catch them, the world, as these happy-go-lucky tourists, knew it would be over. People like Joe were the shields that kept the forces of darkness at bay, but you could only be that shield for so long before the darkness started washing over you. If you weren't careful, you'd drown in it. The school buses appeared around the corner. Joe broke out of her reverie. She didn't have kids of her own. She didn't think she ever would. But her niece Chrissy was more than enough reason to hold the line, to keep that shield held high. There wasn't much room in front of the theater, so the buses had to take turns. The one at the front pulled up and opened its doors. The kids poured out, kept under control by 3 chaperones who already looked wary. None of the kids were Chrissy. The empty bus pulled away. The other 2 were already circling the block, getting ready for their turn. Joe went back to staring at the Space Needle. Chapter 10. The second bus approached the curb a minute after the first. It pulled up gingerly. Through the windshield, Joe could see the driver. He moved stiffly, like a robot. His face was sweaty and flushed. Right away, she sensed that something was the matter with him. She often saw people who looked the way he did. They were usually chained to one side of an interrogation table. Some of the weight seemed to leave him as soon as he opened the doors. He smiled with relief as the kids made their way out onto the sidewalk. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. Maybe it was a stressful drive, Joe thought. She saw Chrissy. Joe's niece was immersed in a tide of energetic grade schoolers. Her energy level rose to match theirs when she spotted Joe. "Auntie Joe," Chrissy called, waving both hands. The geeky theater employee was busy talking to the teacher and chaperones. Joe made her way over, parting the sea of school kids to reach her niece. "Hey there, little lady," Joe said with a grin. "Fancy meeting you here." "You did come," Chrissy exclaimed. "Did my dad ask you?" Joe shrugged. "What are you talking about? I just happened to be walking by here when I spotted you." Chrissy smacked her on the arm. "I'm not falling for that one, Auntie Joe. I'm getting older. I'm smarter. I got 100% on my geography test." Joe made a shocked face. 100. That makes you the smartest kid in all of Seattle, I'm pretty sure. "Yeah, right." Chrissy blushed. "Well, maybe nobody else knew where Sri Lanka was. Only Miss Haptrack knew." The teacher had finished talking to the theater employee. She made her way over, giving Joe a friendly smile. "Well, you must be the aunt we're always hearing about." Joe stuck out her hand. "Johanna Pullinger. Nirma Hoptrack." The teacher shook hands with her. "I know it's not your job, but would you mind performing for a second? The kids would love it." "Of course," Joe said. Miss Hoptrack turned to gather the students. Chrissy pulled Joe aside. "Auntie Joe," Chrissy said, "I think something is wrong with the bus driver." "That's exactly what I was thinking." "Don't worry. I'll check on him." Joe patted her niece on the arm and turned toward the bus. It was still parked there, even though it was empty. It should have moved on by now to make room for the third bus, which would be coming around the block any moment now. That in itself wasn't weird because it could have been explained in a dozen innocuous ways, but coupled with how sick and nervous the driver had looked, Joe didn't like it. She headed for the bus. As soon as she stepped onto the sidewalk, someone flew past her. A jogger. He was a tall, handsome guy, and he almost ran right over her toes. She was about to get mad, but he flashed her a gorgeous smile and offered a quick apology. Before she had a chance to say anything, he was gone, running like he was trying to set a personal record. Joe shook her head and continued. The bus doors were shut up tight. She lifted her hand to knock, but the driver held up a finger. His phone was ringing, and by how fast he answered, it must have been an important call. The guy looked more put together now. "Ms. Pullinger," the teacher called. That was her cue. She turned away from the bus. She was here for her niece, not to accost a bus driver who was probably having a difficult day already. Chapter 11. "What's that sound?" the bomber asked. Bart had been nervously glancing at the lady who was standing outside the bus. She was pretty, tall, and blonde with vivid green eyes, but stern-looking, like she could easily kick his ass, and maybe she'd enjoy it. She was walking away now. Bart stopped nervously glancing at her and instead started glancing at the radio on his dashboard. There was an angry voice coming through, punctuated by pops of static. "What the hell, Alderson? Get that bus out of there. I need to park." "Just the other driver," he said breathlessly into his phone. "I'm supposed to be getting out of the way so he can park." There was a flash of yellow in the side mirror. Bart looked over and watched the bus drive past. He caught a glimpse of the other driver, who was making angry hand gestures. The other driver was a guy named Kurt. He was young and a hothead. Pretty soon, he would radio their boss and make a formal complaint. Not long after that, the teachers outside the bus would notice. They might approach Bart and ask what was going on. "This is a mess," he said with a sigh. "Yeah, and you're about to be a bigger mess unless you pull it together." The bomber's cold voice was filled with venom. "When that bomb goes off, there won't be much left of the bus's front end, just a pile of slag on the ground. You'll be pretty much vaporized. They'll have to try and scrape some DNA out of your bone marrow to identify you." Bart swallowed. The hazelnut coffee was trying to make a reappearance, mixed with stomach acid and the fried egg sandwich he had for breakfast. He held it down. "Ignore the other driver," the voice went on. "Do what I told you. Call the cops. As soon as they show up, all the petty crap you're worrying about will be nothing but a fond memory." The call ended. Bart spent a moment shivering in his seat. He was on the verge of tears, but he was still in a state of shock. His emotions were mostly held back, safe behind a stone wall of denial. He let his thumb punch in the number he'd been itching to dial since this whole thing started. 911. Next scene. Joe was surrounded by kids, and almost all of them had their hands raised. She must have looked lost because Miss Haptrack took control. "All right, kids, one at a time. Miss Pullinger can only answer a few questions. She has a very important job, you know. All right, Delilah, you're up." An adorable girl with buck teeth put her hand down and spoke. Her voice was so meek and shy that Joe had to lean forward to hear it. Do you ever, a series of groans echoed through the crowd. Delilah shot her neighbors a dirty look and went on. "Did you ever have to shoot anyone?" Everyone had been staring at Delilah. Now their heads swiveled toward Joe, and everyone got quiet. Ms. Haptrack looked horrified. Joe smiled slyly. "That's classified." "Did you ever kill anyone?" a boy asked. "All right, kids." Ms. Haptrack clapped her hands together. "I'm sure Miss Pullinger has a busy day ahead of her. Why don't we all head inside?" The kids followed their teacher along the sidewalk. They kept on talking. "Chrissy, you have the coolest sister ever." That wasn't her sister. That was her uncle. No. When it's a girl uncle, it's called an aunt. "Well, I heard FBI people aren't allowed to have families, so she's probably lying." Miss Haptrack's eyes were wide. Joe assumed the teacher was making plenty of mental notes, planning how to fill the obvious gaps in her education plan. Joe walked away, smiling and shaking her head. It was nice to know that, as crazy as her world got, the world of elementary school children stayed the same. The smile dropped off her face when she saw a police cruiser scream to a stop behind the parked bus. Usually, Bart's professional sensibilities would have been offended. Swearing in front of the kids was bad. He was focused on other things, though. Chapter 12. The police car's lights were on, strobing in the gray November morning. The siren wasn't on, though, and the cop inside the car didn't seem to be in a hurry. Maybe this is something to do with the field trip, she thought. "This guy's here to impress the kids. Sorry, dude, but I think I just showed you up." Despite her harmless theory, Jo stayed where she was. The third school bus drove by again. This time, its driver looked scared instead of angry. He drove around the corner again. 2 more cop cars showed up. They both parked diagonally across the road, blocking the traffic flow. Jo glanced down the road and saw a 4th car at the corner. A cordon was already being set up. The first cop car finally popped open, and a grizzled guy in his 40s stepped out. He approached Jo, holding up a hand. "Sorry, ma'am, but you're going to have to leave this area. We have an active situation here." Jo showed him her FBI credentials. Special Agent Johanna Pullinger, FBI. What kind of situation? The cop's eyes went wide. But he recovered fast. "Well, Agent, it's good to meet you. Harper's just about to show up. He can explain it to you. Speak of the devil." A big white van drove up, stopping behind the cop car and the bus. A compact, athletic man with a bald head stepped out of the passenger door. He was chewing gum. His eyes were hidden behind a set of shades. "Officer Putnam, you were ordered to escort all civilians from the area," he snapped. Putnam just smiled and stepped away. Jo showed her credentials again. "I'm Joe Pullinger. I've heard of you," the bald guy went on chewing. He didn't seem impressed. "It's a big city, but not that big. I'm kind of wondering why you're here, though. Seattle PD only got word of this situation a few minutes ago." Quick response time. Jo put her bureau identification away. "I was here for personal reasons. Right place, right time. The bald guy grinned. I guess you have a knack for that, Pullinger. That's what I've heard. No big case comes through this city anymore without you being front and center. Anyway, enough yammering. I'm Glenn Harper. He stuck out his hand. Joe shook it. Bomb squad, she asked. He nodded, jerking a thumb at the bus. The driver called it in, says someone planted a bomb on his bus. Wouldn't say who or how, he knew. By now, a barricade had been set up at both ends of the street. There were angry honks from motorists, and even a few shouts. The line held strong, though. Listen, Joe said. We have a bunch of kids in the area. Harper nodded. Right. It's the children's theater. He lifted a hand over his head. 3 cops ran off the street and surrounded him. I want a full evacuation of this building here, Harper explained. I mean everyone. Get them as far away as possible. No way of knowing what kind of gift we're dealing with. Could be a cherry bomb, could be a brick of C4. Get moving. Could be nothing, Joe said as the cops ran to their work. She said it more to herself, but Harper nodded. Right, he said. Fake bomb threats come in all the time. Might even be the driver himself looking for attention. We can always hope, but hope is usually a one-way ticket to the land of disappointment. Sure, Joe agreed. She could already hear kids' voices roaring with fear and excitement on the other side of the building. They were being led away. All right, Harper. Do you want to talk to this guy? Or should I? Harper shrugged. You're the Fed. You tell me. Joe was about to say something about not wanting to step on his toes. Before she could, the bus's doors swung open and the driver appeared on the steps. I guess he's about to answer your question, Harper said. Chapter 13. It was far from bright outside because the morning gloom had yet to dissipate, but the police car lights kept flashing in Bart's eyes. They stung. He blinked around for a minute. The same stern, pretty woman who had almost knocked at his door was still there. She was standing beside a bald, short guy with forearms that bulged with cords of muscle. There were cops, too. Lots of them. At least none of them had their weapons out. Not yet. The bomber had called back a moment ago, giving Bart fresh instructions. He held the phone to his ear with one shaky hand. With the other, he grasped the handrail. Everyone was watching him expectantly. Bart licked his lips. I can't come out, he said. He said if I come out, he'll blow the thing up. The bald guy stepped forward. He spoke very loudly. Is that him on the phone there? The bomber? What else does he want? The voice cackled in Bart's ears. I'll tell him exactly what I want. Actually, you'll tell him for me in a couple of minutes. For now, just stand there and look pretty. Don't worry, Bart. This is almost over. Next scene. The driver was weak and shaky. He could barely hold himself upright. Just by looking at him, Joe knew he wasn't the one making the bomb threats. He was either a victim or he was the best actor on the planet. The minutes went by. Nothing happened other than the cops got antsier. They kept reaching for their sidearm. Harper was also on the phone now. He frowned, then smiled, then frowned again. He thanked whoever he was talking to and hung up. That was a friend of mine at the SPD. We've got details on the driver. Bartholomew Alderson. 58 years old, divorced with 2 kids. Not much of anything on this guy. Seems like he has a boring life. Not the type to pull a stunt like this, and there's something else. Harper stepped closer to Joe. He lowered his sunglasses for a second, giving her a look at his brown eyes. "There was an incident at the school bus depot late last night," he said. "Night watchman caught someone fiddling with the buses. Could be our bomber planting something. Whether that something is a bomb or a trail of red herrings. Who knows?" Joe nodded. This was planned out. Not something a random high school kid would do. They're all about leaving their bomb threats scrawled on bathroom walls. "You already got a profile on this guy?" Harper asked with a grunt. Joe shook her head. "Profiling isn't my job, but I know people. Criminals specifically. We're probably dealing with someone younger, maybe in their 20s or 30s. This is their first time doing something like this. They're trying hard not to make any mistakes." Harper pushed his shades back up. "You pulled all that from where, exactly?" "A hunch. Instinct. If you do a job long enough, it embeds itself in your subconscious. Writers don't usually know where they get their ideas from." "Neither do I." Harper pointed to the bus. "Look, he's licking his lips again. I think he's finally gonna say something." Alderson said something quietly into the phone, a quick word of assent. Then he held the phone out, letting his eyes wander around the crowd. He wants to talk to someone named Pullinger." All eyes were suddenly on Joe. Harper waved her forward. She slowly approached the bus, studying Alderson for signs of guilt. All she saw was a guy who wished he was at home, relaxing on his couch. She grabbed the phone from him and looked at the screen. It showed the call timer. 4 minutes, 19 seconds, and counting, along with the number that was calling. She held the phone out to Harper. He looked at the number, nodded, and made a call of his own. Joe put the phone to her ear. "Hello." There was a strange, breathy sound, like a groan of pleasure. "Is this?" "It is," she replied. "I assume you're the guy who's responsible for this whole rodeo." "Exactly. That's me." The voice was giddy. "What's your name?" Joe asked, taking a shot in the dark. "I won't tell you my actual name. You can call me Graf." Joe pulled a pen out of her pocket and wrote the name on the back of her hand. "Graf." "Got it? Can you tell me why you're doing this, Graf? Can you tell me why you've been so happy lately?" He shot back. "Is it a guy? Are you seeing someone? Or maybe it's because you moved out of your brother's place? The new baby and all that? Kids can be great, but we all need time away. Don't you think?" Joe iced over with fear. "This isn't about me, Graf. Actually, it is. I'm a big fan of your work, Joe. I just wanted an excuse to talk to you. Just tell me if you're seeing someone. That's all I want to know." She looked back at Harper. He was still on the phone, still trying to get a trace on the number. She had to keep the bomber on the phone long enough until they had an address. Then they could send someone over to grab him. "Maybe we can talk more later," she offered. "When you're being held at the police station. I'm sure you'd rather do this face to face, right?" She meant it as a bit of banter, but Graf took it another way. "Fine," he huffed. "If you want to be difficult, I'll just be difficult right back. 5. "What was that?" she asked. 4, he went on. Alderson had already retreated into the bus and closed the doors. There was no time to save him. Joe ran toward Harper instead. "He's counting down," she shouted. Everyone ran for cover. Chapter 14. The closest sources of cover Joe could find were the police cruisers. But if the explosion was powerful enough, they might move or flip over. They might even explode themselves, so she ran along the sidewalk, heading north. She prayed Chrissy was at a safe distance by now. A bit further along the front of the Children's Theater building was a small delivery bay, Most of this bay was blocked off by a security fence, but there was a tall concrete wall on either side that afforded plenty of cover. Joe dove into the damp shadows of the wall, splashing down in a puddle. Harper fell in next to her, breathing heavily. They were followed by several police officers. Pretty soon, the seemingly spacious hiding spot was jammed to max capacity. To the north and the south, the annoyed motorists were still honking their horns. 2, Graff said. He was stretching out the countdown, either for his own amusement or to give Joe plenty of time to get to safety. Joe cursed to herself and stood up long enough to study the area around the bus. There was no one around now. No one other than poor Bartholomew Alderson. The driver was slumped over his steering wheel, his head hanging down. Maybe he knew what was coming and had given up. "I'm sorry," Joe thought. She made a mental note to find Alderson's estranged wife and kids and deliver the apology to them. 1, Graff announced. Joe ducked back down, bracing herself. The horns blared. A crow squawked as it flew over the street. The wind blew, almost strong enough to peel the wet leaves off the sidewalk. Nothing else happened. There was no thunderous noise, no fireball or shockwave. Joe stood again. Inside the bus, Alderson finally sat up. There was something gross splattered over his chin. Joe realized that he had been throwing up. "Pullinger," Harper whispered harshly. "He counted down from 5, Joe answered. "He hit one and nothing happened. He's just messing with us." Graff's laughter started softly. It built into manic peals of glee. Finally he spoke. "There's no bomb on that bus, Joe. Never was. You think I'm sick enough to do that?" "I don't know anything about you," said Joe, "other than you're an annoying worm, and I'm going to catch you soon." "You always get your man," Graff agreed, "and I would love to be your man. We'll talk again soon." Graff hung up. Joe lowered the phone and spoke to Harper. "Got an address yet?" "They're working on it," he answered. "Even if we can trace this number to a physical address, he's not going to be there." "I know." She dropped Alderson's phone in Harper's lap, along with her contact card, and left the hiding place. "He claims there's no bomb on the bus, but obviously you're still going to check. Keep me apprised if you would. I'm not officially stepping in on this." "Not yet. But you're invested." Harper laughed. "Good to know you fibbies are human, just like the rest of us. Where are you going?" "To find my niece," Joe replied over her shoulder. "She's not going to be very happy that her field trip was ruined." Chapter 15. On any other day, Joe would have stuck around. She would have found herself a cup of coffee and hung out with Harper until the wee hours of the morning, assisting in any way she could, or stepping in when it was clear they needed her set of skills. This was not any other day. It wasn't hard to find the school kids. They were standing beneath the Space Needle, staring up in wonder at the retro-futuristic monolith. There were 2 cops nearby, doing a pretty good job of acting cool. One of them was sitting on a bench, checking his phone. The other was looking around with his hands on his hips, doing his best impression of a bored security guard at a mall. Both already knew who Joe was. They made no move as she approached. Miss Haptrack came to meet her. The teacher was wringing her hands. She had been crying. "Miss Pullinger," she said quietly, "these officers have been very nice, but they won't tell me what's going on. I'm responsible for all these little ones, you know. The chaperones are here, but they're all looking to me." Joe put her hands on the woman's shoulders and spoke in a calm, authoritative voice. "Everything's fine, Irma. It was just a false alarm, but I'm afraid the field trip has been canceled. All the children from the second bus will need to be transported back to the school by alternative means. The police are bringing some vans to do just that. You'll need to start contacting the parents and let them know what's going on. Just a false alarm. Miss Haptrack repeated it like a mantra. Just a false alarm. Okay. Well, thank you. I'm going to take Chrissy with me, Joe explained. Everything's going to be okay. She patted the teacher on the arm and moved past her. It didn't take long to find Chrissy. The girl came running out of the group. She said nothing at all as she grabbed Joe's hand. Joe led the way back to her car, giving the front of the Seattle Children's Theater a wide berth. Next scene. 20 minutes later, she was sitting on an uncomfortable faux leather chair in the FBI field office lobby. Her phone had been glued to her ear since she sat down. She had first spoken to Kim, Chrissy's mother, and now she was trying to get a hold of Sam. "Come on, pick up," she muttered, biting her lip. He answered on the fourth ring. "Joe, I had to leave my meeting for this, so I hope it's important. Actually, it was a pretty boring meeting. Please keep me on the phone as long as possible." "It is important." Joe glanced across the lobby to another row of chairs. McKinley was there, keeping Chrissy entertained. There was an incident. Someone made a bomb threat on the bus Chrissy was riding this morning. A pause. Then Sam let out a sigh. "Oh, my God, Joe. What happened? Did you talk to Kim already?" "Do I need to call her?" "I already let her know," Joe replied. "And I'll tell you the same thing I told her. Chrissy was already off the bus before anyone knew. It doesn't seem like the bomb threat was legit, but it's being checked out." "Chrissy," Sam said breathlessly. "I'm looking at her. She's okay. Right now she's making paper airplanes with a colleague of mine. One of the little planes crashed at Joe's feet. She unfolded it. Looks like they're using FD 390. 5 forms. That's one we use for witness consent. And now I'm rambling." "You're freaked out," Sam said. "Everything's fine, Joe. Just bad luck. A coincidence, right?" "Except for the fact that this graph guy is doing it to get my attention," Joe thought. But Sam didn't need to know that. Not right this moment, anyway. With luck, Joe would catch the guy before it became pertinent information. Sam took her silence for agreement. "I'll call Kim and have her come grab Chrissy. I already took care of that as well," said Joe. "Actually, that's a lie. Kim insisted. She should be here any moment now." Good. Sam took a deep breath. He was torn between 2 different sets of protective instincts. One for his sister, the other for his daughter. "Take it easy, Joe. You can come have dinner with us tonight if you'd like. Have a beer and a chat." "We'll see." Joe bit her lip. "Might be a busy night for me." "Thanks, Sam." They ended the call. Joe stood up and felt briefly faint as her heart fluttered in her chest. She wondered if Dr. Sinch realized that stress and anxiety were just as bad for the heart as takeout food. Maybe he did. But asking an FBI agent to reduce their stress was like asking a fisherman to stay away from water. Chapter 16. Chrissy giggled, pointing at McKinley's attempt at making a paper airplane. "Yours is all weird, Ian. You didn't fold it right." McKinley held the plane up, gripping it by its bottom crease. "There's more than one way to achieve flight, Chrissy. Check it out." He gave the plane a toss, or at least he tried to. He ended up releasing it at the wrong time, and it nosedived straight into the floor, crumpling. McKinley frowned. Chrissy broke into fresh laughter. "Here," Joe offered, grabbing a form. "Let me show you both how it's done." She crouched, using the seat of an empty chair as a platform. She began making her folds. A door shut loudly somewhere in the building, and heavy footsteps approached. "Grantham," McKinley said. Joe looked up and saw the man himself. Robert Grantham was a barrel-chested man in his 60s without a speck of gray in his dark hair. He was the special agent in charge at the Seattle office. Joe had been the subject of many stern looks from him. This latest one was particularly intense. The SAC turned his gaze to Chrissy, and his eyes softened. He said nothing, simply crooking a finger at Joe and walking away. "Mind watching her for another minute?" Joe asked McKinley. "Her mom should be here soon." McKinley shrugged and nodded. He was undoubtedly itching to get back to his desk and his bottomless cups of coffee. Instead, he picked up another form and got to work on a new airplane. Joe followed Grantham down the carpeted hallways to his office. He held the door for her, then shut it when she walked in. They sat down at his desk. Joe felt a wave of relief when she realized his current bout of fatherly anger was not directed at her. "So we've got some sicko pretending to plant bombs on school buses," he said with a grunt. "And he's doing it for your sake. The question is, did he know that bus would have your niece on it?" Joe had been thinking about that nonstop. He had to know. Otherwise, his whole attempt at getting my attention would have fallen flat. Grantham sat back, folding his hands over his belly. "Right. And how did he get that information?" "I told Glenn Harper that I wouldn't be stepping in just yet." Joe yanked at the collar of her shirt. Her anger was making her feel hot. "But I guess you know what I want to ask next, sir." Grantham nodded. "You want to take over this case?" "It's in the beginning stages, Joe. All we know so far is we have a fake bomb threat." "Probably fake," Joe pointed out. "And a guy who saw you on the news and got a crush. Maybe he works for the school district in some capacity or knows someone who does. There are probably a lot of ways someone could find out what buses were going to be used today. What I'm saying is, this rabbit hole doesn't go quite deep and dark." "Enough. Not yet." "Not yet," Grantham agreed. "Harper's going to keep us in the loop. If this thing heats up at all, maybe we'll step in. But I'm not sure you're the agent I'd choose." Joe had expected this. "There's a personal angle in it for me. I get it. But, sir, have I ever given you a reason to doubt my professionalism?" He gave her one of his looks. "I will admit that you're a great agent, Pullinger. I'll think about it. Sometimes a personal angle is what we need to get that extra edge, right? You're dismissed." Joe thanked her boss and left the room. Chapter 17. Joe Sutton stood in the middle of his apartment and turned in a circle. It was small and cramped. Cozy was the word he liked to use. He liked that about the place. But he liked the cheap rent even more. The bad part about having such a cozy place was when you had to navigate it while using crutches. Joe stumbled this way and that, making his way through stacks of his belongings. Most of them were old magazines, stacks of National Geographic and Scientific American. Joe liked to glance through those from time to time. Some of the stacks were made up of vinyl records. Joe had never fancied himself a collector. He just liked music and was too lazy to upgrade to every new media technology. First, he missed out on the cassette tape wave. Then it was CDs. Then came MP3 files that people loaded up on little music doodads. And nowadays people were streaming music straight from the internet. By now, Joe figured it was too late to play catch-up. He grabbed a dusty record sleeve from the middle of a stack. It turned out to be a Gregory Isaacs album. Joe stumbled over to his record player. In a moment, his apartment was full of reggae music. Joe plopped himself down in his easy chair by the window. He stared at his casted leg. The nurses and doctors at the hospital had been so nice, but now he was here, alone. He had to figure out what to do with the next month or so of his life. That was about how long it took a compound fracture to heal. That was what Dr. Clifton had told him. He picked up an acoustic guitar and started to strum. The thing was way out of tune. Joe never had much musical talent to begin with. He quickly abandoned that activity. For a few minutes he twiddled his thumbs and looked around, trying to think of other old hobbies he could get back into. As his eyes wandered around, they landed on a small leather case. It took him a moment to remember what was inside. With a grunt of pain, he got up and hobbled over. Popping open the case, he pulled out a pair of binoculars. "Oh, yeah," he grinned. "I used to like to birdwatch. Never could spot that nuthatch I always looked for. Maybe they don't even live in Seattle." Joe sat back down. He wiped the dust off the lenses, then spent some time trying to get the focus right. He peered through binoculars at a maple tree that was growing in the courtyard of his apartment complex. A few different kinds of birds flitted back and forth. He tried to recall the names. "Welp, that there's a chickadee. I remember that one. And who are you? Some kind of sparrow, I suppose. And what's this?" The third type of bird was one he couldn't remember seeing before. He watched it for several minutes. Then he returned to where he found the binoculars and rifled around. Under a pile of old mail, he found his bird-watching book. He flipped through the pages quickly, trying to keep the image of the bird fixed in his mind. He found an image that was a perfect match. "Got ya. Well, I'll be. It's a red-breasted nuthatch." Joe cracked up laughing, and from there he was hooked. He sat down again, content to spend his entire healing period watching birds. The maple tree stood less than 30 feet away from a particular apartment. The shades of its living room window were drawn. If they weren't, Joe would have been able to look inside, and something startling would have met his eyes. Chapter 18. For a little while, Graf drove with a tight grip on the wheel. He watched his mirrors, expecting to see the flashing lights. But of course the cops were way too stupid to catch him. He had been right there, so close by. They probably could have hit him with their sidearms if they knew where to aim. His frantic drive turned into a casual, aimless trek. He took random turns, crisscrossing his way through Seattle. There was a strong urge to punch the accelerator, but Graf resisted. It was important that he continued looking normal. It would not do to get caught for speeding. He was giddy. Sweat poured down his face and from his armpits. He couldn't get the image of Joe Pullinger out of his head. "I talked to her," he said in disbelief. "I finally talked to her. This is a historic day. One for the books, don't you think? I think it calls for a celebration. Maybe a bottle of bubbly." Graf glanced into the rearview mirror, grimacing angrily. He reached back, punching the back seat. "I said, don't you think?" There was no answer. Graf let go of his anger, knowing he probably wouldn't hear anything even if the woman did answer. He took another of his random turns, letting fate and whim dictate his path. Even if the morons at the SPD had his scent, there was no way they could predict this path. And thus, no way of catching him. Graf's car ambled along Yisler Way. He looked around, searching for something. "I think there's an Ethiopian place around here somewhere. I keep meaning to try it. Hummy." He felt his blood sugar dropping. He opened his glove box and pulled out a protein bar. Something small and light, fast to digest. He had some training to do once he got the current situation squared away. He had no idea how long that would take. Luckily, there were several more protein bars if he needed them. Next scene. The woman in the trunk heard the thump of her captor's fist hitting the seat. She heard him shouting, but she had no idea what he was saying. Even if she had heard him clearly, there was no way of answering. She was gagged with several layers of cloth and a thick strand of rope. She could hardly even breathe, let alone get out a single word. There was more rope around her ankles and wrists. Her mobility was reduced to almost nothing. No way to scream for help. No way to move enough to bang on the trunk lid. Her legs were strong. There was power in her athletic body. But the knots were tight and the rope was strong. Not even a gorilla could have gotten loose. She had struggled at first, but quickly realized there was no use. If she wanted to survive, there was only one thing she could do. Stay calm and conserve her energy. Chapter 19. Brian Ford grabbed the coffee cup to his left. He almost took a drink before realizing it was cold and cloudy. He looked around, spotted a second cup behind his monitor, and grabbed it. The coffee was still warm. Much better. He took a sip and ignored the mess of files and sticky notes that littered his desk. About 100 more cups like this, and I might think about starting up a new filing system. The little clock on the bottom right of his monitor told him it was still before 11. Another 6 hours and he could knock off work for the day, go home and have dinner with his family. Kelly had been understanding of her husband's long work hours at the Seattle Police Department, but they were both happy that he could now make his own schedule. As fun as it was, chasing leads into the small hours, Ford thought it was even better to be lying in bed next to his wife, especially since he had come so close to losing her. He smiled at the framed picture on the corner of his desk. It had been with him at the SEPD and showed his daughter Hazel at a much younger age. Maybe it was time for an update. There was a knock at his office door. "Come in," Ford called. The door opened, and a young woman stepped in. Desi Asher wore her curly hair in a bun that started off neat in the morning, but became a frizzy mess by noon. It was already well on its way. Her bronze cheeks were flushed a deeper crimson shade. "You look flustered," Ford observed. "So do you?" his assistant shot back. Ford smiled. Desi was far from the most qualified applicant he had considered. She was fresh out of college with no practical experience. But he liked her style. She got anxious, but her anxiety acted like a water heater sacrificial anode. She absorbed stress and kept it away from Ford. "If I do look flustered," Ford went on, "it's because I almost just took a drink of day-old coffee, or week-old, or who knows how old. Bad habits." Desi pursed her lips as she grabbed the old cup off his desk. "If you want, I can stay late tonight and, I don't know." She swept her hand around in the air. "Try to bring some order to this madness." "Not necessary." Ford rifled through the messy papers. "I know exactly where everything is. Like this thing, whatever it is." He held up a sheet of paper, staring quizzically at it. "That's the paperwork for your private investigator license," said Desi. "Should probably be in a filing cabinet by now, but what do I know?" Ford rubbed his hands over his face. "You're stressed," Desi observed. He took another sip of coffee. "Just need to get used to this new job. I used to just be the guy who responded to calls. Now I have to respond to them. Know what I mean? He smacked his lips. What is this, French roast? We ran out. That's some kind of medium blend. It tastes like I just licked the bottom of a rat cage. If you find the time today, would you mind making a supply run? Wait a second. Why did you come in here? Just got an interesting call. Desi smiled. I know you said you didn't want to take any new clients right now, but I also know you're getting sick of taking photos of adulterers, so... Ford leaned toward her. Tell me all about it. She slapped a sticky note down in front of him. It bore a phone number. Concerned father. His daughter never showed up to work this morning. The police brushed off his concerns and told him to call back tomorrow if she's still missing. I guess this guy's impatient, though. Ford looked at his family photo again. I would be too. So he wants me to track his girl down. Make sure she's all right. Sounds like a slam dunk. Might even be able to finish it before lunch, huh? He picked up his phone and dialed the number. Chapter 20. The concerned father in question lived over on 47th Street in West Seattle. It was a quiet residential area. The houses were small, set back far from the road. Bushy pine trees and hedges dominated the space, making everything feel cramped and separated. It wasn't quite raining as Ford stepped out of his car. A mist hung in the air that seemed to shed fine droplets of water by osmosis. It was like walking through a spider web with dew on it. His shoes splashed in cold puddles as he approached the home of Mario Vasquez. The residence was a comfortable-looking place, though it was starting to fall into disrepair. It looked like the home of a guy who was too busy with life to do things like repainting shutters. The door was solid, though. It gave off a satisfying reverb as Ford knocked the meaty part of his fist against it. There was a doorbell, but knocking always felt more official. He was here to do a job, not pay a social visit. Mario was probably waiting right inside the door. He gave it a few seconds before pulling it open. There was a ready smile on his face, but it was false. It didn't touch his eyes. That didn't surprise Ford at all. This guy was worried about his daughter. And whether you hired him or not, you were never going to be happy to see a private investigator standing on your porch. Mario Vasquez, I'm Brian Ford. Mario ushered him inside, then shut the door behind him. The place was organized and clean. Mostly. The carpet could use a pass with a vacuum cleaner. The windowsills were dusty and littered with dead bugs. Are you married, Mr. Vasquez? Ford asked. No. Divorced. 5 years ago. Mario fell onto a tattered easy chair. It let out a squeaky sigh under his weight. Ford looked around the living room. He decided on the love seat and sat down. Is the ex-wife in question also the mother of your daughter? Right into it, huh? Mario leaned forward. He rubbed his hands together with great force. Yeah, she's the mother, but Emily's relationship with her is not good. Besides, she lives in Arizona, far away from here, so there's no way that's where Emily went. Ford nodded. This guy was smart. All right. Tell me everything you know. Mario shrugged. Not much, unfortunately. Emily's good friends with everyone at work, even with her manager. That's who called me this morning. When Emily didn't show up, he tried getting a hold of her first. When that didn't work, he called you. Right. Mario's hands were shaking. He picked up a magazine about cars from the coffee table and flipped through it nervously for a second. Then he tossed it back down. If you knew my Emily, you'd be worried too. I am worried, Ford said. Mario kept going. She's never been late to anything except when she relied on her mom to get her someplace. Emily is a very responsible person. very dependable, and she actually likes her job, believe it or not. So for her not to show up, to not even call, Mario hung his head, shaking it back and forth. "I understand," Ford said, "and I'm going to take this very seriously, Mr. Vasquez. You said on the phone that your daughter works at the Charlestown Bank. That's where I'm going next." Ford stood up. Mario got to his feet as well, patting his pockets. "Dang, I think I left my checkbook in the bedroom," he muttered. Ford waved a hand. "I'll be in touch to discuss the fee at a later date." Mario frowned. "I'm trying to hire you, Mr. Ford. Please, consider me hired." "Mario." Ford gave the man a pat on the shoulder. "But I won't charge you until I know this is a real case. Chances are, Emily's going to show up to work soon with some excuse for why she's late. Try not to worry. Not worry too much." He added that last part because he was a father, too. Telling a parent not to worry was a futile effort. Chapter 21. It was a short drive from the Vasquez house to Charlestown Bank. Ford didn't have much time to think. No time to settle into that mental groove that was so important to detective work. But it didn't matter. He had no information yet, and no real suspicion that anything was amiss. He just wanted to find Emily and bring the good news to Mario. In person, there were precious few smiles in his line of work. No one hired him because they wanted to set up a surprise birthday party. The wet mist had dispersed. The last tendrils curled away from Ford's feet as he approached the front of the bank. The big glass door made a sucking sound as he breached the inner bubble of warm air. Ford wiped his shoes on the mat before entering. It was a slow day. There was only one customer. One of the tellers, a young woman, was helping the customer deposit a check. The other teller was standing bored at the counter. She gave Ford a hopeful look, like she was trying to say, "Please help this day go by just a little faster." Ford smiled at her as he approached. He made sure to read her name tag. "Good morning, Pam. My name's Brian Ford." He slipped a business card out of his wallet and slid it across the counter. Pam looked at it for a long time. She narrowed her eyes. Then she opened them wide and looked up. "Oh, I guess you'll want to talk to Mr. Dance." "If Mr. Dance is the manager, then yes." She looked to her left. Ford followed her gaze. There was a private office there. The blinds were down on the windows and the door was shut. "I think he's on an important call right now," Pam said. "If you wouldn't mind waiting." "Not at all. Thanks for your help." Ford let her keep the card. You never knew who might need your services next. While he waited, he helped himself to one of the free lollipops on the counter. It was the same brand and mishmash of flavors that sat on virtually every bank counter in America. Today he picked the butterscotch flavor. He jammed a little lump of hard sugar into his mouth as he wandered slowly around the lobby. All banks were pretty much the same. You had the thin, gray carpet, the laminate particle board counters, the little stand in the middle with deposit slips on it, the pen with the bead chain attached, and, of course, the tiny sitting area with its urn of complimentary coffee. Ford filled a small paper cup and took a sip. He nodded happily. It was good stuff. He was approaching the bottom of the cup when the door of the manager's office swung open. Ford dashed the last sip of coffee down his throat and turned on his heel, just in time to see Pam signaling to her boss, letting him know the PI was in the house. Mr. Dance resembled a mouse. He was small and slope-shouldered. He had a weak chin and a prominent nose. Hollywood stereotypes would have pegged him as some kind of villain, but he struck Ford as a nice guy immediately. Plus, He had a strong grip when they shook hands. "Mr. Ford, is it?" the manager said. "Call me Brian. In that case, call me Harvey." The manager's eyes had a sharp twinkle in them. "Sorry for making you wait. I was just trying to find someone to cover the rest of Emily's shift. Jenny was nice enough to come in on her day off, but she can only stay a couple of hours." The customer who was cashing the check had finished his business. He stepped out of the bank, leaving both tellers twiddling their thumbs. "Not a very busy day," Ford pointed out. "Yeah, I could probably just let Pam handle it on her own. She's been here for years. She could run this whole place, with her eyes closed probably." Harvey Dance plucked the thick glasses off his face. When he wiped his eyes, Ford realized what that twinkle was. The manager had either been crying or close to it. He was a sensitive guy, probably very protective of his employees. "Let's talk about Emily," Ford said. He expected Harvey to take him into his office. Instead, the manager sat down right next to the complimentary coffee urn. Ford joined him. "She's never been late," Harvey said with force, almost shouting, except once, when she got a flat tire. Even then, she was only delayed by 10 minutes. Changed the tire herself, even though I offered to come help, and she called to let me know she was going to be late. Harvey looked at his watch. "She's almost 2 hours late today, Mr. Ford. And she hasn't called. There's been no sign of her." Ford nodded. He spotted a few Employee of the Month plaques on the wall. Emily Vasquez smiled out from one of them. Again, Ford thought of his daughter, Hazel. "Don't worry, Harvey," he said. "I'm going to take this situation very seriously." Chapter 22. When Jo came back from her short talk with Grantham, Chrissy was gone. So was McKinley. She knew he was back at his desk right now, doing his usual McKinley thing while simultaneously exhausting the office coffee supply. There was work to be done here, of the boring paperwork kind. Also, she wanted to find a slice of time to visit the gun range, but neither of those pursuits held interest for her right now. Graf was all she could think about, and the fear she had heard in the voices of her brother and sister-in-law. She had enough trouble sleeping on a good night. There would be no good nights until this guy was caught, until she could sit down across from him in an interrogation room and listen to him speak. Jo left the field office and hopped in her car. Next, scene. The Seattle Police Department resembled any other office. There were a bunch of desks and computers. There were phones ringing nonstop. The main difference was that the guys at the desks wore police uniforms. Jo drew the eyes of several desk jockeys. As she walked through the building, she heard someone whispering about Brian Ford. Their exploits together were a legend around here, she figured. After all, no one else at the Seattle PD had ever been pinned down by a sniper down in Oregon, or saved a man from suffocating inside a carbon monoxide-filled storage unit. The suffocating man in question being Sam, her brother, and the savior being Brian Ford. She owed a lot to the former SPD detective. It was sad not seeing him here. She made a mental note to check in with him soon. There was a reception desk just ahead. She was about to ask the guy sitting behind it about Glenn Harper, but then she spotted the man himself. He was rushing along with a frown of concentration on his face. When he saw Jo, he let one corner of his mouth curl into a smile. He beckoned to her. Jo joined Harper. They said nothing until they were ensconced in his office. The keyboard and monitor on the desk were both covered in dust, a sign that he was rarely here. "I was going to call you as soon as this business was finished." He sighed, dropping into his chair. He had been carrying a file folder, which he opened. There was a single sheet of paper inside, a typed report. "But since you're already here, there's no evidence of any bomb on that bus. It looks like a total bluff. Obviously, we've still got an unstable person out there. Perhaps a true maniac. Guys like that don't stop at bluffs. You ask me, it won't be long until he starts hurting people for real." Jo didn't sit down. She paced the small office. Harper's sharp green eyes followed her. "I agree," she said. "If he's obsessed with me, he's not going to be happy with a quick phone call. He's most likely already working on his next ploy for drawing my attention. I'd like to see him collared before that happens." Harper smiled, letting out a satisfied sigh. "As it turns out, we were able to track that call. It led us to a condo building just around the corner from the children's theater." He pulled the radio handset off his belt and set it on the desk. He fiddled with buttons and knobs until the staticky sound of police communication filled the room. "We've got 2 officers on the scene now," Harper continued. "Want to listen in?" Jo immediately abandoned her pacing and sat down. She leaned closer to the radio in order to not miss a word. Chapter 23. The squad car idled near the curb, outside an L-shaped 4-story condo building. The stately landscaping and elegant red brick were somehow reduced by the mist that had once again fallen over the city. The place looked smaller, cramped into a little bubble. There was a second squad car parked in the alleyway behind the building, its occupant watching, in case anyone tried to escape that way. Officer Reese was the man out front. He lifted his radio. "See anything that way, Anatoly?" The response came. "That's a negative. Saw a mean-looking street cat. Had one ear just about chewed off." "That's it. Could be. Our man has shape-shifting abilities," Reese joked. "Yeah. Too bad we ain't got cuffs small enough to fit a cat. Guess he got away." They shared a laugh, but were cut off by a fresh communique from dispatch. It was their permission to make the approach. The operation was already planned out. Both officers knew just where to go. Just as they knew that the presence of police cars by this building was a fairly common sight. Common enough, anyway, that a criminal hiding inside might not feel too paranoid. Reese and Anatoly had plenty of time to chat while they had been waiting. Both men agreed that if this creep was a real threat, they would have sent a SWAT team. But it was just the 2 of them, which meant the bomb threat wasn't real. Even so, both men had kids of their own, little ones who'd be starting kindergarten within the next year. So anyone who would even think about threatening a school bus was a very bad man. Bad enough that he might trip and have an accident while getting into the back of the squad car. Reese clipped his radio back on his belt. He opened the door and stepped out casually, swinging it shut behind him. He strolled up the building's front walk and ascended a set of concrete stairs. The drizzle made a pitter-patter on his hat. He found himself thinking about his wife and little one at home, probably napping right now. The thought made him smile. He let himself think these things to stay calm, to remind himself why he was doing this. Anatoly came around the side of the building, scraping along the wall. Reese stood on the steps and waited for the other officer to come over. Together, they stepped off into the dirt, heading toward a window on the ground floor. Inside was the condo the bomber's call had come from. Reese had noticed from a distance that the window was open. Now that he was up close, he saw that it had been forced into that position. With a crowbar or a screwdriver, he figured. There were fresh gouge marks on the frame. Anatoly went first. He grabbed the bottom of the window and pulled himself up. He winced in pain as the thin metal edge dug into his fingers. His muddy shoes scraped the wall as he climbed. As soon as Anatoly was in, he drew his weapon and checked his angles. Then he gestured to Reese. Reese climbed in next. He pulled his own sidearm out, glancing around. Right away, he could tell this was the residence of an elderly person. It had that unidentifiable but unmistakable homey smell. There were doilies on every surface. The furniture was old-fashioned. A TV was playing loudly in the next room. Some kind of sitcom with a laugh track. "I got your back," Anatoly whispered. Reese held his gun near his cheek, pointed straight up, with his finger off the trigger. He licked his lips nervously as he moved through the dining room. He realized with relief that there was no carpet here. The floors were hardwood. The muddy tracks they left would be easy to clean. That was when he noticed that there were already footprints here. The mud was going dry. The tracks were crumbling, becoming indistinct. It was impossible to tell which way they faced, but Reese knew they had to be tracks left by the would-be bomber. He kicked off his shoes and gestured for Anatoly to do the same. They gave the old prints a wide berth. Both of them had friends on the forensics team, and they knew better than to mess with evidence. The door to the next room was shut. The TV sounded even louder now. Reese thought he recognized the show. It was something his wife liked to watch on occasion. "I hate sitcoms," Anatoly mumbled. Reese held up 3 fingers. He folded them down one after another. When all 3 were down, he opened the door. Both officers lunged through together. Reese swept to the right. Anatoly went left. It was a living room. They didn't see anyone at first, but then Anatoly pointed toward the recliner in front of the TV. Someone was sitting in it. Their frizzy hair was poking up over the top. They came around the chair on either side. There was an old woman in the chair. She was slumped to the side, with her neck bent at an awkward angle. "Ma'am, it's the police," Reese said. She didn't stir. "Excuse me, miss," Anatoly shouted. He looked up at Reese, drawing a finger across his throat. Reese also feared she was dead. The bomber must have killed her so he could have the place to himself. One question remained. Was he still here? Reese signaled Anatoly to stay put. He performed a sweep of the rest of the condo. He checked everything. Under the bed, behind the shower curtain. He even looked inside the tiny closet that held the water heater. He returned to Anatoly, shaking his head. No one else here. Anatoly smiled, pointing to something on the arm of the chair. It was a hearing aid. It had fallen from the woman's ear. Reese touched her shoulder. Her eyes shot open and flicked back and forth. She sat up fast, but didn't make a sound. Quickly, she grabbed the hearing aid and stuffed it back in her ear. "Huh! Did the neighbors think I died again?" she croaked. Another noise complaint. "I'll tell them what I always tell them. The TV isn't even that loud." The show had gone to a commercial break. A blaring voice was talking about a new crispy chicken sandwich. Reese found the remote and hit the mute button. "Sorry to wake you, Mom," he said. "Has anyone else been inside your home today?" She thought about it for a second but shook her head. It didn't mean anything. She had been asleep without her hearing aid in. And the volume had been so loud. Reese was surprised he didn't hear it from the street. Someone had been inside. The muddy tracks were proof of that. But there was no way this lady would have known. Chapter 24. I checked twice. Reese said through the radio on Harper's desk. And Anatoly had a look of his own. "There's no one here." The tracks left by our bomber lead right up to the landline in the kitchen. Looks like... Harper nodded to himself. He turned off the radio and looked at Joe. "And the tracks are dried up. This Graf guy probably left as soon as he ended the call with you. We had no chance of catching him at this condo. All we can hope for is that he left prints on that phone. I don't think that's likely. Do you? Jo shook her head. We can analyze the material left by his tracks. Harper sighed. That won't tell us anything. The mud would have come from right outside the condominium window. Maybe we can get a shoe size. Maybe more like a ballpark estimate. Maybe more like a ballpark estimate. There's nothing here. But he threw up his hands. I'm on the bomb squad. My interest in this case is just scholarly. I understand. Thanks, Harper. I appreciate you inviting me into your office. He told her to stop by any time. Jo left him there and headed down the hall. She pulled out her phone and gave Grantham a call. Pullinger, said the SAC, by way of greeting. I'm at Seattle PD, sir, she told him. Graff's call was successfully traced, but evidence at the scene is lackluster. She gave him a quick rundown of the situation. I understand, Grantham replied. Seems like it's a dead end. Unfortunate. But isn't there some other work you should be doing? Jo followed her nose to the break room, where she found a pot of coffee. She poured some into a foam cup and carried it with her. Sir, I think I'm already doing it. I know there isn't much here to go on, but I have a feeling about this one. And it isn't because my niece was involved. Grantham sighed. I understand, he said again. I think I should step in on this now. Jo took a drink of coffee. It was bitter and sour, like it had been sitting on the hot plate for an hour. But it was still coffee. We're dealing with yet another wily weirdo, and everyone knows that's my specialty. An old mustached detective yawned to her left. He got up from his desk and headed toward the break room, holding an empty mug. Jo thought about warning him that the coffee was of poor quality, but Grantham was talking. By now, Miss Pullinger, you've earned my trust and belief. And since this guy is a big fan of yours, you're already involved. Might as well make it official. Just be careful. The bad people we deal with always have their own sick motives. But this time, the motive is you. If this gets hairy, think about stepping away. Maybe even go on a little vacation. I appreciate that, sir. She smiled, feeling a wave of appreciation for Grantham. She wasn't worried about herself. But she would never let anything happen to Sam, Kim, Chrissy, or baby Jack. To keep them safe, she had to find Graff and get him off the streets as soon as possible. Chapter 25. Jo finished her sour cup of coffee as she left the police station. She threw the cup into a garbage can. Her heart was beating fast. It was just the thrill of the hunt, she knew. Even so, she heard Dr. Singh's words of caution echoing in her head. Maybe it was the coffee and the excitement. They were too much for her heart. No, not her heart. It was the heart of an evil man. A killer. Even after all this time, she still had trouble accepting the organ as her own. She forced herself to focus on the matter at hand. It was time to visit the scene and see if she could draw her own conclusions from it. Next scene. When she reached the condo, she saw 2 cops standing by the curb. It was easy to guess who was who. Anatoly must be the shorter guy. He had messy black hair and a long, thin nose. Reese was taller, and she was surprised by how young he looked. There were freckles on his nose. There was a third person here, too, a bony woman in her 80s. From the hearing aid jutting out of her ear, it was obvious she was the resident of the condo. All 3 stared in awe as Jo got out of the car and flashed her bureau identification. I'm Agent Jo Pullinger, with the Federal Bureau of Investigations, she announced. Reese cleared his throat and took the lead. Good morning, ma'am. He looked at his wrist. Good afternoon, I guess. Can I ask what interest the FBI has in this case? You can ask, but I won't answer. Joe pointed toward the bottom floor unit on the building's left wing, closest to the street. Is that the place? The old woman answered. She spoke more loudly than she needed to. That's my home, yes. My grandson set me up there. It's not bad. Hard to deal with those steps, though. Are you with the CIA? The FBI, ma'am, Joe clarified. Your grandson picked a beautiful building for you. She scoffed. He's rich. Could have found something bigger. Anatoly led the woman away and let her ramble on. Reese beckoned to Joe. They walked up the stairs. Nearby, a woman with light blue booties over her shoes was pouring plaster into shoe impressions. In a way, it's lucky this guy targeted a school bus. Reese commented. Otherwise, no one would care. No way we'd be taking plaster casts or dusting for prints. We'd just chalk it up to some chucklehead trying to entertain himself by throwing out fake threats. Joe nodded. Tell me about the resident, if you would. Sure. Her name's Vera Collins. Not much to say about her. She has a big extended family, but it doesn't seem like anyone comes to see her very often. He chuckled, gesturing to her. She was still bad-mouthing her grandson to Anatoly. No wonder, huh? No wonder. Joe stared at the tech who was taking the casts. A woman who lives alone. Hard of hearing. On the ground floor, with accessible windows. Yup. Reese gave her an approving smile. The creep planned this out. Maybe he lives around here, huh? Chapter 26. Out on the sidewalk, Vera Collins finally got it into her head that an FBI agent was here. She suddenly tore away from Anatoly and rushed up the steps. She moved with surprising speed. Her ears might have been dulled, and maybe her mind was going too, but she was still in good shape. "Agent," she squalled. "Agent, please. You've got to get in there and make sure there's no one in my home. I don't trust these cops." "They're a bunch of jugheads? I appreciate that, Mrs. Collins," Reese remarked. "Ms. Collins," she corrected him. "My husband died 12 years ago." "But you still have his last name?" Reese asked. He seemed genuinely confused. Joe left them on the steps. She approached the tech by the window and asked the best way to get inside. Then she headed through the condo building's front entrance. She made her way to Vera's place, slipping gloves onto both hands. She knocked at the door. A man in coveralls opened it. He handed her a pair of booties. She thanked him, slipping them over her shoes as she entered. They had the place pretty well covered. Things were being tagged and photographed. Not that there was much to look at. Vera kept her place clean and extremely well organized. Joe explored the condominium, growing more disheartened as she went. Other than the muddy footprints, it seemed like Graff left nothing behind. Someone was already dusting the landline phone. There were no visible prints. He seems like the smart type of criminal, Joe thought. He isn't sloppy. The last room Joe visited was the kitchen. She looked into all the cupboards, grabbing the edges of the doors rather than the handles. There was nothing out of the ordinary in any of them. As she was scanning the countertops, she spotted something sticking out from under a wooden bowl full of fruit. It was a folded sheet of paper, perfectly crisp and smooth. If it had been here for any length of time, it would have been crinkled and water-stained. Probably just a fresh grocery list Vera made, Joe thought. Or maybe it's something else. She grabbed the corner of the note and pulled it out. She unfolded the paper. The first thing she saw written on it was her own name. The note read, "To Joe Pullinger, it's no exaggeration for me to say I'm your #1 fan. Did you know the word fan is a shortening of fanatic? Am I a fanatic of yours? The answer is yes. I am a fanatic. I love you, and I love to watch you work. I want to give you the inspiration you need to do your best work yet. It will not be easy for you to catch me, but I know you are capable of it. I know you will get me eventually. I'm counting on it. Not that I'm trying to get caught. Obviously, the truth is the opposite. I'm trying as hard as possible not to get caught. Which means it will take a very good agent to catch me, such as yourself. I'm looking forward to the cat and mouse game. Right now, I am in control. Maybe you will be in control. Maybe you will be in control soon. We will pass the baton of control back and forth until one of us manages to keep it. You'll be hearing from me again soon. Take care. It was not signed. The note was written on the back of some kind of form. At first, Jo's heart sank when she saw it. She thought it was one of the same forms Chrissy and McKinley had been using to make paper airplanes. That would have meant Graff had been at the field office, or he was somehow linked to the FBI. Jo studied the document carefully and saw it was a different form entirely. A divorce form. There was no writing on it at all. It was freshly printed and unmarked, at least to the naked eye, anyway. Paper was a very common source of fingerprints. Even if a criminal was careful enough not to touch the paper with their fingertips, they might still nudge it with their palm or some other area of the hand. The fact that it was a divorce form seemed curious. It couldn't belong to Vera. She had said herself that her husband was dead. It was something Graff had brought with him. It was not the usual type of paper someone grabbed when they wanted to scrawl a quick note. The back of an envelope was more common, or a sticky note, or the pages of a notebook. Jo found the forensics tech who had let her in and procured a plastic baggie. She slipped the note into it and left in a hurry. Chapter 27. Jo was glad to see Reese still waiting outside. He was a pleasant person to be around. Boyish, but with a nice smile, he greeted her, asking if she had found anything. There was a quandary ahead of her. An FBI agent's investigation often depended on the trust and respect of local law enforcement, guys like Reese and Anatoly, and their bosses. The general idea was one of cooperation. Ordinarily, she would have let the police have the note and run forensics on it, and they would report their findings to her. But this time, the note contained her name. She was involved in this, a key player by default. She could ask Reese not to look at the note, just to run it straight to the lab. She could ask the chief of police to keep a tight lid on the whole affair, to keep the media out. She trusted cops. They were honest people by and large. However, human nature was always a factor. Curiosity and a thirst for drama. Jo had already been in the news enough. Her family had already been involved in things that should never have touched them. Now's the moment when the FBI takes full control, Jo thought. Nothing, Jo said to Reese. She handed him her card. If anything else pops up, I'd appreciate a call. He took the card, giving her a friendly nod. Will do. Jo didn't feel bad. Reese was young. He might be in law enforcement, but he still had a relatively simple life. The less people like him knew, the better. Next scene. Back at the field office, she was momentarily distracted from her work by a new arrival. Standing near McKinley's desk was a tall, athletic man in his late 20s. He looked like a movie star, a bit too handsome to be real. He and McKinley were joking around, laughing at something. Jo. McKinley waved to her. Come meet our newest transfer. The movie star turned toward her with a smile. He stuck out his hand. Edward Swan. Agent Edward Swan. She found herself laughing at this, even though it wasn't particularly funny. She shook his hand. I'm Joe Pullinger. Welcome. I didn't know we were getting anyone new. Swan nodded. This was an abrupt thing. I can show you around, Ed, McKinley broke in. I'm sure once you've seen one field office, you've seen them all, but still. I've heard a lot about you, Pullinger, said Swan, ignoring McKinley. You've got a colorful history, lots of interesting cases, just an interesting life in general. His eyes sparkled. He gazed directly into Joe's eyes. No fear or shyness there. Swan hadn't said much. He hadn't done anything but stand there. Still, he exuded a strong air of control and confidence. Very important for an FBI agent, Joe thought. She found herself staring back into his eyes, mesmerized. Huh. McKinley sighed, drumming on his desk. Restless as ever. What do you have there, Joe? She held up the baggie with a note inside. She broke herself out of her reverie. Found this at the condo. It's from Graf to me. I want it tested here, in-house. McKinley looked from Swan to her and back again. He reached out for the evidence. If that's the case, I can run it over to the lab for you. Maybe you should show the newbie around. At least tell him how to get to the coffee pot. That's important. He hurried away, carrying the evidence bag. Swan raised his eyebrows as he watched McKinley leave. He's a strange character. I like him already. McKinley's a lifesaver, Joe said with a sigh. But I worry about him sometimes. He sleeps even less than I do, especially after what happened to his brother. Swan folded his arms over his chest. I heard about that. McKinley's a good agent, Joe said. I think he'll continue being a good agent. But I believe his motivations have changed. He saw the dark side of what our justice system is capable of. Now I think he's fighting to save his own image of what it should be. She sensed Swan turning gloomy beside her. She wanted to lift his spirits as well as her own, so she swept her arm to the side. Come on. I'll show you where the hardest working coffee pot in the world is located. Chapter 28. Joe showed Swan around for a while. It wasn't a detailed tour, though. After the first 5 minutes, their focus shifted. Rather than focusing on their surroundings, they talked, asking and answering questions, but not about anything important. She learned he was from L.A., born and raised. Joe told him briefly about the Graf case, but other than that, their talk was strictly casual. She justified the diversion by telling herself she was waiting for lab results. Swan justified it by saying he was waiting for his paperwork to be processed. They were both experiencing downtime. McKinley found them after an hour. He jogged toward them, waving papers above his head. He looked excited. Joe, they already found a print and got a match. She took the papers. The top one was a printout of the scanned note from Graf. The middle sheet was a printout of the divorce form on the front of the note. And the bottom sheet was the short arrest record for a man she'd never heard of, Harvey Dance, Joe read. McKinley tapped the sheet. We had his prints on file from a driving under the influence incident years ago. It's the only mark on his record, and I guess the guy has lived a completely clean life otherwise. These days he works as a manager at the Charlestown Bank. Beneath the arrest record, McKinley had added an image of Harvey's most recent driver's license. Swan pointed at it. This guy's in his 50s. He's reasonably successful, probably drives a nice car, and has a good house. Doesn't really fit the usual profile. Joe smiled at him. I was thinking the exact same thing. I have this guy pegged as in his 20s. McKinley glanced between them again. "You guys know profiles are wrong sometimes, right?" "Yeah, but I talked to this guy on the phone," Joe told him. "I heard his voice. He was making an effort to sound sinister, but he's definitely younger. A bank manager probably doesn't have time to find that perfect spot for making his calls," Swan pointed out. McKinley shrugged, but this Harvey Dance guy might know something. Joe took the papers. "Thanks. I'm going to head over there right now and talk to him. It's 1:30 on a weekday, so I think I know exactly where to find this guy." She studied Harvey Dance's license photo as she left the building. He looked a bit like a rodent. His eyes were blank and cold behind his glasses. Then again, a lot of people looked like that in license photos. He was 5 feet 6 inches tall and weighed less than Joe had in high school. Does he look like a criminal? Joe thought. She tried to imagine the guy in the picture calling in a bomb threat on a school bus, or going to the school bus depot and messing around to lend credence to that threat. One thing she had learned in her line of work was that madness and evil didn't have a face. It didn't prefer one particular disguise over any other. The friendly guy living next door could be a serial killer. The nice girl you paid to babysit your kids might enjoy torturing animals in her private time. The picture would become clearer when she met Harvey. Joe didn't realize she was being followed until she was almost at her car. Swan was right behind her, casually walking with his hands in his pockets. "Mind if I join you?" he asked. "I'd like to see how the best in the business gets things done." Joe shrugged, popping her door open. "You're on GPS duty. I have no idea where Charlestown Bank is." He sat down, buckled his seatbelt, and pulled out his phone. "Don't worry. I'll get us there." Chapter 29. It was a 15-minute drive to reach Charlestown Bank. The most direct path would be to head south. Instead, Joe went north a little way and doubled back along the waterfront to make sure they drove past a few local sites. She cracked the windows to give Swan a taste of Seattle air, saltwater mixed with the smells of fish and chips. "So far, I'm liking this city," he said. "It looks dirtier in some ways, but it feels cleaner." "Cleaner than L.A.?" Joe asked. He nodded. "It depends on the section of L.A. But even when you're in Beverly Hills, driving past mansions, there's just a grimy feeling about the place. You get the sense that something dirty is happening behind every door. Maybe even something illegal." "Sounds like job-induced paranoia," Joe pointed out. "Happens to a lot of BI agents." "Yeah, I think that's exactly it." He smiled as they drove past Ivar's, watching people toss French fries to the seagulls. "We're used to seeing the worst of humanity, the most dishonest and evil people out there. It gets to the point where you expect to see that behavior around every corner." The radio was on, playing classical music at a volume almost too low to hear. Joe turned it off anyway. She wanted to listen to Swan. "In L.A., that jaded feeling gets even more concentrated," he went on. "Los Angeles is such a big place. It's like a state or a country in its own right. The weather's beautiful, but it still feels cold. You never feel like you're making any difference. You never feel like you matter at all. I wanted to work somewhere more hopeful." "So you transferred to the gloomiest city on the West Coast?" Joe asked. "I wanted to work with good agents who were still making a difference. When I learned about your recent exploits, I knew exactly where I wanted to be. I put in a transfer request, and it was approved way faster than I expected, so it was kind of a scramble finding a place to live." "It was pretty easy for me," Joe replied. "My brother and his wife already lived here. I was able to shack up with them until I found my own place. Do you know anyone in the city? Actually, yes. He waved through the window at a little girl licking an ice cream cone. My dad lives in Seattle, which made it an even easier choice to transfer here. So you could have just stayed with him for a little while? Joe asked. Swan shrugged at that. Nah. I love my dad, but we tend to butt heads when we're under the same roof. We've been getting along way better since I moved out in the first place. I want to keep it that way. He turned toward her, grinning. Anyway, what's with the grilling? Do you suspect me of a crime? Just the crime of being ridiculously good-looking, Joe thought. You're new, she said. We'll be working together, and I like to know a few things about the people I work with. It helps pass the time. FBI work isn't all action. There's lots of sitting around, waiting by the phones, waiting on test results. Small talk is your friend, and now I'm running at the mouth. Swan sighed. Yeah, I understand what you mean. I always knew I wanted to be in some kind of law enforcement position. My mom watched a lot of the X-Files growing up, and I thought that's what being in the FBI was like, minus the aliens and supernatural monsters. I got my first dose of reality during the phase. One test. It's a tough job, and it doesn't always feel good. Hell, it almost never feels good, but at the end of the day, I'm happy with myself. Yeah, Joe drummed casually on the steering wheel. I'm usually pretty happy with myself, too. Chapter 30. Joe parked her car in front of Charlestown Bank. She and Swan got out and went inside. The electronic chime above the door let out a robotic melody. There was only one teller working. When they walked in, she was stifling a yawn. This place is dead, Joe commented. It's an early weekday afternoon, Swan replied. I don't understand why banks have the hours they do. How does anyone manage to get here before they close? Joe approached the loan teller. She made sure to read her name tag. Good afternoon, Pam. I'm Agent Pullinger. This is Agent Swana. The middle-aged teller was startled. A scared look swept into her eyes. Oh, no. That's a strange reaction, Joe thought. She got suspicious. Afraid so, Mom. We're looking for your manager, a Mr. Harvey Dance. Pam covered her mouth with one hand. With the other, she pointed to a private office off to the side. She was getting emotional. Her eyes were sparkling wet with tears. The two agents went to Harvey's office door. Joe knocked, calling out his name. Mr. Dance, are you in there? The door opened. Harvey stared out at them like a scared rodent. Joe and Swan showed him their FBI credentials. He stepped back, pushing the door wide. The agents joined him inside the office. Swan shut the door behind them. Harvey was trembling. He was shaking so badly that his legs gave out. He fell heavily onto his chair. Please, he said breathlessly, don't tell me anything bad. Joe looked at Swan. Swan looked back at her. Their expressions gave nothing away, but they were both thinking the same thing. Guilt was rolling off these bank employees in waves, but something was off. It was time to figure out what. Joe wasted no time. She set the printout of the divorce form on Harvey's desk. She kept the other sheet, the one with Graf's note, to herself. This form was found at a crime scene. Mr. Dance, Joe said. Your fingerprints are on the sheet. On the sheet? Harvey asked. He leaned forward to get a better look. Not this one. This is just a printout from a scanned image. We have the original in our custody. The prints on it were matched with yours. She knew she needed to say it. There was no telling what a nervous guy like Harvey Dance might do if the original was in front of it. She had heard of people trying to eat evidence or grabbing it and running away. I'm a bit tired to tackle anyone at the moment, Joe thought. I'll let Swan do that if this guy tries to bolt. Harvey reached for the printout. He gave Joe a quizzical glance, and she nodded. Harvey picked up the sheet to examine it more closely. There was a change in his demeanor. He went from nervous to morose, frowning deeply. "Oh, it's that form. I can explain this, though I wish I didn't have to." "You have to," Swan assured him. Harvey sighed. "I needed to print something out. Our printer at home was broken, and I had left my laptop in the office here at work. So I grabbed my wife's instead and took it to the library." "Which library is that?" Joe asked. "The West Seattle branch." "It's the closest one." Anyway, when I got there and turned the laptop on, I noticed there was already a document in the printer queue. When I connected to the library internet, it printed out automatically. It was. This, he kept the divorce form at arm's length, like it was a dirty diaper, holding it by the edges between pinched fingers. He let the form fall onto his desk. "It was your wife's computer," Swan said. There was a hint of pity in his voice. Harvey nodded. "She must have tried to print it, realized our printer wasn't working, and shut her computer off. She's not very tech-savvy. She has no idea the print queue keeps track of all pending documents. When I saw it..." He cleared his throat. "Excuse me. I got emotional. Maybe I panicked. I left the sheet there and rushed out of the library. Joe could buy it. It was a natural story. It made sense. Harvey had rattled it off smoothly, other than the expected emotional hiccups. But this still didn't explain the earlier weird demeanor from him and his teller. "Can I ask you a question?" Harvey said. "When I first saw you, I thought you were here for one thing. Now it feels like you're here for something else. Is this just a coincidence, or are you working with that other investigator who was here earlier?" That raised Joe's eyebrows. "What other investigator, Mr. Dance?" Chapter 31. So far, during the short conversation, Harvey had gone through two different extremes of emotion. First, he looked terrified, and then he looked angry and sad. Now he just looked confused. "I don't understand," he said. Swan threw up his hands. "Neither do we." Harvey's eyes flicked between the two agents. "Wait a minute. You're the FBI. Aren't you supposed to know what's going on? I thought you were here to tell me you found Emily." "Who's Emily?" Joe asked. Harvey pulled open one of the desk drawers. It was clearly the junk drawer. It was full of random things jumbled together. He searched for a moment. Then he pulled out a small, framed photograph. It was a group photo, taken in the lobby of the bank. There were 6 people. Joe already knew Harvey and Pam, so they jumped out at her. "This was from last year's Christmas party," Harvey said. He pointed to a young woman with dark hair. "That's Emily Vasquez. She's missing. Her dad hired this private investigator to find her, Brian Ford. I hope he's as good as his reputation says, because Emily is very important to a lot of people." "Hold on," Joe said sharply. "Did you say Brian Ford?" "Yes, that was his name. I talked to him. He seemed like a competent man, friendly as well, professional. He managed to set me at ease. But when I saw the two of you, I got frightened all over again. You're telling me this isn't about Emily." Joe didn't answer directly. "Tell me more about her." Harvey sat back and averted his gaze from the photo. "Well, she's one of the best employees I've ever had. Pam's been here the longest. She'd be more than capable of taking over my job. Except any time we're alone, she's always talking about the things she wants to do with her life that involve golden beaches and attractive young men with names like Carlos and Raul. In other words, she doesn't plan on sticking around past when her youngest graduates college. Emily, though. So, you were grooming her to take over your job? Swan asked. Harvey shook his head. Then, after thinking about it a bit, he shrugged. Maybe a little, just in case she decided a bank manager was all she wanted to do. But you only have to be around Emily for 5 minutes to know she has big ideas. Big plans for her future. Even so, she never lets those grand thoughts distract her from her duties here. Joe offered him a friendly, understanding smile. Sounds like you're missing a star player on your roster. Must be stressful trying to run this place without her. He waved his hands energetically. No. It's not like that at all. I care about Emily. She's one of those people who comes into your life and makes a mark without trying. My concerns over her have nothing to do with business. Swan made a noise, a grunt of disbelief. Joe knew what he was thinking. Harvey might have more feelings toward Emily than the fatherly kind he was portraying. A fact which could be problematic given his status as an authority figure over her, especially if she was now missing. Maybe his recent discovery about his wife was a catalyst for some kind of outburst, Joe thought. Joe tried to tell herself that was Swan's jaded LA brain taking over. Maybe it was. Or maybe he just had good instincts. Besides, Harvey added unprompted, she's only missed a single shift. And you saw the state of our lobby. There are no customers here at all. Only one shift, Swan replied. I'm sure she'll turn up then. Yes. Harvey let out a dejected sigh. That's what the other guy said, too. Joe gave the Christmas photo one last look. Then she turned toward the door. We'll get out of your hair now, Mr. Dance. It'd be convenient for everyone involved if you made sure to stay here in town for the time being, in case we have any more questions. Harvey stood up to see them out. Of course. I've got no plans to leave. Of course not. Joe opened the door and prepared to step out. She glanced back at the mousy little man. One more thing. When were you at the library? Harvey looked at the ceiling as he thought. Was it the day before yesterday? No, because that was when I went to the Burke Museum. It would have been 3 days ago then. About what time, would you say? Well, that was a Saturday, so I wasn't at work. My wife was, though. It must have been around 1, because I always bring her lunch on Saturdays, and it was right after that. Got it. Thanks very much, Mr. Dance. You've been very helpful. Joe gestured to Swan, and they left the bank. Chapter 32. Man. Swan said with a groan as they got back in the car. Imagine being married to a guy who brings you lunch at work and wanting to divorce him. Some people are just too picky, don't you think? Joe started the engine, looking in her rear view to see if she was cleared to back up. A jogger went by, waving thanks at her for waiting. She reversed past him. You can never know all the details, she told Swan. She could have perfectly valid reasons. Where are we headed? Swan was already punching the West Seattle Branch Library into his phone. He pointed out the turns as they went. So, he whistled. I heard about you and Ford. You guys have some kind of, I don't know, magnetism. Joe grunted. It was an angry sound, but she didn't feel angry at all. In fact, she missed Ford. And as cute as Swan was, she'd rather have the other guy sitting next to her. I call it quantum entanglement, she said. Our atoms are linked together in some freaky, unseen dimension. No matter what, we end up crossing paths. There's no way to predict how it's going to happen. It's fate, Swan stated. Some kind of grand plan that involves the two of you. That's what I think. Take a right at the light. The library's on the corner a couple of streets over. She followed his directions. It was a red light, so they were stopped for a moment. So, Swan raised an eyebrow at her. Did you and Ford ever have anything else between you? She stared at him, trying to shoot daggers with her eyes. Swan smirked. Never mind. I won't ask any more. The light turned green. Joe turned to Swan. I said I wouldn't ask any more. Swan looked away. At the last second, just before he turned his head, Joe thought she saw a relieved smile on his face. The young agent idolized her, it seemed. That was already apparent from his story about leaving L.A., but maybe there was more to his feelings. The library was a small but grand red brick building. The front door was broad and tall. It was made to look even taller by a towering stone lintel. It had the air of a much older building, like something from Europe, one that had been operating for centuries. Joe had her identification ready. The receptionist immediately went to find her boss. The manager of the West Seattle branch was a female version of Harvey. Her name was Marcia, and she had the same slight structure and mouse-like face. She even wore the same thick glasses. Her eyes looked large behind them. She kept staring at Swan as they spoke. This is official business regarding an ongoing investigation, Joe said, taking the lead. We need to view security camera footage from Saturday, around 1 p.m. Marcia peeled her eyes away from the handsome agent. Oh, right. Well, let me show you our security nexus. She led them a short distance behind the reception desk and into a closet humming with the noise of computer fans. It was a cramped area. The three of them had to wedge themselves inside like sardines. There were 2 large computer monitors on a desk, side by side. Each one had 4 separate camera feeds on it, arranged in a simple grid layout. We actually just updated our security system last Wednesday, Marcia said. All new cameras. The old ones were very poor quality. Let me see. That tech guy who was in here showed me how to use the system. It seemed simple enough. She grabbed the mouse and keyboard. She dragged the mouse cursor to the bottom of the screen. It bumped up against the bottom edge and stopped. Nothing happened. Marcia stared at the screen. Her cheeks turned red. Well, this is awkward, she said. There's supposed to be a bar down here that lets me scrub back through the footage. The tech guy installed this new hard drive array with enough space to store 10 days of footage at a time, so it shouldn't be a problem to get back to Saturday. Except, Joe pointed to the green circle at the bottom corner of one camera. Feed. That should be red if the cameras were recording. It's an easy oversight. You see green and you think everything's good. Swan took a step back. Or he tried to. The room was too small, and he just thudded into the wall. So the cameras haven't been recording. There's no video at all from the day in question. Marcia cringed. Or any day since the new system was put in. The tech guy must have forgotten to start recording. And so did I. She slowly moved the mouse to the big red record button in the bottom right corner. She clicked it, then stood up and dusted her hands. There, all set. Too late to help us, Joe said with a groan. Thanks anyway, Marcia. Maybe you should hire a different person next time you make any changes around here. Joe reserved her frustration. She would normally give her steering wheel a little punch after hitting a dead end like this, or she would be a little more aggressive with the gear shift. Just a quick little outburst, then back to normal. But Swan was riding along today. She backed out of her parking spot and headed back toward the field office. There were no more leads. Nothing to do now but wait. Chapter 33. Brian Ford had been driving around West Seattle for a while, trying to clear his head, trying to put his thoughts together. Mostly, though, he was listening for his phone. Any second now, he thought Desi would call. She'd let him know Emily Vasquez had popped back up. But his phone stayed silent. At one point, he saw someone driving a car who looked like Joe Pullinger. A guy was riding next to her that Ford didn't recognize. Some kind of hunk with clean-cut hair. They were gone too fast for Ford to be sure, driving in the opposite direction. Finally, his phone rang. Ford answered it instantly. "Talk to me. Talk to me," his wife Kelly said. "What are you? A character in a corny police procedural?" Ford sighed. "Sometimes it feels like it. It's good to hear your voice. Rough day?" "Not really. Just one of those days that makes you feel impatient. I'm looking for a young woman who's missing, but I'm not sure where to go next." Kelly mulled it over for a moment. "Maybe you should just go back to the source. To whoever asked you to take the job. They might have some new thoughts." That made Ford think of something. The obvious next step. Sometimes those were hard to see when you had only the inside perspective. "Right. Thanks, honey. How has your day been?" "Not bad. I managed to get a whole chapter done in between looking for ways to procrastinate. The good news is the stove is cleaner than it's ever been, and we'll have fresh baked bread with dinner tonight. It smells great in here." Ford smiled. He liked the simplicity of her statement. They were having bread with dinner tonight because Ford would be home, barring some major catastrophe. Sometimes he missed his old police detective job. It was simpler in some ways, but at times like these he remembered why he quit. "Sounds amazing," he said. "Should I pick up a bottle of wine on my way home?" "That's an easy question, Inspector." "Yes." "Something red?" "Got it. Love you." They hung up. Ford looked around to remind himself where he was, then took the next left turn. He headed back to Mario Vasquez's home. Next scene, "I'm taking this case on," he announced to Emily's father. They were back in the living room. "The police are too busy to be proactive on this matter. They'll just sit around and wait for information to come to them. If your daughter is in trouble, time is of the essence." Mario let out a sigh of relief. "It's great to hear you say that, Mr. Ford. I was afraid no one would take this seriously. Not even you." He picked up the checkbook that was sitting on the arm of his chair. Ford waved a hand. "My assistant will be in touch with you on that. I'd like to get to work as soon as possible. If you don't mind, I'd like to see where she lives." Mario nodded and stood up. He moved fast over to the front door, grabbing his keys off a hook. He removed one specific key from a ring and handed it over. "That's to her apartment. I was just there a little while ago to see if she was home, but I didn't go inside." Ford tucked the key into his pocket. "Did you see her car?" Mario shook his head. "No. It's assigned parking over there, so she's always in the same spot. It was empty today. So, at the very least, Emily Vasquez is not lying dead on her living room floor," Ford thought. He felt a wave of relief. Chapter 34. Before Ford left the Vasquez home, Mario had written an address down for him. Ford was pulling into that address now. It was a ritzy, ultra-modern building near the West Seattle Golf Course. Ford found a parking space and took out Emily's key as he entered the building. The hallways were cool and broad, filled with the smells of cooking. Emily's unit was easy to find. It was on the second floor, Just above the small parking garage, he stuck the key in her lock and turned it. The door popped open, and Ford braced himself. He had been the first witness to plenty of grisly scenes, but this wasn't one of them. There was one light on in the apartment, a floor lamp beside the TV. The shades were drawn on the windows, but there was enough light to see by. It was a clean place. The carpet looked freshly vacuumed. Other than a few pieces of mail on the coffee table, there was zero clutter. Ford shut the door behind him. He took off his shoes and padded over to the coffee table. He slipped on a pair of gloves before picking up the mail. One piece was an advertising flyer from a local restaurant. It had coupons on it. The other two pieces were just bills. One for the internet, one for the electric. Nothing there. He set the mail down and moved to the next point of interest. It was a rack attached to the wall. There were pegs on it that would normally be used for hanging coats. Emily had it festooned with medals instead. Each medal was from a different race: marathons, half marathons, and 10K. "At least 24 medals here," Ford muttered. "You're quite the runner, Emily." He went to the kitchen and pulled the fridge open. It was squeaky clean inside, freshly scrubbed down. There was nothing but healthy food. Sliced chicken breast was marinating in a glass bowl. The drawers were full of fruits and vegetables. The rest of the kitchen was just as clean. Emily Vasquez lived like a monk. Ford could imagine her coming home from work. Instead of flopping onto the couch and watching TV like most people would, she first spent an hour or more on chores, cleaning, prepping food for the next day. Getting things together. Yes, this young woman had her life figured out. She was responsible and disciplined. She would let nothing get between her and her goals. She valued long-term success over short-term pleasures. So, for her not to show up at work was strange enough. For her also to not answer any of her father's calls was even stranger. It was a major cause of concern. Ford searched the rest of the apartment. The other rooms were just as uncluttered, so it was easy for him to go through everything. He found nothing outside of the ordinary. It seemed like Emily had left the apartment of her own accord. There was no sign of a phone or a purse. There was a computer desk in the bedroom, but no computer. Emily must have had a laptop, and she brought it with her when she left. He now had a true appreciation for who Emily was, but no other clues about where she had gone. He left the apartment just as frustrated as when he had first arrived there. Chapter 35. Jo was in the zone. Her fingers flew over the keyboard of her field office computer. The mouse became a blur as she frantically clicked through tabs and pages. She was not working on any of her official cases, though. She was looking for more information on Emily Vasquez. The search started on the young woman's social media profile. Emily was savvy. She had set her profile to private. Jo was still able to see a few photos, though. One of them showed Emily at the starting line of last year's Seattle Marathon. It was a gray scene. The sky looked like rain. Emily was happy, nervously excited. So were the people around her. There were a dozen other runners in view. Some were stretching. Others seemed to be jogging in place or hopping up and down. Jo could feel the tension radiating through the photo. These people were about to embark on what was probably the biggest achievement of their athletic lives. Jo had never run a marathon before, but it was always in the back of her mind as something she wanted to do one day. Just looking at the picture, her legs started to feel restless. She wanted to run. Her stomach growled. She looked at the time. "No wonder I'm hungry," she said, shutting down her computer. "It's dinner time." She grabbed her coat and waved goodbye to McKinley on her way out. Next scene. Dinner at Sam and Kim's house was always an open invitation. They had told Jo plenty of times that she could just show up. Usually, she called ahead anyway, but tonight she finally took them up on their offer. She pulled up to the curb outside their house. It was the same spot she used to park at when she was staying with them. It was a nostalgic moment, sitting there with the engine humming and the rain falling against the windshield. Jo was startled by a sudden noise outside the car. It was Chrissy yanking at the door handle. Jo hit the unlock button, and her niece climbed inside. "Auntie Jo, did you find out who tried to blow me up today?" Not much could startle Jo these days, but she would have done a spit take if she had anything in her mouth. No. For the record, the bomb threat was a fake. You weren't actually in any danger. Oh, that's a relief. Chrissy drew a hand across her forehead. "You should tell that to my mom. She's been crying ever since I got home. Did Ian ever figure out how to make his paper airplanes fly? You know, I wouldn't be surprised if he had spent an hour today looking up schematics." Jo replied, "Should we go inside now? Or are you just going to leave the door open so all the heat flies out?" Sam came out to greet them. He took Jo's coat and hung it up as they went in. There were sounds of sizzling and chopping from the kitchen. "Is that Special Agent Pullinger?" Kim called out. "It is," Sam replied. He turned to Jo. "She's just throwing a quick salad together. Food's almost ready. We both had a good feeling you'd be stopping by, so we made extra. Want a glass of wine?" "Sure," Jo grinned. "Wine's good for your heart, right?" Sam shrugged. "There's conflicting information, but it makes you feel good, and that's what matters." Chrissy tapped Sam's arm. "Dad, if you're all having wine, can I open the bottle of sparkling juice?" "Sure thing." "Go for it." Sam gave his daughter a gentle nudge to send her toward the kitchen. Now it was just him and Jo in the entryway. "How is everyone?" Jo asked. "Managing," Sam sighed. "You know, just before you first got to Seattle, Kim asked me a serious question. She wanted to know if your job was ever going to affect our lives. I told her anything was possible. You were at the Children's Theater today, but that was just a coincidence. We're both glad you were there." Jo smiled and nodded, but she was in turmoil. She wondered how they would react if she told them the truth. A madman had threatened the bus their daughter was riding, and it was no coincidence. He knew exactly what he was doing. Her brother led her to the dining room, and soon she was sipping wine and chowing down on Kim's delicious cooking. There was a large window in the dining room. They watched the rain fall as they ate. At one point, a tall man in a windbreaker jogged by, his athletic shoes splashing through puddles. Kim watched him go by. "You know, the marathon is happening soon, Jo. Not too late to enter." Jo scoffed. "I would have had to start training months ago. We FBI agents keep in good shape, but not that good." She kept thinking about the jogger for a long time afterward. He stuck in her mind. Another disciplined and hard-working person out there in the world. Just like Emily Vasquez. Chapter 36. Graf used his hand to swipe his wet hair back. He fired his car up and drove off, setting the wipers to high speed. The rain was starting to come down properly now. It was getting late. He had been working hard all day, making sure the pieces of his puzzle didn't come apart, and doing a bit of extracurricular training while he was at it. It had been good fun, but he was tired. He craved a fresh, hot coffee. But he didn't want to make any more stops. He had places to be and new pieces to put in place. Taking the ferry would have been faster. And while he was waiting for the boat to take him across Puget Sound, he could visit the onboard restaurant for a bowl of clam chowder, which sounded just as good as the coffee. But the ferry was too public. It was prime time for people commuting home after work. It would be packed. Too many cars on the lower deck, parked close to his. It was unlikely anyone would figure out he was carrying a bound woman in his trunk, but the risk was there. Graf had no choice but to take the long way around to his destination. It was a deserted area near Bremerton. To reach it, he had to drive south through Tacoma, then north again. It was a drive that normally took slightly over an hour. Graf turned it into 90 minutes. He drove cautiously. Any chance of getting pulled over was too much to bear. He listened to New Age music along the way. He had just bought a new CD. The tracks on it had lots of panpipe sounds, along with babbling brooks and wind chimes. It put him at ease. To take the edge off his hunger, he ate the 2 bananas he had put in his car earlier. There was a protein bar in the glove box, and he ate that as well. Graf felt good. His training was going well. He was a wild animal, full of strength and fury. He was wired with energy, his eyes wide open, seeing everything. As the sun fell and darkness covered the land, Graf came fully alive. He pictured himself as a coyote or a lone wolf, roaming the world and doing as he pleased. No one could stop him. His exit came. It took him further west, away from Bremerton and into the heart of the rainforest. The roads here were still paved, but they weren't as well maintained. There were plenty of ruts and potholes. He saw only a couple of other cars. It was fully dark by the time Graf spotted the dirt 2-track trail. There were remnants of asphalt sticking out of the ground. This road had once led to a stone quarry that had been closed for decades. He followed the trail out along a narrow river, whose waters were as gray and cold as granite. There, in the shelter of the forest, Graf turned the car off and got out. He used his key fob to pop the trunk. When he reached down to pull it open, a sneakered foot shut out and tried to kick him. The woman's leg was caught up in her bindings, stopping short. Graf laughed. He reached out and tickled her ankle. She let out a muffled scream and pulled her leg back. "Relax, Emily," Graf said. "I'm sure it wasn't a very fun ride. It's pretty cramped in there. You won't have to suffer for much longer, I promise." Chapter 37. Graf bent down, grabbing the bound woman by the arm. He pulled Emily Vasquez out of the trunk and lowered her softly to the ground. He pulled the gag from around her mouth. "No point in screaming," he told her. "No one will hear you." There was a jug of water in the trunk as well. It was warm from Emily's body heat. He uncapped the jug and tipped it up at her mouth, letting her take a few drinks. He thought letting her die thirsty would have been a bit too cruel. Emily's throat was lubricated. She was able to speak. "Why are you doing this?" He felt embarrassed by the question. "That's between me and the woman I love." Tears poured out of her eyes. "I thought you liked me." He frowned at her. "I did. But then you rejected me. I needed a victim, and you were an easy choice. Sorry, but that's the way it has to be." She kept on crying. A thrill passed through Graf, making him shiver. He felt even more powerful now. He was taking that power from Emily. She had sapped it from him when she turned down his romantic advances, and now he was getting it back. Everything would soon be right with the world. Graf savored the moment. He took a deep breath and looked around. He was one with nature now. He was living as his most natural self. Not just a hunter, but a pure predator. An artist of blood and fear, Emily would be the medium with which he would perfect that art. He let a few moments pass. Emily grew bolder. She stopped crying and stared at him. The longer she stared, the less the fear showed on her face. She almost looked curious, like a person at an art museum, studying a strange sculpture. "How long have you been planning this?" she asked. Suddenly, Graf remembered something she had said once. A brief mention during their weekly meetings. Emily was studying to become a criminologist. Maybe she saw him as her thesis. It was a way to distract herself from what was happening, a filter she could put over her view of reality. This wasn't happening to her. It was more like a film unfolding on a screen. It made Graf pity her. He pushed the pity away, forcing himself to remember what she was. She was a heartless excuse for a woman, incapable of love and therefore unsuited for life. Just like his mom. "Are you talking about the whole operation, or just your part in it?" Graf asked. "My part in it." She sniffed back the last of her tears. "How long have you wanted to do this to me?" "You asked me out about 2 months ago? Have you been planning this since then?" He shrugged. "Like I said, you were the obvious target once I realized what I had to do. This isn't anything personal, Emily. I just knew I wouldn't feel bad about killing you." "You're going to kill me?" she said. Graf said nothing, but the glint in his eye was enough. Emily started to struggle. She wiggled around on the ground, no closer to breaking out of her bonds than she had been in the trunk. All she succeeded in doing was getting her running clothes dirty. It was just too pathetic a display. Graf couldn't handle watching it. He hurried to the back seat of his car and pulled out a gym bag. From inside, he grabbed a leather sheath. It used to hold a hunting knife, but tonight Graf had put a much deadlier weapon inside. It was a small, orange-capped syringe. Graf's mom had been diabetic. There were still a few of these needles scattered around his dad's house. They were very old. Graf didn't know if there was an expiration date on them, but it didn't matter. Loaded in the needle was a special cocktail. Graf had done lots of internet research to find the right mix, mostly on the dark web. He had tested smaller quantities of the mixture on animals, rats and mice at first, then bigger creatures. Sometimes he saw his test subjects on missing posters around the city. But this was his first time using the mix on a human. As with all difficult first-time experiences, he knew it was best to do it quickly. He fell onto Emily, pinning her flat with his knee. Then he pulled the cap off the needle and jabbed it into her neck. The cocktail entered her bloodstream. Emily immediately began to twitch and gasp for air. Graf stepped away, watching her final moments. A smile crossed his face as the feeling of power surged through him. And then he saw headlights flashing across the ground. He turned his head and saw a vehicle driving toward him. Chapter 38. Paul Gibbons had no idea where he was going. He followed his heart and his whims, ambling through the growing dark. Out this way, west of Bremerton and east of nowhere, there weren't many people. Not at this time of day. He had the road to himself. He drove that way for a little while. He was living a fantasy in his head. A daydream of a life that could have been his, where none of his problems existed. He hated his job and his lonely existence. Being at home by himself was unbearable. But being alone in the car was fine. Cars were in between things. When you were driving, you could be going anywhere. As stressful as Paul's job was, it paid well. He didn't have any problem putting gas in his car 2 times a week to compensate for his nightly rambling drives. He would eat breakfast at home most days, a bowl of oatmeal and some scrambled eggs, a bowl of oatmeal and some scrambled eggs. For lunch, he would go to whatever restaurants his colleagues wanted to visit. But dinner was a sacred time. He always got dinner out on the road, stopping at a different place each night. Sometimes the places were complete dumps, and the food was awful. Paul didn't care. Tonight, he had Mexican food on his mind. A woman at work had told him about a tiny roadside place up near Chico that was supposed to be good. When he got hungry, he would head that way. For now, he drove. His feet pressed the pedals. His hands turned the wheel, and his body took him where it wanted to go with no real input from his mind. He wasn't surprised when he turned off the main road down a 2-track trail. It was a spot by the river that he knew well. He came here at least once a week. It was a perfect spot to park and listen to the night. Paul was sure his visits were the only reason the trail wasn't completely overgrown. No one else ever came back here, or so he thought. He was shocked when he saw the silhouette of a man standing ahead of him. Shock gave way to anger. This was supposed to be his spot, his sanctuary. Now he had to talk to this guy or drive around him and leave. Either way, it was going to be awkward. Paul applied the brakes softly, rolling forward at walking speed. It gave him time to think. Maybe this guy was another loner like him, someone just looking for a quiet place. In that case, maybe they could get along, or at least ignore each other without it getting weird. He swung to the right to avoid hitting the stranger. At the same time, he rolled down his window and smiled. Paul was about to say a greeting when he noticed that there was a third person there as well. It was a woman, young and athletic looking. She was tied up and jerking around on the ground. The smile fell off Paul's face. He looked in horror at the tall man standing in the road. The stranger lifted a small syringe he was holding. It was empty. He dropped it back into his gym bag, then pulled out a hammer. He marched toward Paul's car, a manic grin spreading across his face. "Sorry about this," the stranger said. "You weren't supposed to be here." Chapter 39. Paul was in shock for several seconds. His foot slammed onto the brakes by reflex, causing his car to jolt. To a stop, he tried to override his leg muscles and pull his foot off the pedal. It was like trying to run in a dream. No matter how hard he focused, he couldn't make his body do what he wanted it to. The stranger approached. He swung with the hammer. At the same time, Paul hit the button on his door. The window began rolling upward. The tip of the hammer struck it, shattering the safety glass. Little bluish-green chunks rained across Paul's lap. The sound of his exploding window shocked his body. He shoved his foot onto the accelerator and pushed down. His tires spun in the dirt. The tail of the car rocked left and right. The wheels finally found traction, and Paul surged forward. He heard himself panting and gasping with fear. The stranger was running toward him, raising the hammer above his head like a slasher in an 80s horror movie. Paul yanked the wheel left. The car drifted along the gravelly ground, swinging in an arc. As soon as the nose was in line with the 2-track road, Paul let the tires straighten out. He drove as fast as he dared through the dark. The stranger was fast. He got back in his own car and followed. Within 5 seconds, Paul saw headlights reflecting in the rearview mirror. He cursed to himself and tried to push his engine faster. He drove a nice car. It had luxury amenities, like heated seats and satellite radio. But it was not meant for this kind of terrain. It struggled on the loose ground. The faster he went, the more it threatened to spin out. So he settled on 40 miles an hour. He flicked his eyes between the road and the rear-view mirror, trying to keep his attention on both. Paul had been down this trail dozens of times. He thought he knew it like the back of his hand, but suddenly all his knowledge was gone. Washed away by fear, he was surprised to see a sharp curve ahead of him. It came out of nowhere. He was able to negotiate it without flipping or flying off the road, but the maneuver ate all his speed. Paul almost came to a stop. His speedometer needle dropped below 10 miles an hour. The rear end of the car swung too far to the side, bringing the broad side of Paul's car within ramming range, and that was what the stranger seemed to be trying to do. Paul heard his engine roar as he sped forward. Paul panicked, reacting foolishly. He twisted the wheel hard to the right and hit the gas. This caused his vehicle to leap toward the edge of the road. There was a steep drop-off there, and for a moment he teetered on the edge. The other car hit its brakes and crept forward. Using just his bumper, the stranger gave Paul a tiny nudge. It was enough to send him over. Paul screamed as his car tipped and rolled down the slope. He stomped on the brakes, but they did nothing. It was too steep. Branches smacked against the windshield. He hit the trunk of a tree head-on and spun around. Now he was going down the hill backward. This is where I die, Paul thought. It was the one clear and rational idea that breached the general scream of primal gibberish in his head. He bumped to a stop. The car made a strange rattling sound. A wisp of smoke curled out from the crumpled hood, but Paul was alive. He unbuckled his seatbelt and sat back, taking several deep breaths. For a moment, he almost forgot there was a homicidal lunatic chasing him. Then the bushes at the top of the hill parted. The tall stranger was there, looming over his victim in the dark. He started down the hill, picking his way along methodically. He used bushes and tree branches as handholds. Paul opened his door and spilled out onto the ground. He tried to stand, but it was like his mind was sending out signals faster than his body could receive them. His legs and feet got all tangled up, and he fell down again. "Just stop," the lunatic called. "You're making it hard on both of us. I already did enough running around today. I'm tired. Can we just get this over with?" Paul had never met a genuinely crazy person before, but he always wondered what it would be like. Apparently, it was horrifying. He fought his way to his feet and took off running. Something hit his head. A low branch he hadn't seen. He collapsed onto his back, dazed. When he looked up, he did not see the forest or the night sky. He only saw the smiling face of the man who was about to kill him. The last thing Paul Gibbons saw was the sole of a running shoe careening toward his face. Next scene. By the time Graff climbed out of the ravine, he was back to feeling invincible. The random motorist was not something he had planned for, but the problem was dealt with quickly. Now he could get back to his regularly scheduled program. Emily's phone was in his gym bag, encased in a thin plastic bag. He dialed 911 through the plastic. As the phone rang, he dumped it out next to her body. Then he quickly removed the bindings from her. Before leaving, he used a rock to pin a handwritten note to the ground. Chapter 40. Joe, the cab driver, spent his whole day watching birds. He took a break to order some pizza, then munched his way through half of it while searching the skies for feathered friends. At first, he kept finding new species. But eventually it became a broken record. same birds cutting the same soaring paths across the clouds overhead. Just when he was about to get bored, he heard an argument breaking out. One of his neighbors had let their dog defecate in front of someone's window. They hadn't picked it up. The resident had run outside to yell at them. Now a few others had joined, including the complex's maintenance guy. Joe watched them through his binoculars. Their voices drifted to him across the distance, through constant rain. But their faces were clear, like Joe was standing out there with them. He saw every twist of anger and indignance, every sneer and frown and frenzied baring of teeth. "You people are acting like fools," Joe commented. He took a bite of barbecue chicken pizza and shook his head. Sad to say, the angry idiot isn't a rare species. Time to move on, I suppose. He kept looking around. Sometimes he would watch people come and go from their apartments. Sometimes he stared out at distant buildings, wondering what might be going on inside them. Finally, he grew tired. He set the binoculars off to the side and hunkered down in his chair to take a nap. He woke up hours later with two unpleasant sensations. For one, the pizza was giving him indigestion. For two, he had forgotten his pain pills and his leg was screaming bloody murder. Joe was pouring with sweat by the time he reached his kitchen. He had foolishly left his prescription bottle on the counter. He balanced on his uninjured leg as he popped 2 pills into his mouth. He used a flat glass of cola from his one-man pizza party to swallow them. They were very strong pills. As soon as they hit his stomach, he felt a warm sensation spreading through his body. Some of that's probably the stomach acid. Joe smiled with relief as he sat back down. It was dark outside now. No way he'd be able to see any birds, but he found himself reaching for the binoculars anyway. He put them to his eyes and swung his head around. He spotted something bright, a square of illumination. Twisting the dial, he brought the view into focus. He was looking straight into someone's bedroom. There was a woman in there, just starting to pull off the sweater she was wearing. Nope. Joe turned the binoculars away. Not gonna be that guy. No, sir. This ain't about to turn into an Alfred Hitchcock movie. There was a flash of movement on the shadowy paved path. Joe refocused his view on it. A tall guy was striding through the courtyard, moving like he was on a mission. It seemed like he had just gotten done working out. He was wearing nothing but basketball shorts and a tank top. His hair was sweaty, or maybe it was just wet with rain. Joe whistled. "Man, you are one good-looking dude. Never seen you before. You must have just moved in. I wonder what your name is." He watched the guy enter one of the apartment buildings and disappear. Joe grabbed a notepad off the end table. On it, he had written down nicknames for a number of his neighbors. There was a geeky guy whom he was pretty sure worked at a library. Joe had called him Dexter. There was a beautiful young woman who liked to power walk around, making her blonde ponytail bounce up and down. Joe called her Barbie. He wrote out a brief description of the new guy. Then he jotted down his chosen nickname, Spiff. He studied his notes, then shook his head. "Oh, man, your first day at home and you're already losing it, Joe." Chapter 41. After too much food and way too much wine at Sam's house, Joe wasn't sure what kind of state she'd be in the morning. She set her alarm an hour early anyway. She was feeling strong and motivated as she did it. That feeling was long gone when the alarm blared in her ear. She sat up with a groan and shut the noise off. There was no pre-dawn light bleeding in through the window shades, just darkness. Her head pounded as she stood up. She went into the bathroom to get a glass of cold water along with 2 ibuprofen. She started to leave, then doubled back to grab a caffeine pill. What would Dr. Singh say? She asked her reflection in the mirror. He'd probably have a heart attack of his own. Are we really doing this, Joe? Yeah, we're really doing this, even though it's probably cold as hell and rainy outside. Let's go. She pulled on a pair of tights, some athletic socks, and a hoodie. She slipped her athletic shoes on and slipped outside. Her body almost curled in half when the first jolt of cold rain hit her face. Yup. Just like I thought. Oh, well. As she jogged down the sidewalk, she thought she should feel strong and proud. Instead, she just felt like an idiot. Porch lights were glowing on the buildings she passed, but all the windows were dark. The only moving vehicle she saw was a newspaper delivery van. She had plotted out a course on her computer the night before, a 3-mile loop that took her through a couple of parks. She warmed up as she went and was feeling much better when she reached the first park. She left the sidewalk behind for the softer asphalt surface of a park trail. It angled to the side, carrying her away from the street. It was peaceful and quiet. All she heard was the trickle of rain falling through the trees. A heavy mist smothered everything, making sound act strangely. It bounced around in an odd way, creating illusions. At one point, Jo thought she heard someone directly behind, running toward her. When she looked back, she saw no one. It was an eerie feeling. Being out here this early, she had been to this park before in daylight. Now there was a much different atmosphere. Nothing looked familiar. For a few minutes, she thought she must have taken a wrong turn. Then she spotted the bench and the water fountain and knew exactly where she was. The sun was starting to come up. The slightest hint of light was permeating the foggy darkness. This is stimulating, Jo gasped in the frigid air. But I think maybe a gym membership is more my speed right now. She carried on, determined to finish the loop. Chapter 42. Graf moved through the trees just off the side of the path, trying to stay out of sight. He followed his prey and waited for it to get tired. However, after several minutes of running, Jo Pullinger showed zero signs of fatigue. The same was true for Graf. It had been 24 hours since he had slept at all. He was running on nothing but pure manic energy, and that was enough. He could stay awake for days on end, if that was what it took. To do what? Asked a voice in his brain. To find out if Jo is really worth my love and respect, he silently replied. If she could catch him, if she could beat him in this game, she would prove herself, and Graf could be truly happy for the first time in his life. Whatever happened to him, whatever prison they put him in, he'd be content, because he would know she was out there. This perfect woman walking tall through a world of monsters. Graf wanted her to do it. He wanted her to prove herself, more than he had wanted anything before. He felt a desperate need for it. If she failed, it would be the darkest moment of Graf's life. He would know once and for all that the human race wasn't worth saving. Until then, he could only watch and wait for something to happen. There was no reason for him to be out here, following Jo on her early run. He just wanted to see her and know she was real. He wondered if she would recognize his voice if he walked up to her and struck up a conversation. Probably not. So maybe I should talk to her. His heart thumped uncomfortably as he considered the idea. It scared him much more than killing Emily, or the motorist had. That was easy. He was worried he might give something away if he talked to Jo. Graf hung back. His knees began to ache as he tailed Joe through the second park on the route. Exhaustion was finally catching up to him. He made a decision. If nothing happened on this jog, if she made it back home uneventfully, he would go home and get some sleep. But if something did happen, Joe was exiting the park and getting back onto the sidewalk when her phone rang in her pocket. She pulled the phone out and answered. Graf listened from a distance. He strained his ears, but he couldn't make out her words. Still, he could read her emotions. Something had indeed happened, and Graf had a good feeling what it was. He hurried back into the park, away from Joe. There was one thing he absolutely had to do before he could rest. Chapter 43. Joe's phone rang. She slowed to a walk and pulled her phone out of her pocket. This early in the morning, she knew it could only be a work call. She answered it in her usual way. Agent Pullinger. There was a soft laugh on the other end. It sounded forced. It's good to hear your voice. Ford? Joe asked. Yeah. Have you forgotten me already? Or do I sound that different over the phone? I hope I didn't wake you up. Joe wiped clammy sweat off her forehead. Now that she wasn't running, the cold was starting to get to her. No. FBI agents rarely sleep in much longer than the average rooster. I can't change that fact no matter what my doctor says. You've been to the doctor recently, Ford asked. How was that? Fine. Joe noticed one of her shoes had come untied. She put her foot up on a bench and used her shoulder to hold the phone in place as she retied it. He gave me the usual crap. Exercise more, eat better food. I thought I had my bases covered. But according to him, stress and anxiety are not good forms of cardio. So I'm out for a jog. In this weather? Ford whistled. You're some kind of masochist, I guess. You know, suffering is not a requisite part of fitness. Joe changed the subject. How's the family? Good, I think. I'm not actually at home. I wish I could say I called just to check in with an old friend, but if you were, Joe finished for him. You at least would have waited until the sun was up. Right. I'm working this case right now. At least I think I'm still working it. Emily Vasquez, Joe offered. How did you know that? Ford stammered. Long story, and it's currently none of your business. Suffice to say, my activities have coincidentally overlapped with yours. Ford laughed again. Just like before, it sounded like he was trying too hard. Is everything all right? Joe asked. Ford sighed. No, I got a call about 10 minutes ago. I'm sitting in my car trying to wrap my head around things. Emily was just found dead in a remote area near Bremerton. A guy decided to go fishing this morning. Another masochist, I guess. He got an early start. When he reached his spot, he found her there. Are you going to finish every one of my sentences? Ford snapped. Sorry. There was more venom in that than intended. I've only been working on this case since yesterday, but it's one of those. The ones that hit particularly close to home. Joe nodded. I'm sorry, Brian. I wish the case had gone differently. Are you going out to the scene? I suppose so. After I visit Emily's father and deliver the worst piece of news a man could ever hear. Ford sounded strangled, like he was holding back tears. Joe assumed he was thinking about Hazel and what it would be like if the roles were reversed. It was an ugly thought, and it made Joe's heart leap in her chest because it just as easily could have been Chrissy. And it could have been her, delivering the bad news to her own brother and sister-in-law. Do you want me to come with you? Joe asked. Ford let out a moan. No, that's all right. It's part of the job. But I'd like to meet up with you at the field office in a little while. What for? For something that was found near Emily's body. A note addressed to you. Chapter 44. Jo's body hummed with suspense for the next hour. She returned home, showered and changed, and brewed some coffee to go. Normally, she tried to get some kind of breakfast in her, but her stomach was in knots. Ford didn't want to discuss the details of the case over the phone. That was a simple matter of professional security. So, she went to work not knowing anything, but suspecting plenty. Whoever killed Emily was the same person who had threatened the school bus. She was sure of it. But she didn't know it just yet and wouldn't until Ford arrived. The office was quiet when she got in. McKinley wasn't there, but if she hovered her hand over his chair, she was convinced she'd still feel his warmth. She had no idea when that guy managed to get any sleep. People began filtering in a short while after she arrived. An hour later, the office was bustling with activity. She spotted Swan from a distance, but the young agent had his nose buried in a case file and didn't see her. He looked tired. He'd likely been up all night, reading case files and getting up to speed. Finally, she saw Brian Ford coming toward her, flashing his credentials around. The private investigator was dressed in jeans and a leather jacket. His hair was a mess, but his face was freshly shaven. It was clear from the red rings around his eyes that he'd been crying. He pulled McKinley's chair over and sat down across from Jo. "Do what?" Jo asked. "Tell Mario." "Emily's father," he replied. "After I talked to you, I got a call from a friend and former colleague at Seattle Police Department. They said Mario had already been informed, so that kind of got me off the hook. But I think I'll still go over and offer my condolences." Jo took a swig of lukewarm coffee. "You think that'll help?" "Absolutely not. Nothing can change what he's feeling right now. But it'll give me the chance to make a new promise to him. That I'll catch his daughter's killer." Jo nodded. "So you didn't talk to him. Where have you been for the past hour?" "Driving around." Ford waved a hand. "Thinking. Giving the boys and girls in Bremerton time to set up a crime scene before we get there. I assumed you'd want to come with me." He unlocked his phone and slid it across the desk to Jo. The photo gallery was already open on screen. Jo just had to scroll through it. Ford had been sent several pictures of the Vasquez crime scene, but one of them held special interest. It was a shot of a piece of paper that was being weighed down by a rock. The next picture showed the paper removed from its weight. It was unfolded, showing writing inside. "I hate killing, especially when they're friends of mine. But I'll do anything to keep your attention, Jo Pullinger." Below this writing, the killer had sketched a few hearts and an XOXO. "A sick monster," Jo growled. "Exactly." Ford took his phone back. "Now's the part where I ask why the guy who killed my missing girl is also writing love letters to you. But I guess you probably won't tell me." "That depends." Jo stood up and grabbed her coffee. Ford got up and followed her. "Are we getting a refill?" "Good idea. This stuff I brought from home kind of sucks." "But no, we're going to see Grantham. If you want to know the details of my current investigation, he'll have to sign off on it." Chapter 45. Jo and Ford approached Grantham's office door. His name and title were emblazoned on the frosted glass in big black letters. Special Agent in Charge, Robert Grantham. A green-shaded desk lamp was glowing inside. By the sound of it, Grantham was reviewing case footage. The noise of a shootout and squealing tires echoed from beyond the door. Ford shifted on his feet. "Seems like he's busy." Jo grinned at him. Scared. Grantham doesn't bite. He's probably the highest authority I'll ever personally interact with, Ford said. I'm not too proud to admit I'm a little intimidated. Don't be. Joe gestured to the door. I'll even let you do the honors. Ford raised his eyebrows. You want me to knock? No way. I don't work here. That's your job. You're the guest. You go right ahead. Joe grabbed him by the wrist and moved his hand toward the door. Inside the office, footsteps thudded toward them. The door was yanked open, and Grantham stared out at both of them. His eyes were like blue lasers. For the love of God, people, quit yammering in the hallway. This isn't middle school. You aren't trying to work up the courage to talk to your crush. Another female agent passing in the corridor looked over in shock. She saw Grantham watching and hurried away. For a moment, the only noise was the ongoing shootout coming from Grantham's laptop. Ford subtly stepped to the left, hiding behind Joe. But he was several inches taller than her, so the attempt was fruitless. Grantham's angry face broke into a warm smile. Brian Ford, Joe Pullinger's unofficial partner in crime. Ford cleared his throat. That would be partner in crime fighting, sir. Yeah, whatever. Come in. And next time, just knock. Whatever people say about me, I actually do bite. But I won't rip your head off, probably. They went inside. Ford shut the door. What are you watching, sir? Joe asked. Is that from the shootout last year in Poulsbo? Grantham almost blushed. He snapped the lid of his laptop shut, killing the sound. No, I was catching up on a TV show. I sat on my headphones last night and haven't been able to find another pair. Good on you for knowing about Poulsbo, though. That was before your time with us. Sit down, you two. They sat. Ford didn't say a word as Joe laid out the news about Emily Vasquez. She said nothing that would give away the details of her investigation. Then she looked at Ford and said, "Show him the note." Ford broke out his phone, brought up the picture, and handed it to Grantham. Grantham stared at the photo for several moments. His eyes scanned the screen over and over. Then he handed the phone back to Ford. I'm not a superstitious person. I don't believe in fate. But it seems to me like you two are just meant to work together. I won't stand in the way. Brian Ford, I think the FBI would like to hire you as a special consultant. Who would we contact to hammer out the details of such an arrangement? Ford handed over one of his business cards. Talk to my assistant, Desi Asher. She takes care of the paperwork. Grantham looked at the card. Desi? Full name Desiree. She hates it, though. So don't tell her I told you. Nothing to worry about, Mr. Ford. Grantham stood the card up between two rows on his desktop keyboard. By the time you two get on the road, it'll be going on 8 o'clock. I'll make sure Desi knows to start tracking hours from there. I expect regular updates. Thank you, sir, Ford said. Can I get a copy of the case file? I'd like to get up to speed with what the FBI knows. Joe will fill you in on everything you need to know about. Grantham waved his hand in a shooing motion. Go on. You've got work to do. Chapter 46. Ford wanted to pay a quick courtesy visit to Mario Vasquez. They took Joe's car. She punched the address into her GPS, but took a roundabout way. This gave her enough time to tell Ford about Graff and the series of events that had caused her and Ford's paths to cross once again. Emily was a huge shock, Joe added at the end. I knew this Graff character was unhinged, but I had him pegged as your classic attention hound. An extreme prankster, but not a killer. It seems he's jumped to the next level. Ford nodded. We need to stop him. Soon. Obviously, it's not enough that you're trying to hunt him down. He doesn't just want your attention. He wants you scared. He wants you to think you're hunting him, while really he's hunting you. Joe smirked. All right, Mindhunter. Maybe you should get a job at Quantico. Tell me. What kind of car does this guy drive? Ford shrugged. I don't know. You're the one who heard his voice on the phone. What are his demographics? White male, somewhere in his mid to late 20s. A loner, probably has issues with his parents and struggles to establish relationships with his peers. He's got anger issues, especially towards women. Ford clicked his tongue. You just described almost every young guy these days. Minus the anger part, maybe. So I'll go out on a limb and say Graf probably drives some kind of beater car. It probably needs about $1,000 worth of repairs and never has more than half a tank of gas in it. How about that? Sounds about right. Joe pulled up to the curb and put the car in park. We're here. You want me in there with you? Ford sighed and shook his head. No, I'll try and make this quick. Next scene. Ford knocked at Vasquez's door. He looked over his shoulder at Joe, looking for moral support. She gave him a smile and a wave. Ford nodded at her, reminding himself that this was just a part of the job, even though it felt like a knife twisting into his heart. The door opened. Mario Vasquez looked like a completely different man than the one Ford spoke to the day before. He seemed smaller, thinner, like a guy on borrowed time. Ford wanted to say something, but then, instead of speaking, he grabbed hold of the bereaved father and wrapped him in a tight embrace. Mario let out an anguished sound. It seemed like he was all out of tears for the time being, though. Why? Mario asked. Why did it happen? Why? I don't know, Ford replied. And that's the truth. Mario pulled himself together. He wiped his face and herded Ford inside. I don't know how I'm going to do it, Mario said in a monotone. It was a simple statement. He did not elaborate. He didn't need to. Ford knew just what he meant. How am I going to keep living? Where am I going to find the strength to even get out of bed in the morning? I don't know that either. Ford felt useless, but it was time to get to work. I'm going to catch whoever did this, Mario. The bereaved father finally met his eyes. You still want to work for me? No. You're going to need your money. Don't worry about me. I've already been hired by someone else, but I do need to ask you a question. Go ahead, Mario said. Did Emily have any friends? Mario scoffed. Friends. She couldn't walk 5 feet down the sidewalk without making 3 of them. Everyone loved Emily. She always saw the good in people. Then I'll try and narrow the focus, said Ford. Did she have any friends who were strange? Strange. Mario narrowed his eyes. Strange, like someone who might want to hurt her. He shook his head. No one that I know of, but I never really pried into her personal life. I always trusted Emily to be careful. I guess I should have been more careful. Mario looked like he was going to cry again. Instead, he let out a long breath and smiled. They say if you make yourself smile, you can trick your brain into feeling happy. It doesn't really work, though. Ford looked around. The house was silent. Mario, do you have anyone you can stay with? Or any family that can keep your company? Mario nodded. My sister and my nephew are on their way. They live in Portland, Oregon. Then he won't have to sit here alone for too long, Ford thought. He headed for the door. You have my number already, Mario. If you remember anything, give me a call." He hurried back out to the car, eager to leave behind the cloud of sadness hanging over Mario's house. Joe looked over as he got in. Did he say anything? Ford shook his head. "Emily had lots of friends, but no one jumps out. Let's head toward Bremerton." Chapter 47. At an auto shop, the busiest times of day were mornings and evenings. People dropping their cars off, then picking them up later on. The rest of the time, you could get lost in the guts of a Ford or a Toyota, or something in between. Rodney Blaze was working on a Chevy that morning. An Equinox, to be exact. It was a shiny new one, dropped off by a ditzy college girl. Rodney was pretty sure the only thing wrong with it was the timing chain. He could easily have upsold the kid, tacked on all kinds of unnecessary work to inflate the cost of service. She wouldn't have known the difference. It would have been common practice to do so, but Rodney hadn't done it. That wasn't how it worked at Norton's Auto, the boss man himself. Chuck had a simple business philosophy. All the other shops in town were in the habit of screwing their customers over. Anyone with a brain would boycott those places after a single visit. And here was Norton's, offering simple, quality service. No baloney. Because of this, they had a reliable customer base. Business was always booming. Plenty of dough coming in. Thus, there was no need to try and cheat anyone in the first place. Rodney was wrist-deep under the hood of the Equinox when the garage's side door opened. Chuck Norton walked in. He was a burly man in his middle age with a gray beard. His eyes shifted furtively from side to side to side to side. The boss normally came in an hour later than everyone else, but this morning he had already been in when Rodney got here. Chuck had been acting weird all morning. He was normally talkative, but he'd barely said a word. He usually jumped right into work with his crew. By this time of day, his hands should have been covered in a layer of motor grease, but today they were squeaky clean. Even so, he kept running over to the little sink at the back of the garage to wash them again. He was doing so now, muttering to himself as he scrubbed between his fingers. Rodney left the Chevy and walked over to his boss. When he got close enough, he could hear what Chuck was mumbling. "What the hell am I supposed to do now?" "Just what in the name of everything holy am I supposed to do?" "Hey, Chuck, you all right?" Rodney asked. It was enough to make Chuck jump. He whipped around. "Rodney, you almost gave me a heart attack." "I'm fine." "You don't seem fine." "Something on your mind?" "Nothing." Chuck ripped off a few paper towels and dabbed his hands dry. "What's that? An Equinox? Bet it's a piston ring. Common issue with those beasts." "Want me to take a look?" He was talking faster than usual, trying to change the subject. Rodney shook his head. "Nah, I think I got it. And I'm pretty sure it's a timing chain issue." He went back to work. He had done his duty, asking his boss if everything was all right. Now he could turn his thoughts to the 6-pack of cheap beer waiting in his fridge at home. Chapter 48. To no one's surprise, it started to rain at about 9:30. Joe and Ford sat in the car on the lower deck of the Seattle to Bremerton ferry. They watched the downpour lashing past their narrow view of daylight ahead of them. Joe had to turn the wipers on high as they drove off the boat and went through downtown Bremerton. The rain only got worse from there, reducing visibility. Joe put on her hazard lights as well as her high beams to make sure other cars could see her. "Normally, it would be smart to park somewhere and wait this weather out," Ford said. "If we had normal jobs. Maybe we could afford that luxury." Thankfully, the monsoon didn't last long. Within 10 minutes, it had died away to a drizzle. They made their way through an enchanted land of brooding forests and evergreen branches dripping with rain and moss. The longer Jo lived here, the more she was convinced that the Pacific Northwest was a magical place. But sometimes, the rain was only beautiful to a poetic eye. For a pragmatist, it posed nothing but problems. When they reached the crime scene, they saw that several huge umbrellas had been set up to keep the water away. The largest of them was over the spot where Emily was found. She was still there, although covered over with a black tarp. There was a crime scene investigation van parked between them and the crime scene. A man in white coveralls stood outside it. He held up a hand at their approach. Jo stopped the car and rolled her window down. She had her bureau credentials ready. "Agent Pullinger, FBI," she said. "And who's your handsome friend?" the CSI tech quipped. Ford showed his credentials. "Brian Ford. I'm a private investigator working with the FBI as a consultant." "All right." The tech handed their credentials back. "You can step out of the car here and join me inside the van. The scene's already been scrubbed for every possible piece of evidence. No need to stand out in the rain." He stepped away. Jo rolled the window up. There were 3 more techs still at work under the larger umbrella, taking last-minute photos of different patches on the ground, getting new angles of whatever was there. Jo grabbed an umbrella out of the back seat. Ford looked at it sheepishly. "Guess I forgot mine," he said. Then, for the sake of solidarity. Jo tossed the umbrella away. "Let's get our hair wet." "After you." Ford jumped out of the car. Jo joined him, and they scurried across the gravelly ground. The tech held the van side door open for them, then shut it once everyone was inside. The interior was warm and dry. Steam started to rise from their clothes. There were a few metal stools arranged around a central tabletop, on which the tech had set a laptop. He took one of the stools and cracked his knuckles like some kind of hacker going to work. "There's a decent amount of evidence here," he said. "If you can't catch the guy with all this, he must be a very skilled criminal. Take a look." Chapter 49. The tech finally introduced himself. His name was Barry, and he began scrolling through photographs of the crime scene. He paused longest on an image of Emily Vasquez. She was lying in a twisted position. She had apparently died in great pain. "No obvious injuries to the body," Barry said. "It seems she spent a few hours hogtied. She fought to try and free herself, resulting in some bruising. The tough thing is, the ground out here's mostly gravel, not very good at picking up tracks. It looks like some vehicles have been in the area recently. We were able to get some good casts out. By the main road, the turnoff onto this gravel track is all dirt. But we'll get back to that." He mercifully switched off Emily's image. "Any idea on a cause of death?" Jo asked. "Asphyxiation, maybe?" Barry shook his head. "No obvious signs. We won't know until we get the autopsy done. From the way she's twisted up, I'd say she was having some kind of fit or seizure when she died. Possible poisoning." "That's weird," Ford commented. Barry nodded. Usually when a victim is brought to a remote location, they end up shot or stabbed. Something flashy. "So, we won't get a gun caliber or any casings," Jo said with a sigh. "I thought you said there was some good evidence here." "There is." Barry zoomed in on the next picture. "Right here, there aren't many soft spots out there where the gravel has been pushed away. We've got shoe impressions. There are a few of these same ones in the area. We were able to get our canopies up before the rain hit, so they were preserved. Has it rained out here recently? Joe asked. Barry rolled his eyes. Are you kidding? This time of year, yeah. It rained here yesterday afternoon. If these impressions had been here since before then, they would have been smashed away by the rain, so it's reasonably safe to assume they were left by the killer. Jo stepped closer to the computer. She leaned down and narrowed her eyes, studying the details. The impressions didn't look like anything unique, but the type of shoe could sometimes say a lot about the person wearing them. It's a running shoe, Jo said. Yup, Barry agreed. We even know the make and model. It's a common shoe you can find at most stores. It's indeed marketed as a running shoe. Size? Ford asked. Size 10, Barry replied. Ford rubbed his chin, producing a scratching sound on his stubble. That would put this guy around 5'9" in height. About average, Barry shrugged. Not necessarily. What do you mean? Asked Ford. It was Jo who answered. Athletic people who use the muscles of their feet a lot tend to have higher, tighter arches. That means they can have smaller than average feet for their height. This guy could be 6 feet tall or taller. Who knows? Right. Barry concurred. Even disregarding the athlete angle, foot size is variable. My cousin is 5'8" and has size 12 feet. Ford grumbled with frustration. All right, so we've got a common shoe in a size that doesn't tell us much. What else is there? Barry smiled and flicked to the next photo. Exhibit B. Take a peek at this. Chapter 50. What does that look like to you? Barry pointed at his screen. The photo showed the pebble-strewn ground. But there were more than just stones here. There were also tiny, vaguely cube-like bits of something bluish and semi-transparent. Safety glass, said Jo. A car window would be the most likely source. There's a bit more of it scattered around, Barry added, in a sort of artsing path. It looks like someone had their window shattered, then fled the scene in a hurry. They were still shedding glass as they turned back toward the main road. I guess the obvious question now is, did this car with the broken window leave any impressions? Ford asked. And are they the same as the ones you mentioned earlier? And now we come to the main event. Barry was giddy now. He clapped his latex-gloved hands together and scrolled through the photos until he reached one that showed tire tracks in the dirt. The turnoff on the main road is mostly sand, and it's packed down pretty hard. Vehicles don't leave much of a track in that, even when it's wet. If there were 2 cars on the crime scene around the same time, it seems like one of them stuck to this more compacted surface. What about the fisherman who found the body? Jo asked. Good question. Old guy by the name of Kenneth Bradley. He lives near here, and he's quite the outdoorsman. He came into the scene on foot and from the opposite direction. We've already taken an impression of the galoshes he had on, so we can rule out any tracks he left behind. Jo studied the tire tracks on the screen and tried to make sense of them. So these might belong to whatever vehicle the killer used to reach the area. Hopefully, they're a bit more distinctive than the running shoes. Barry's eyes went wide with excitement. Oh yeah, they're very distinctive. We've actually already got a match for them. They're white wall tires. Coker Classic brand. Never heard of those, Jo said. I have, Ford replied. They're popular among car collectors. They're used a lot for restoration jobs. I don't think they're very hard to find, but few people go for them. Jo grinned and did a quick fist pump in the air. So we've got our first proper piece of evidence. Nice work. No problem, Barry said. But I've got one more piece of information that should help narrow your search. Chapter 51. Please tell me it's something good, Joe said. Barry didn't answer right away. He was either keeping her in suspense or he was distracted. He kept zooming in and out on the photo of the tire impressions, as though giving it one last study before stating his conclusions. Rain drummed on the van's roof. Outside, someone laughed. A faint aroma of cigarette smoke drifted in through the heating vents. The techs, having finished their work for the time being, were now on a smoke break, joking and chatting like office workers at the water cooler. "Yup," Barry finally said. "These white wall tires usually go on vintage hot rods, cars that spend most of their time in a garage and some of it on pavement. They definitely don't go off-roading. They're not designed for it. But this person had to cross some rough terrain to reach this place. Even so, the tires show virtually no incidental characteristics." Joe took another look. The tire tracks were quite smooth and detailed. She could make out the individual ridges and tread patterns. There seemed to be no damage, no imperfections. "These tires look new," she concluded. "They're a bit worn down, though, but not severely," Barry responded. "They've probably been driven around for a few months. But I'd bet on paved roads exclusively. Probably someplace where sweeping crews go by regularly to get rid of any debris." "Like in the city?" Joe asked. Barry nodded. Joe turned to Ford. "So we're looking for someone who recently purchased Coker Classic white wall tires." "Within the past 3 months," she glanced at Barry. He shrugged. "Seems fair to me." "Right," Ford said. "Seattle's a big city, though." "That's assuming our killer isn't from somewhere else, like Olympia or Bellevue. It's an uncommon tire, but I'm sure it'll be a long list." "Maybe we'll get lucky," Joe said. "We'll start small and expand outward. Barry, do you have anything else we need to know?" The tech looked disappointed. "No. Sorry. I thought the evidence was pretty great, but going back over it with you. Anyway, I'll send all my resources on the case to your field office in Seattle. I think the autopsy should yield some interesting results." Joe thanked the man. She and Ford exited the van. Joe regretted her lack of an umbrella immediately. The rain was heavier now. It was cold outside, and each droplet felt like a hammer made of ice falling on her. They ran for the car, throwing themselves inside. Joe turned the engine on and blasted the heat at full power. When she had stopped shivering, she took out her phone and gave McKinley's desk a call. He was back at work, sounding tired. There was a barely suppressed yawn hiding behind his voice. "Agent McKinley here." "It's Joe." "Oh, hey." He let the yawn out, roaring like a lion. "How's it going, Joe?" "I heard you were working with Brian Ford again. And also that you were out at some murder scene. I'm still here. Listen, Ian, I need a trace on a set of tires. Coker Classic." "White wall tires," she heard typing. "Any specific model number?" "No. Sorry. We were lucky to get as much information as we have." "Got it." More typing, followed by a slurping sound as McKinley took a drink of coffee. "I'll start digging. Should have a list of possibilities ready for you by the time you get back. Or maybe you'll have the killer," Joe suggested. "You think we'll get that lucky?" "Maybe. This case has only been going on for 24 hours, but I'm ready to be done with it already. Keep me posted." Chapter 52. Joe didn't start driving right away. She put her head back and shut her eyes. Her mind wandered over the details of the case. She almost forgot Ford was there until he spoke. "This is starting to make a little bit of sense," he said. "When I was at Emily's apartment yesterday, I noticed she had a bunch of race medals. She was a runner." Joe cracked one eye open. Now we have a killer potentially wearing running shoes. And a note at the scene hinting that the victim was a friend of his. It's a connection. Maybe we can take whatever list McKinley comes up with and compare it against marathon signups, Ford suggested. Jo shut her eyes again. Lots of runners in the world. Most people just treat it as a hobby and a way to keep fit. Only a small percentage sign up for races. Let alone full marathons. It might be a bucket list item, but they'll probably never get around to it. Ford laughed. Speaking from personal experience? How was your run this morning? I wouldn't be surprised if it gave me pneumonia. But the race angle is a good idea, Ford. We'll look into it. Once we get back to the city. Ford shivered and rubbed his hands together. I think the first order of business is going to be a hot cup of coffee, though. Jo put the car in drive. She backed up a bit, then drove forward, swinging the car around. She thought about the broken glass. Do you think there was someone else on the scene? Could be, said Ford. Or that glass might have been lying there for days. I doubt there was a witness, though. Because they would have called it in, Jo added. Or maybe not. If the killer managed to catch them before they got away, the forensics team would have found something, said Ford. Or we would have on our way in. If that's what happened, I bet the killer took the body somewhere else. Dumped the car in some other area. Maybe we'll get another call later on about it. Now you're finishing my sentences. Way to turn the tables on me. Jo turned the wipers off. The rain had stopped abruptly. The dark clouds that had covered the morning sky were starting to drift away from one another. A narrow gap was opening between them. For the first time in several days, sunlight poured down on the ground. The atmosphere of the forest changed immediately. The last of the rain dripped from the trees, falling onto sun-dappled ground. The mist dissipated. The impenetrable shadows between the trees followed suit. Jo hit the brakes so hard, she and Ford lurched forward against their seatbelts. You've got a lead foot on that pedal, Ford complained. He rubbed at his chest. What is it? A deer or something? She pointed to the right. Up ahead, just past a curve in the trail, there was a subtle disturbance in the foliage. During Jo's training, she had studied countless photos of car crashes, accidental and otherwise. She knew some of the signs to look for. Now, as clouds drifted past the sun and slightly changed the angle of the light, something else became visible. 2 trails through the undergrowth, 5 feet apart, about the width of a car. Someone went off the road right there, Jo whispered. Chapter 53. They got out of the car. This time, Jo didn't hesitate to unfurl the umbrella over her head. They walked slowly toward the broken branches and flattened ferns. Forensics drove in while it was still dark out, she said. They wouldn't have seen it. When we came in, the rain was occluding our view, and it's situated right here at a curve in the road. Anyone coming through here would keep their eyes on where they were going. It's easy to miss. Glad we spotted it, though. Ford glanced with jealousy at her umbrella. He pulled up the collar of his trench coat and used a hand to shield his eyes. How do you want to play this? Jo was ready. She pulled gloves out of her pocket. As she snapped them onto her hands, she switched the umbrella from arm to arm, cradling it with her elbow. I'll go down and take a quick look, she said. I left the keys in the car. Take it back up to Barry and let him know there's another part of the crime scene down here. So I got out for nothing. Ford gave her a mock scowl of anger and ran back to the car. He backed up until he reached a wide enough spot in the road. Then he made a U-turn and drove away. Jo approached the side of the road. The umbrella came in handy now, blocking the rain that was still filtering through the trees. She stood with her toes jutting into the ferns and stared into the forest. There was a sharp downward slope here, about 50 degrees. The slope was covered in plant life. Everything here was wet. If a car went off the road here, it didn't matter how good its brakes were, because it wouldn't be able to find traction. The car would just keep on going until it hit the bottom. The undergrowth was dense. The area had been logged in the recent past, and most of the trees were young. They were low to the ground, and their canopies obscured her view of what waited below. Even so, it was obvious a car had come through. The tires had cut a clear path, like two razors sweeping over the land. It was time to hike down. The umbrella would be an encumbrance. She furled it back up and dropped it by the road. Then she started toward the bottom of the hill. It was slippery, and she had to grab hold of branches to keep herself from falling. When she was halfway down, she spotted a fresh scar on the trunk of a maple sapling. A huge gouge mark, probably made by the bumper of the car. It must have hit and bounced off as it careened downward. She took another step, and then she saw the car. It was an ordinary red sedan. The front left corner was crumpled, the headlight shattered. The car was facing backward. Up the hill, it had landed in a shallow trench after traveling roughly 100 yards. The driver's door was open. Jo stumbled her way to it and looked inside. The key was still in the ignition. It was turned to the on position, but there was no light on, no noise from the engine. It had sat here until it ran dry. Some forest critters had gotten inside. She saw little muddy tracks crisscrossing the seats. Jo leaned in carefully, trying to touch as little as possible. She popped the glove box open and pulled out the paperwork inside. The car was 9 years old, and it was registered to a man named Paul Gibbons. There was nothing much else in the car, just a bunch of random trash that had been thrown on the floor of the passenger side, some receipts, and straw wrappers. There were some fast food bags in the back seat. Definitely the car of a bachelor, Jo muttered. She put everything back where she found it and pushed herself out of the car. She turned around, squinting her eyes towards something a few meters away. It looked like a rock at first, but then she realized it was the pale, balding head of a man who was lying there. Jo ran toward him. She fell to her knees, feeling for a pulse. She felt cold skin and nothing else. The man's eyes were open, but there was no light in them. He had been dead for hours out here in the rain. There was a small laceration at his hairline. His nose and mouth had suffered much greater damage. His throat as well. There was a clear shoe tread overlapping multiple times on his skin. You were stomped to death. Jo's stomach flipped at the thought. She carefully touched the man's pockets and felt a hard, square shape. A wallet. She pulled it out with 2 fingers and looked inside. It was the driver, Paul Gibbons. It seemed he had been in the wrong place at the wrong time and paid dearly for it. And now Graf's body count was upped too. At least 2, Jo thought. She put Paul's wallet back and climbed up to the road to wait for Ford. McKinley called as she was standing in the gravel. Jo, I think we got lucky. I have something for you. Chapter 54. Chuck Norton finally managed to get some work done around noon. He helped Rodney remove a stubborn, rusted screw from the wheel well of an old Ford. Then he did a standard tire rotation on a Toyota. His normally raging appetite finally kicked in. He washed his hands for the 10th time that day and grabbed his sandwich out of the fridge. It was egg salad between whole wheat bread. The whole wheat was his attempt at being healthy. He ate his soggy lunch and stared groggily at the wall of his office. There were pictures stuck all over the bulletin board. Some of them showed Chuck in his glory days, fit and young, looking fierce in his college football pads. Another one with his ex-wife on their first date. She was dead now, but Chuck wasn't very upset about it. The woman had put him and his son through hell. You wouldn't know how evil she was by looking at this picture of her, though. She looked innocent. Beautiful. When Chuck looked at her image, he could still remember how good it felt to be in love. That was why he never took it down. Norton's auto had been running for nearly 20 years, and that photo had been here since the beginning. It was starting to turn yellow and faded. Chuck let out an involuntary growl as he shot to his feet. He held his egg salad sandwich off to the side and used the other hand to rip the photo down. The pushpin holding it to the bulletin board flew across the room. Chuck threw the photo in the trash. It landed atop the Chinese takeout container from the day before. The can was starting to get full, and it was stinking, too. He finished his sandwich, but he had lost his appetite. The egg salad and bread tasted like cardboard and paste. He threw the plastic wrap into the trash and pulled the bag out, tying it shut. With his smelly garbage dangling from his hand, he headed through the shop and out the back door. The dumpster was old and covered in rusty dents. The lid was always open, and flies buzzed in the air above it. Chuck tossed the bag from a distance. It bounced off the rim and fell onto the ground. He cursed and stomped over to grab the bag. As he was bending over, a wind gust swept through. It tugged at the corner of a tarp, making it flap and rustle. A spike of fear stabbed Chuck. He quickly grabbed the tarp and held it down. His eyes flicked around the yard looking for anyone who might have seen. There was no one here. The other guys were eating their lunch as well. They were in the front of the shop, shooting the breeze. Chuck sighed. He slowly lifted the edge of the tarp. Underneath were 4 tires, stacked in 2 short piles. They were white walls. Coker Classic brand. They were dirty now, but still in good condition. Not much wear and tear. Just looking at them made Chuck's heart rate increase. He used a piece of scrap metal to hold the tarp down. He turned away and bent over, fearing his sandwich was about to come back up. It didn't. I can't be here anymore, Chuck thought. I'm gonna go inside and tell the guys I'm heading home early. But I'll have to come back sometime in the middle of the night when no one's around. The garbage truck usually came by at 6 a.m. He had until then to figure out what to do with the tires. Chapter 55. Chuck felt better as soon as the auto shop was in his truck's rear-view mirror. The sandwich settled back down in his stomach. He started to feel hungry again and wished he had another one. He turned the radio on. It was tuned to a news station. An anchor was talking about a strange double murder that had happened near Bremerton. More doom and gloom. Chuck grumped. He switched to the classic rock station and bobbed his head to a song by the Eagles. Maybe things would work out, he thought. There was no reason any of this had to come back on him. He was just doing his job, fulfilling his duties. Maybe it looked suspicious that the tires were hidden under a tarp, but he could explain that away. Coker Classics were pretty valuable. Maybe Chuck just didn't want anyone stealing them. He trusted all the guys who worked for him, but it would be easy to pretend like he didn't. Some of them had criminal records. Yes, it would all work out. He kept on thinking that until he pulled up to his house and saw a familiar car parked in his driveway. It was a '99 Chevrolet Lumina. It was old but well cared for. Chuck knew that car inside and out. It used to be his. Every piece of work done on it had been by him. He parked his car by the curb and sat back to try and catch his breath. It didn't work. His heart kept on racing. He breathed heavily and dripped with sweat from every pore. Why is he even here? Chuck thought. What's he doing now? He let time go by. He was hoping the boy would come outside, get back in his car and leave. It seemed like half an hour had passed, but when Chuck looked at the clock, it had only been 4 minutes. Taking a deep breath, Chuck got out and walked up to his front door. He opened the door and stepped inside. A wave of dread passed over him. A sense of the surreal asserted itself over his senses. He could almost believe he was in a nightmare. He wanted to believe. There was an athletic young man sitting on a stool by the kitchen island. He was eating the last slice of Chuck's pecan pie and slurping on a glass of milk. He looked up with a cold smile. "Hello, Dad," he said. "Hello, son." Chuck licked his lips. He stayed where he was, standing in the kitchen archway. "Are you still insisting I call you Graf, or am I?" Graf set his glass down with force. It made a sharp crack against the granite countertop. "It's Graf, you old idiot. I'm never using the name that witch gave me. Not ever again." Chuck took a step forward. He wanted to sit down, but he lost his nerve and stopped moving. "We need to talk, Graf." "Do we?" Graf shrugged and took another bite. "I just came by to get a snack and to make sure you're doing what you need to do." "I was planning on going back in the middle of the night," said Chuck. "Load the tires up in my truck and take them somewhere hidden. But now I don't know what I'm going to do." "You should turn yourself in." "For what?" Graf asked. "I never told you what I really did." Chuck shook his head. "You said you robbed a place." Graf smiled. "Guess again." Instantly, the story from the radio popped into Chuck's head. 2 people murdered outside Bremerton. It had sounded very far away before. Not anymore. "You didn't," Chuck wheezed. "I had to." "You didn't," Chuck repeated. "Shut up," Graf snapped. Chuck turned away, grabbing at his chest. "I can't do this. This is killing me. This has to stop." There was a screech as Graf's stool slid across the floor. "Don't worry, Dad. It's going to stop right now." Chuck looked at his son. "You'll turn yourself in?" Graf shook his head. He grabbed a cast-iron skillet off the stove. Chuck didn't make a sound, and he didn't try and run away. Chapter 56. Graf brought the skillet up high in the air. His father's eyes were drawn to it. No doubt he expected a crushing blow to end his life and all his troubles, but it was just a distraction. Graf slipped another syringe out of his pocket. He jabbed the needle into his father's neck, straight into the jugular. The injected agent acted fast, causing the big man to collapse and writhe on the floor. Despite his size, he didn't last as long as Emily. Within 20 seconds, he was still. The iron skillet was heavy. Graf's arm was starting to burn from the effort of holding it up. He finally lowered the skillet and carried it to the kitchen island. He slid his pie plate into it, along with his empty milk glass. He took the dishes over to the sink and rinsed them all thoroughly with hot, soapy water. Then he dried them, making sure to wipe every surface to remove any prints. Graf wasn't worried. He knew his father was a smart and cautious man. That was how he'd managed to start his own business from nothing and eventually afford this ritzy house. There was nothing to worry about. Not right away. With the most important parts taken care of, Graf went back to the front door. His shoes were there. He had flipped them upside down to avoid leaving any prints. He carefully slipped them back onto his feet and left the house. He got into his car. His father had lent him many things. Among them was a key to the front and back doors of the house, along with a garage door opener. He pressed the button on the ladder and watched as the door crawled open. He drove inside and pressed the button again. When the garage was shut, he got out and shucked his shoes again. In his socks, he re-entered the house and dragged his father's body out to the garage. The old man was heavy. He ate a ridiculous amount of food and did manual labor every day. But Graf had been training in weightlifting as well as running. With several grunts of effort, he got his father into the trunk. Some of Emily's long dark hairs were still stuck in the upholstery. He slammed the trunk shut and wiped his hands on his pants. They were sweating. He was starting to get nervous. Killing people was easy. Killing them in the right way so as not to get caught was hard. But he could at least rest assured that staying free forever was not his goal. He wanted Joe Pullinger to catch him, but he wasn't going to make it easy for her. Graf got in his car and opened the garage. He backed out onto the road and drove away, hitting the button one last time. "Goodbye," he whispered, glancing at his father's home in the side mirror. There had been a lot of good memories there, but there were more bad ones than good ones. Chapter 57. As they drove through Bremerton, Joe filled Ford in on what she had seen at Paul's car. On their ferry ride back to Seattle, they left the car and joined the passengers on the upper decks. There were plenty of young families, as well as business people working on laptops. There was even a busker, strumming delicately on an acoustic guitar. The music was nice, calming. After they bought their coffees, Joe dropped a few bucks in the busker's hat. "I don't know if he's technically allowed to do that," said Ford. "Play for money on an official piece of Seattle transit machinery." Joe shrugged. "Who cares?" "Sure. Do you think he'd have a heart attack if you showed him your FBI credentials?" Joe just smiled. She sat back and soaked in the early afternoon ambiance. It wasn't often she had a reason to get on the ferry. The ride from Bremerton took an hour. It was only slightly faster than making the drive, but it was much less work. Joe felt warm and recharged by the time they got back in the car and drove off the boat. Unfortunately, the weather in Seattle was still dark and stormy. She turned the wipers back on as they headed for the field office. They had to stop at half a dozen red lights on the way. When the car was stopped, the only sound she heard was the rain. With some people, silence could feel awkward. With Ford, she felt comfortable. She knew the two of them could go hours without sharing a word, and it would be just as easy as being alone. "Good coffee," Ford commented as they came off the second light, breaking the silence for the only time during their drive. Next scene. At the FBI field office, they detoured to the break room for a coffee refill. Then they found McKinley. He was in the middle of snapping a few new elastics on a rubber band ball he'd been building over the past couple of weeks. He set the ball down and kicked his feet up on the desk. "Look what the cat dragged in," he said. "Look what the cat vomited up," Joe shot back. "You said you had something for us?" "Patience." McKinley waved his hands. "You're the one who wanted to wait until you got back to the city to hear about it. We struck a rare vein of gold on this one. Seems like the rare car culture in Seattle has been in a lull lately. Going back over the past 3 months, I only see 4 orders on record for a set of these Whitewall tires." "Did you find out who ordered them?" Joe asked. McKinley grabbed a stack of pages off his desk and slapped them into her hand. They were basic write-ups on 4 individuals. Wayne Salome. Joe read off the first page. Her eyes scanned the other details. 79 years old. a retired aerospace engineer. Lives up in Mount Lake Terrace. No children. That doesn't feel right. He does have a cool name, though. She went to the next person. Gretchen Allen. 58. She bought these tires last month, but had them sent to her son, who lives in Spokane. I talked to her, said McKinley. It was a birthday present. Her son's a hotshot orthopedic surgeon who likes cars. Not right either. She went to the third, Seymour McLean. 61. Has a daughter and 2 teenage grandsons. That's not right either. Let me guess, Ian, you put the most interesting one on the bottom. He laced his fingers behind his head. A little style goes a long way. I have enough suspense in my life. She looked at the last sheet. This isn't a person. It's a mechanic shop called Norton's Auto. I assume they ordered them for a customer. I called Norton's, said McKinley. The guy there told me the boss wasn't in, and if I wanted more information, I'd have to send someone over. A faithful employee, I guess. Or maybe he's hiding something, said Ford. Where did the other 3 people get their tires from? How'd you get their information? A few other garages around town, McKinley said. The employees at those places were more forthcoming. Norton's is the odd one out. Which means it's the first one we should look at, said Joe. Thanks again, Ian. McKinley grinned. By that, you really mean to ask about how Swan's been settling in. Now that you mention it, I haven't talked to him since yesterday. McKinley pointed over her shoulder. Speak of the handsome devil. She turned and saw Swan. He was dressed in shorts and a windbreaker. He was out of breath and covered with sweat. Need something from me? He asked. Chapter 58. I've been keeping up with your case, Swan said. This graph thing. Grantham tells me it could be a good learning experience for me. Mind if I tag along? Joe looked at Ford. Ford shrugged. Joe nodded at Swan. He gave her his movie star smile. Great. Let me just hit the showers and change my clothes. Be out in 5 minutes. He hurried away. Ford took out his phone and started a stopwatch. 5 minutes. Let's see if he's right. I'm betting no. Really? Joe asked. McKinley held up an empty coffee mug. If you're wrong, you have to get me a refill. Deal, Ford said. Joe sat at her desk and started typing a report of everything she'd learned that day. She only had time to get 3 paragraphs in. Swan came jogging back. His hair was damp and slicked to one side, and he was wearing a crisp suit. Time, McKinley called. Ford hit the stop button and held up his phone. It showed 5 minutes and 18 seconds. McKinley grunted and got up to get his own coffee. Joe saved her document and shut her computer. She got up and pulled her jacket on as she followed Ford and Swan out of the building. Your car or mine? Swan asked. Mine's already warmed up, Joe said. Nice. I like the way you think. He winked at her and opened her car's front passenger door. Ford gave him a dirty look and got into the back seat. Where are we headed this time? Swan asked. Norton's Auto, Joe replied. He punched it on his phone and propped it in the cup holder so Joe could see. Look at us, huh? A couple of out-of-towners still learning our way around the big city. Funny. Were you just out for a run? Joe asked. Yeah, a quick one. Swan tapped his fingernail on the window, making a rhythm. Just to keep the blood flowing. I'm at the end of my marathon tapering. Oh yeah, when is that? Joe asked. The Seattle Marathon? Tomorrow, actually. Bright and early. No kidding. I didn't know it was that soon. Joe scratched the back of her neck and adjusted her hair. I went for a run this morning, too. I've been wanting to start making it a routine. Really? Swan breathed against the window and drew a smiley face in the steam. Maybe we can start training together. A few miles at lunch a couple of times a week. Sound good? It sounded lovely. Jo agreed straight away. For a few minutes, she was able to think about something else than the psychopath who was stalking the streets and killing in her name. Chapter 59. Norton's Auto occupied a lot on Weller Street. It was a hilly area. The shop's front drive led down into the dark mouth of a garage at an awkward angle. There was a fish market on the next street. It smelled like low tide. The trees here still held on to fall foliage burning orange and red. They took the side drive, heading toward the back of the shop. There was a barbed wire fence and a gate blocking their path. A young guy with a strong, dimpled chin was watching from the other side. His coveralls were smeared with black oil. His jaw kept flexing. When Jo got out of the car, he spat chewing gum into an empty steel drum. Jo walked up to the gate. The grease monkey approached on the other side. "You look official," he said. Jo pulled out her credentials. "You talked to one of my associates on the phone. I'm Agent Joe Pullinger." His jaw jutted forward. "We don't do anything weird here, miss. We just fix cars. I don't know what you're trying to find." Jo gave him a disarming smile. "What's your name?" He tapped his chest. His name was sewn in. Rodney. She could barely see it under layers of grease. "All right, Rodney," she said. "It's not anything your shop did. I'm just looking for information. Can we come inside?" Rodney opened the gate. Jo waved at the car. Swan hopped over into the driver's seat and let it roll through. Rodney let the gate stay open. He stuck his hands in his pockets, looking odd as two men in spiffy suits stepped out of the car. "This is some kind of serious stuff," he said. Jo shrugged. "Would you care to take me inside?" Rodney stepped toward a door and beckoned her forward. Jo motioned to Ford and Swan, a twirling motion with one finger. The meaning was clear. Check the area. One thing you learned as an FBI agent was how to feel a place out. If there were a bad vibe and people were acting cagey, you had to be able to pick up on it. Mostly, it came with experience. Jo's experience was telling her nothing much was going on at Norton's Auto. Rodney was acting strange, but that was just because he never expected the FBI to roll up to his workplace. She followed him into the garage. There were 2 cars up on lifts, but no one was currently working. "This is it." Rodney gestured around. "Not much to look at. What is it you need, anyway?" "Within the past 3 months," Jo began, "your shop ordered a set of Coker Classics." "White wall tires," Rodney nodded. "Yup. We don't see too many of those. We mostly work on the more humble cars. I remember seeing them when they first got in. Do you remember who ordered them? Whose car they went on?" Rodney winced and rubbed the back of his neck. "Nope. If I'd have been the one who put 'em on, I would have remembered, but it was someone else." Jo turned from side to side, surveying the scene. "Well, can I ask some of your other mechanics? Or maybe you could just check your records?" She pointed toward an office in the back corner of the garage. "No can do." Rodney made an X with his hands. "Rather wait for the boss to get here. He left a little while ago. Guess he was going out for lunch. Should be back soon." "Right." Jo checked her watch. "Getting kind of late for lunch. Who's your boss?" "Chuck Norton," said Rodney. "Well, his name's Charles, but everyone calls him Chuck. I wonder if anyone ever just gets the name Chuck straight on their birth certificate." "Probably not." "Probably not," Jo agreed. She wasn't paying much attention to Rodney now. She was staring at the door to Chuck's office. It was right there. The information that might crack this case open. My guys and I have a lot to do, she said. No time to wait around. Maybe we'll just pay Chuck a visit. Could you tell me where he lives? If Chuck was out to lunch, he wouldn't be at home. But she could still take a look around the place. It was something to do while she waited for him to get back to work. Rather not, Rodney said with a sigh, but I guess you can just look that up on your fancy computers. Here, he took a pen out of his pocket and wrote an address on an old receipt. Joe took it and thanked him. Next, scene. Nothing much here, Ford called. He let an old soggy wad of newspapers fall back on the ground. Just trash, trash, and more trash. Got anything? Swan was on the opposite side of the back lot, near the dumpsters. There was a tarp behind them. There were rain puddles on it, and there was a rusty piece of scrap metal weighing it down. The wind was making it billow up. There could be anything or nothing underneath. Nothing, Swan decided, responding to Ford's question. Joe emerged from the garage and waved them back to the car. Swan and Ford wiped their hands on the grass before joining her. Chapter 60. Did that guy seem a little fishy to you? Swan asked as they drove down Weller Street. Rodney, Joe asked. No, I just don't think he's used to dealing with the feds. Or women, probably. Ford snorted from the back seat. Yeah, he had a classic case of blue coat syndrome. Swan looked over his shoulder. What's that? Some kind of SPD lingo? No, just something I made up. It's like when you go to the doctor and they check your blood pressure. As soon as that pressure cuff appears, your heart rate skyrockets no matter how calm you feel. Throws off the reading. Same thing with a lot of civilians when they interact with law enforcement. Swan nodded. He looked at Joe, especially FBI agents. When do you start figuring out how to tell the difference between someone who's just nervous and someone who's actually hiding something? You don't always get it right, Joe told him. But with time and experience, you can improve your track record. We have to keep all possibilities in mind and weigh their probabilities. Rodney could be rushing into the boss's office as we speak, gathering up all evidence of our tires and burning it. But I doubt it. My read on that guy is that he won't do a thing without Chuck's say-so. He could call him, Swan suggested. But he won't, because he doesn't want to bother the boss on his lunch break. And all this is just theorizing based on the premise that Rodney's hiding something, which in my mind is untrue, but maybe we should get some more information. She dialed McKinley and put the call on speakerphone. Joe, did you catch the bad guy yet? McKinley asked. Working on it. I need any info you can give me on Charles Norton, the guy who runs the shop we just visited. I already have his address. So, you're looking for criminal record and all that? McKinley asked. Let's see. Well, this guy seems squeaky clean. The only thing I see on him is a speeding ticket from over a decade ago. He's divorced and has 2 kids. Seems like his main vehicle is a red pickup truck. There's not much else I can tell you, unless you want me to start digging through tax returns. Not necessary, said Joe. Does he own any firearms? Well, he's a middle-aged American man, but he also lives in the liberal city of Seattle. No, he has no guns registered to his name. Okay, thanks, Ian. I'll keep you updated. Charles Norton was apparently a man who valued short commutes. He lived just a few blocks from his auto shop. Joe was already pulling up outside his house as she ended the call with McKinley. Norton's auto hadn't given her much of a vibe at all. The same could not be said for Chuck's house. She could feel that something was wrong. straight away. Chapter 61. A red pickup truck was parked at the curb to one side of the driveway. Jo parked on the other side. She ended the call with McKinley and was startled when she immediately heard a phone ringing again. "It's me," Ford said. He looked at his screen. "It's Kelly. I've got to take this. You two go on." Swan and Jo exited the car. They shut their doors in unison and slowly walked up Chuck's driveway. "Who's Kelly?" Swan asked. "His wife," Jo replied. Swan grunted. "He answers her calls when he's right in the middle of work." "How short of a leash is he on?" Jo rolled her eyes. "Young men. They never change." "Ford almost lost her," Jo explained. It wasn't something she did, and it wasn't something he did either, not really. They were living separately for a while, and they probably came very close to divorcing. "What happened?" Swan asked. "A guy showed up at their house. A criminal who was mad at Ford for busting him. He had a knife. No one got hurt except for the criminal, but it scared his wife and daughter. Now that Ford's working for himself, he's able to get that sweet work-life balance and maintain his relationship, and that's the end of the story." Swan nodded. "Must be nice. Having a spouse, having a family, being settled down. We don't really get that, do we? Not this early in our careers." Jo knocked at the door and raised her voice. "Mr. Norton! Charles Norton! Open up!" No one answered. Jo put her ear to the door. "Hear anything?" Swan asked. She stepped back and shook her head. The feeling of wrongness radiated through her entire body. She put her hand on the butt of her sidearm. "Try the doorbell." Swan hit the button and sidestepped away. They both stared at the door and waited. Jo had no idea what to expect. "His truck's here," she muttered, "so he must be as well." "Maybe he's in the bathroom," Swan said. Jo nodded. "I'll go right. You go left. Perimeter check." She drew her handgun as she made her way along the right wall of the house. There was a narrow path here, made of clay brick pavers. Weeds were growing up between them. Old car parts were leaning against the house. A front bumper, a seat, a couple of tires. No white walls. The house itself was clean and affluent looking. But the yard was definitely that of a tinkerer. Rusted bolts and screws littered the ground. The blinds were down on all the windows. Some of the blinds were broken and offset, and Jo was able to get some glimpses into the house. She saw the living room, clean except for 5 or 6 beer cans on the coffee table and some Chinese takeout containers. There was also a home office. The hardware looked woefully out of date. The monitor wasn't even widescreen. It looked like the house of a hard-working bachelor who spent most of his time at his job. There didn't seem to be any trouble. She met Swan in the backyard. They both holstered their pistols. Jo opened the Maps app on her phone and looked around the area. He could have parked here and walked somewhere for lunch, she theorized. There are some places nearby. Or something bad happened, Swan said. His truck is here, but it's parked on the road, not in the driveway. Why wouldn't the man park in his own driveway? Jo put her phone away. Someone was already parked there when he got home. Maybe, said Swan. Jo put her hands on her hips and sighed. I think we're both in agreement that something is off here. Does it constitute an emergency, or do we need a warrant? Warrants waste time. Swan wiped some sweat off his upper lip. I'm not trying to waste time here, Pullinger. Me neither, she agreed. Let's see if we can find a way inside. Chapter 62. Brian, you sound stressed, Kelly said. Is everything all right? Ford let out a long breath through pursed lips. I have good news and bad news. Oh dear. Let's hear the bad news first. Then you can give me the palate cleanser. Bad news is, I was hired to find a missing person. They're not missing anymore, but I wasn't able to bring them home." Kelly sighed. "I'm sorry, Brian. That's really unfortunate." "Yes, it is. The good news is Joe Pullinger is on the case." "Good. That woman always gets the job done. And it means you'll be home for dinner tonight, right?" "I'm not sure." Ford stared at the house. He was watching for Joe and Swan. They'd been out of sight for a few minutes already. "I'm no longer working for the original person who hired me. But I might have been hired by the FBI to be a consultant on the case, which means you just have to stay close to your phone, right?" Kelly said in a wistful tone. "Actually, it means I'm sitting in the back of Joe's car as I talk to you. I can't tell you more than that, but I'll text you regular updates. Don't tell anyone what I've told you." She laughed. "What'll happen if I do? Will the black helicopters show up and take me away to some hidden bunker in the middle of the desert? No. But this is the FBI. They have all kinds of protocols, and I have no idea what most of them are. But I do know they don't like it when people air their laundry before it's clean. But you do trust Joe," Kelly said. "With my life," Ford agreed. "Then get this job done. And then it's back to the same old boring cases," Ford promised. "At least until Joe needs me again. I am the best partner a Fed could ever ask for, after all, and the best husband a wife could ask for. You're a pretty good dad, too." Ford smiled as a warm feeling spread through him. "I love you, Kelly. Tell Hazel I'll be back home as soon as I can." They hung up. Ford went back to watching the house. He figured at this point that it was too late to join Joe and Swan. They're probably back there doing combat rolls and making crazy hand signals at each other, he thought. The mental image made him laugh. He leaned back and checked his emails. Chapter 63. Joe and Swan had a look around the back of Chuck's house. The most obvious point of entry was the sliding glass door. Joe grabbed the handle and gave it a tug. "Locked," she said with a sigh. Swan bent over and picked up a rock. He hefted it, raising his eyebrows at Joe. She shook her head. "I don't think it's come to that yet. If we hear a cry for help from inside, maybe we can start considering drastic options." He dropped the rock and wiped his hands on his pants. "So, window? If any of them are unlocked," Joe said. They went their separate ways again. They headed toward the front on opposite sides. Joe stopped at each window. She tried pushing each of them open. None budged. She felt a strange sense of competitiveness against Swan. She wanted to be the one to find the way inside. "Maybe I just want to impress him," she thought. In her rush, Joe tripped over a pipe connecting the AC condenser to the house. She fell and scraped her hands on the rocky ground. Cursing, she stood back up and studied her palms. Thankfully, they were gritty but unscathed. Just then, she heard a scuffling sound from the next yard over. Beyond a 6-foot-tall wooden fence. "Who's over there?" The frail voice of an old lady called, "Chuck, would you mind taking a look at my washing machine? The darn thing's acting up again." Joe raised a hand and waved over the fence. "Just here, servicing Mr. Norton's AC. Oh, maybe you can take a look if you get a chance. But I'll bet you aren't as good at fixing things as Chuck is. That man could take any machine apart and put it back together better than it ever was." "My grandson." "Joe!" Swan shouted from the other side of the house. "That's my colleague calling me," Joe said. "Have a good day." She ran down the side of the house and through the backyard. Swan waved to her. He led her to a window that had been left open by an inch. He had finagled the screen out of its track and leaned it against the house. "Nice big window," he said. "We can both fit through." "Ladies first, though. How chivalrous." Joe let him boost her through the window. She held her hand above his head so he wouldn't bump it on his way through. They were in a narrow hallway. There was an open door nearby, leading into a half bathroom. "Who were you talking to?" Swan asked. "Neighbor lady." Joe put her gloves on and raised her voice. "Mr. Norton, we're with the FBI and we're here to check up on you. If you're here, make a sound." They waited, listening to the house. There was no answer. Joe swallowed hard. Right now, her gut wasn't telling her much, but she felt the tension in the air. "Stick together," she said to Swan. She pulled out her sidearm. She kept her finger off the trigger, and the muzzle pointed at the floor. "We'll take a quick look around, then we'll call McKinley back. See if we can get Chuck's cell number. Maybe he really is just out to lunch." They looked inside the half-bath first. "Clean," Swan commented. "I mean new house clean. Dust on the toilet. I don't think he ever used this room." "No reason to," Joe added. "This guy lives alone. Why scrub more than one toilet if it's just you?" "Now you're thinking like a bachelor," Swan said. They moved down the hall. There was a tiny laundry room behind an accordion door. "Just detergent," said Swan. "No fabric softener. No dryer sheets. Wait!" He picked up a plastic canister. "Why is there cornstarch in here?" Joe grabbed a toothbrush that was hanging from a hook on the wall. "Same reason this is here. It's a way to get motor oil stains off your clothes. You pour the starch on and scrub. You know your stuff, Johanna Pullinger." She felt herself blushing. "I absorb things here and there." The rest of the house yielded little useful evidence. Chuck's bed was unmade. His closet held nothing but blue jeans, white t-shirts, and a few sets of work coveralls. His dresser drawers were loaded with socks and the most boring, plain underwear money could buy. While searching the bedside table, Joe found something. A framed picture lying face down. She lifted it. The photo showed a young couple. The woman was pregnant. The date in the corner showed the photo had been taken 26 years earlier. "Chuck and his wife?" Swan asked. "Ex-wife," said Joe. "Did you see pictures of her anywhere else in the house?" "I didn't. Just here. I guess their marriage must not have gone well, but he keeps her here in the bedroom." Swan nodded. "For those lonely nights. The rest of the time, he can't stand to see her." Joe put the picture back. The last room to search was the living room, which also served as the front entryway. "So much for getting Chuck's cell number," said Swan. He was pointing at a side table. Lying on it was a wallet, a set of keys, and a phone. Joe opened the wallet. "Charles Norton. So much for our out-to-lunch theory. As well, he came home, parked on the street, because someone else was in the driveway," Swan added, "and left again without grabbing his things. On foot." They looked at each other. Then they both shook their heads. Joe knew that, even if Chuck had decided to go for a walk, he would have grabbed these 3 items. At the very least, he would take his keys so he could lock the door. Something bad had happened to Chuck Norton. Chapter 64. There was a knock at the front door. Swan jumped with fear. Joe looked at the door handle and sighed. "It's open, Ford," she called. Ford came in and stood on the threshold. He crossed his arms. "I guess you two are just about finished here." Swan looked at Joe. The front door was unlocked the whole time. She grinned. When we decided to come in, we were already in the backyard. We never thought to check. Swan laughed, wiping a hand across his face. I used to think FBI agents were flawless operators. Then I became one. Yeah, Ford. I think we're done here. Done inside anyway. Joe grabbed Chuck's keys and led the group outside. There were more signs that Chuck had been in some kind of distress when he arrived home. Joe assumed a professional mechanic would be more than capable of parking neatly against the curb, but the front tires were turned at an extreme angle. The entire truck was crooked. Unlike the house, the truck was locked. Joe hit the unlock button on the fob. She waited until she heard the click of the locks disengaging. With her gloved hand, she popped the driver's door open. It was a tall truck, but she was a tall woman. It was easy for her to get a look inside. "Smells like sweat and grease in here," she said, "but there's not much to look at. Let's check the bed." The bed of the truck was covered by a cap. Swan beat her to it, opening the hatch and the tailgate. Chuck had laid a large rubber mat down. It was covered with debris from innumerable hauling trips. There was only one thing lying in the bed: a tire iron. It was right up against the cab. Swan used his longer reach to fish it out. He held it up in the weak sunlight. "See this?" Joe used her pinky finger to indicate a section of the handle. White rubber markings. Could be from those white wall tires we're looking for. If we ever find them, we can run a comparative test. Ford stuck his head inside the truck bed and looked up and down. "How fresh do you think those marks are?" he asked. Joe pointed to the tire iron's business end. Metals quite tarnished. Chewed up. "I'd say this particular tool gets used a lot. If the markings were old, they'd be faded, covered over, maybe gone entirely." "They're fresh," Swan agreed. "I think Mr. Norton recently removed them from whatever car they were on." "If that's what the markings are," Joe added, "I'm sure there are other possible sources. Until we actually know Chuck's in trouble, this place isn't a crime scene. Put it back." Swan set the tire iron in the bed and shut the hatch and tailgate. "Back to Norton's auto." Joe nodded and turned toward the house. The old woman from next door was walking over. Joe handed Chuck's keys to Swan. He ran them back inside. "Hello there," Joe said pleasantly. The old woman lifted her mug of tea in greeting. "I don't think you're HVAC people at all. Is Chuck in some kind of trouble?" "Hopefully not," Joe said. "We really are here for the AC unit, ma'am. We were trying to find Mr. Norton for payment." "Is that why you were snooping in his vehicle?" She isn't dumb, Joe thought. The AC angle wasn't cutting it. Joe gave Ford a nudge. She wanted to keep as low a profile as possible. Ford showing his PI credentials would be better for that than Joe flashing her PI shield. Ford let the old lady see his ID. Brian Ford, Madam, from Ford Investigative Solutions. Some people at Chuck's place of work are worried about him. They hired us to take a look. The old lady cackled and waved a hand. "Chuck? Missing. What a bunch of hooey. I just saw him this morning." "On his way to work?" Ford asked. "Yes, sir. Bright and early, as always. A bit earlier than usual, come to think of it." Ford took out a notepad and wrote something down. From Joe's angle, she could see it was just scribbles. "And that struck you as odd?" The old woman nodded. "Not extremely, but a bit. Just like every man of a certain age, Chuck Norton seems like a creature of habit. I suppose it is extremely odd that his truck is here now. "He shouldn't be home yet." Ford nodded. "I see. Do you know if Chuck has any enemies?" She shook her head. "No, don't know much about him. I try not to snoop on my neighbors. I just notice things, you know. Swan came back from the house. That was their cue to go. The bit about Chuck leaving home earlier than usual could mean something, or it could be completely useless. Either way, Joe hoped there would be more answers at Norton's Auto. Chapter 65. Before they left, Joe asked Swan to take photos of the tire iron and its location, just in case it happened to disappear at some point. He also took a scraping of the white mark, depositing the small pieces into a baggie. The old lady kept on watching and sipping her Earl Grey, but she didn't try and interfere. After that, it was back to the auto shop. The gate was still open when they arrived. A few guys were having a smoke break outside. One of them had tattoos up and down his arms and even on his neck and face. Another had a deep knife scar from his jawline to the corner of his eye. They looked like rough characters. Ex-cons, I would bet, Joe thought. Her immediate thought was that one of them could be the reason for Chuck's apparent disappearance, but she decided to give them the benefit of the doubt. These guys were just trying to make a living and stay out of trouble. She could tell from her earlier chat with Rodney that Chuck Norton was a respected leader. A father figure, maybe. She doubted the people who worked for him would wish him any harm. Then who else? Joe drove through the open gate and parked. The three of them got out. The guy with the knife scar smiled and shouted through the door next to him. "Yo, Rodney, those suits are back. Hide the drug." Another guy slapped him on the knee. They all fell silent. They kept their eyes averted as Joe, Swan, and Ford approached. Were they hiding something, trying a bit too hard to look casual? Maybe they just didn't feel comfortable around law enforcement. Swan pointed at a cigarette that one of them was smoking. "That better be tobacco." "It is," said one of them. The smoker shrugged. "Weed's legal in Washington anyway." "Not in public," Swan corrected him. The smoker stared at him. "It's just a regular damn cigarette, dude." "Go on about your business." Swan stared back. Finally, he let out a chuckle. "Just playing with you, man. I know the difference by smell." "Sure you do, Square," said the smoker. He got his knee slapped, too. Joe beckoned the others inside. "What was that about?" she asked when they were through the door. "I don't like guys like that," said Swan. "No crap. You're an FBI agent, and they've probably all done a few years of hard time. But guys like that can be an asset, too. They know things, and sometimes they'll tell you. There's another FBI lesson free of charge." Rodney was working on a customer's car. He wiped his hands and nodded at them. "Back again already. Did you find Chuck?" "No, we didn't," Joe said. "He wasn't at home, but his truck was. We think he might be in some kind of trouble. Do you think we could get a look inside his office now?" Rodney was flustered. He immediately nodded and led them to Chuck's office door. He opened it and beckoned them inside. It was a cramped and dirty room with a peeling linoleum floor. There was a bulletin board, but there didn't seem to be anything interesting on it. Rodney walked over to a filing cabinet. "What were you looking for again?" "Coker Classic white walls," Joe reminded him. "Ordered within the past 3 months." Rodney popped open the top drawer. He looked through it, shook his head, and moved on to the next. He looked through all 4 drawers, then shook his head. "I don't see anything about those tires," he said, "but I know we ordered them. Sometimes Chuck keeps files in his desk. stuff he wants to keep track of more closely. I hope he won't mind me taking a look. We'll tell him we twisted your arm on it, Joe promised. If he's alive, and if we find him, Rodney sighed and pulled open the biggest drawer of Chuck's desk. Inside were dozens of file folders. He found what he was looking for inside the topmost one. Here we go, an order form for the white wall tires. He laid the sheet out on the desk. He scratched his head. Usually, we take down more details than this. There's no customer name, no address, no vehicle, no nothing. Joe looked at the form. Rodney was right. It was bare bones. All it said was the brand of the tires as well as the entity who ordered them, Norton's Auto. Could Chuck have ordered them for himself? Joe asked. Nope, said Rodney. He only has the one vehicle, his truck. You ain't putting no Coker Classics on a work truck. More bad luck, Swan grunted. Not really, Ford replied. Think about it. An empty order form kept in his desk. What customer would be special enough that Chuck wouldn't bother recording their info? Someone he knows, maybe a family member. Chapter 66. Joe Sutton was up until 3 in the morning the night Emily Vasquez was murdered. He spent a bit of time behind his binoculars, surveying the neighborhood, expecting and almost hoping to see something strange, anything to break his boredom. He spent the rest of the time watching old movies. He put on Hitchcock's Rear Window just to enjoy the irony of it. It was a good movie, an old favorite, but this time he found himself empathizing with the main character even more, except for the part where he kept ignoring his girlfriend. Joe couldn't empathize with that at all. Man, I'd kill to have a pretty lady keeping me company right now. He threw popcorn at the screen. Then he cursed when he realized he'd have to pick it up. Bending over wasn't so easy to do these days. He watched all of Rear Window. Then, deciding on a Hitchcock marathon, he switched over to Psycho. The magic of streaming meant he didn't need to get up from his chair to do so. He just had to pay the $3.99 rental fee. Exorbitant for such an old movie, he thought. Especially when he had the DVD somewhere. He passed out quickly. By the time the woman was driving out of town with the money she stole, Joe was in dreamland. He woke up briefly around dawn. He swallowed his next dose of pain pills and stumbled to his bed. He slept on and off through the morning and early afternoon. His rest was fitful. He was racked with pain radiating from his leg. When he got up for good, it was well after noon. He made himself coffee and sat back in his chair. The TV was still on. It told him he still had over 12 hours to finish his movie rental. He started Psycho over from the beginning. But he was only half watching. The pain was kicking him again. He swallowed more pills and sat back, waiting out the wave of agony. It finally left him. The relief he felt was almost enough to make the suffering worth it. Joe looked out the window and noticed something different. There was one window directly across from him and at ground level, whose blinds had never been open before. But they were open now. It was the same apartment he had seen the new neighbor entering. The handsome guy whom Joe had nicknamed Spiff. Joe felt curiosity gnawing at him. He ignored it at first. He nibbled at the remnants of last night's popcorn. He liked the half-popped kernels, especially when they got a little burnt. They were nice and crunchy. He stared at the TV. But he wasn't paying any attention to the movie. Okay, fine, he told himself. He grabbed his binoculars and looked down at Spiff's window. The angle was too extreme to see much. Just a TV and a love seat. A carpeted floor that looked like it had just been vacuumed. Joe could also see the wall just past the TV. There were things pasted all over it. pieces of paper and photos in red strings connecting everything together in a web. Right in the middle of the web was a photo. Joe studied it for several moments to make sure he was seeing what he thought he was seeing. It was a photo of Joe Pullinger. "Hot damn," he grunted. "Call me Jimmy Stewart because I just found a weirdo right here in my complex." He started looking around for his phone. Chapter 67. Joe made a couple of calls to the field office to update Grantham and ask McKinley for some more favors. She buckled her seatbelt and backed the car out of Norton's auto. Her stomach growled. "I guess I'm hungry," she said. "Me too," Swan replied. "Yep," Ford said. Their next step would be to visit Mario Vasquez and pry further. He would still be suffering greatly, but the initial wave of grief would have passed. Maybe he would be able to think clearly, remember something new. However, none of them were in a hurry to revisit the traumatized father. It was a job that should not be done on an empty stomach. Joe took them north in the general direction of the Vasquezidents. Along the way, she pulled off at a random restaurant that didn't look too busy. It turned out to be a classic American diner. The smell of grease hit Joe like a punch when she got out of the car. Some of the knots in her stomach unraveled, and she felt even hungrier. Swan held the door for her and Ford. They were greeted by a hostess and led to a booth in an obscure corner of the diner. Joe asked for coffee and water. Swan and Ford asked for the same. "Don't usually eat at places like this," Swan muttered. He picked at the peeling laminate on one corner of the table. "I wonder if they have anything healthy on the menu." Ford slapped him on the shoulder. "Come on, man. The marathon's tomorrow, right? A good old carb up won't hurt." Swan smiled. "Yeah, I guess you're right. As long as I don't get the gurgles at mile 10. Like last time." Ford's smile vanished. "The gurgles," Swan grimaced. "There'll be porta potties set up. But the clock doesn't stop just because you need to take a bathroom break. And I'm trying to hit a new PR. The gurgles," Ford repeated. "Well, just stay away from too much dairy and you should be fine." The coffee arrived. Their waiter asked if they needed more time. "Haven't even cracked the menu," Ford responded. "Don't need to. This isn't my first diner experience. I'll take a good old cheeseburger. If it comes with red onion, I'd like it not to." "Thanks." Swan peeled the sticky menu open and took a look. "Something with carbs but not too much grease. Is it too late to get pancakes?" The waiter shook his head. "No, sir. We do all-day breakfast." "Then I'll get a stack of 3. I guess throw in a couple of eggs, too." The waiter wrote the orders down and looked at Joe. The image of Dr. Singh's concerned face floated through her mind. She bit her lip. With great effort, she tossed away her desire for biscuits and gravy. "I'll have a grilled chicken sandwich," she answered. "And could I get vegetables instead of fries?" "Thank you." The waiter nodded and hurried away. Swan whistled. "Look at Pullinger," he said. "Eating like a monk. Good on you. You should have asked for mayo on the side, though. It's probably going to be slathered all over that thing. Dang." She snapped her fingers. "I'll have to learn all the tricks people use to make their food as boring as possible." "Boring?" "Nah, look at this." Swan pointed at the menu's seafood section. "Grilled teriyaki salmon. Says it's brought in fresh every day. Never frozen. Comes with white or brown rice and seasonal veggies." "That doesn't sound bad." He frowned. "Maybe I should have ordered that. Those pancakes are going to send me into a hyperglycemic oblivion." "Second best kind of oblivion," Ford said. Swan raised both eyebrows at him. What's the first? The kind you go into after a long but rewarding day at work, after you tuck your kid into bed and finally crack open an ice-cold beer. Aren't you supposed to eat dinner with the family tonight? Joe asked. She checked the time. I highly doubt you're going to digest a whole cheeseburger before then. That's why I'm only going to eat half of it, Ford said with a smirk. I'll take the other half home. That way when Hazel inevitably turns her nose up at the home-cooked meal my wife slaved over, I'll have something processed and unhealthy to give her. Swan raised his mug. Smart man. Ford clinked his cup with Swan's. I try. Now let's make a vow. No work talk until the check arrives. Chapter 68. Swan insisted on paying for the whole meal. Joe and Ford didn't argue much, only about the amount they were obligated to by social etiquette. Then they left the greasy diner behind and got back in the car. Swan patted his stomach. I'm not gonna make it. Too much bread. Ford reached up and massaged Swan's shoulders. It's all right, big boy. You can just wait in the car while Joe and I talk to Mario. Ford's mention of Mario put them all back in a somber mood. They said nothing as they finished their drive to the Vasquez home. There was a strange car in the driveway, a sedan with stickers for a rental company in the back window. Mario's sister had arrived, and it was she who greeted them. She appeared in the doorway just as soon as the engine cut off. Joe pulled out her credentials as she approached. Good afternoon, Mom. I'm Agent Pullinger with the FBI. I assume you are. Sylvia. Mario's sister. She hugged herself, rubbing her arms. You have to ask him more questions. He's inside. He's been drinking. Drinking? Swan asked. Sylvia nodded. Just a little. To take the edge off. You try learning your daughter was murdered and see how well you face the world. I would probably buy out the whole liquor store, Ford told her. She smiled and let them through. They found Mario lying on his couch. His eyes were half closed and puffy from crying. He was clutching a half-empty bottle of beer. In his other hand was a picture of Emily. Huh, he grunted. He sat up and wiped his mouth. Oh, hey, Brian. These are Agents Swan and Pullinger, Ford said. They're with the FBI. I'm working with them on the case now. FBI. Mario grinned. He reeked of alcohol. Oh, that's good. They'll find the killer for sure, right? Right, Ford said quietly. Joe knelt down beside the couch. Mr. Vasquez, we'd like to ask you some questions again, to see if you can think of anything else that didn't occur to you before. Mario blinked a few times, studying her. Which one are you? I'm Agent Pullinger. Oh, I see. Agent pull my finger. He pointed at her and broke into laughter. Yes, I did hear that joke in middle school from time to time. And in high school, Joe replied, her voice polite but firm. Also, in college. I need you to focus now, Mr. Vasquez. This is very important. He stared at the ceiling for a moment and took a deep breath. Suddenly, he was stoic and quiet. Yes, we have reason to believe your daughter's killer knew her personally, said Joe. The killer may even have considered her to be a friend. Do you have any clue who this might be? Any theories? I don't care how wild they are. Mario set his beer aside. He pressed a hand to his mouth to suppress a belch. I already told Brian. Emily had no enemies. Everyone loved her, and she loved everyone. She loved everyone. Joe lay a comforting hand on Mario's knee. Emily was a people person. She only saw the good in everyone? Isn't that right? Mario nodded. So? It's possible that Emily made friends with someone who wasn't so nice, someone who might harbor bad thoughts and feelings for her. and maybe for women in general. Maybe. Mario looked at the picture he was holding. I tried telling her once when she was a little girl. The world is full of bad people. You always have to look out, especially if you're a woman. She just laughed and told me not to worry. She just laughed and told me not to worry. She said most people were good. After a while, I started to believe her. He took a deep breath. It seemed like he was about to cry. But he swallowed back his pain and looked Joe in the eye. I can't think of anyone specific who rubbed me the wrong way, he said. But I can think of people she made friends with recently. Maybe it was one of them. Tell us, Joe whispered. Chapter 69. There's a social club, Mario said. For runners. People who were training together. For the marathon? Here, let me see. He looked around. Cursed. Then got up on wobbly legs. He stumbled around the corner to the kitchen and came back with his phone. He fell back onto the couch and opened a social media website. Gotta go to her profile. He took another deep breath, like he was preparing for a very difficult task. She was in a group photo with them when she first joined. That was 4 or 5 months ago, I think. He clicked through her photo albums until he found the right one. He turned the phone around to show Joe. The photo had been taken outside, at a park. There were 8 people there, dressed in running clothes. It was summer when the picture was taken, so there were a lot of shorts and tank tops. Emily was easy to spot. She was the only one with a noticeable tan in the whole group. Joe reached out. Do you mind? Mario let her have the phone. She scrolled down to the tags and was able to find the page for the running group. She glanced at Swan and Ford. The club is called SERU, Seattle's Elite Runners United. There are only a couple dozen members. Looks like you have to have a marathon finish in less than 3 hours to qualify. Emily was an amazing runner, Mario said. Swan paid particular attention to the photo. He bent down and scoured it with his eyes. He said nothing. Suddenly, his phone rang, and he stepped into the next room to answer it. Joe kept reading SERU's profile page. They just made a post earlier today. They're going to meet at a coffee shop from 4 to 5 o'clock to talk about Emily. We can definitely make it to that, Ford said. Joe took out her phone and took a picture of the social media post. Then she gave Mario's phone back. We may be back for more questions. Not today, though. You've been a great help, Mr. Vasquez. Swan came back into the room. That was the office. I'm being put on my own case. Guess I have to head back and study the case file now. I'll see you two some other time. Thanks for the hospitality, Sylvia. Mario's sister nodded at him. When he turned around, she eyed him up and down with a slight smile. Joe got up. Need a ride, Swan? He shook his head. Nope. I explained that you two were busy. Grantham's sending a car for me. It'll be a few blocks over. He left. Joe and Ford were close behind him. They watched him move away down the sidewalk. Hope he manages to get enough sleep tonight, Ford said with a grunt. He's got a race to run tomorrow. They got in the car. Ford took back his rightful place in the front seat. I don't mind this plan at all, he said. I could use another cup of coffee. 2 birds with 1 stone. She handed him her phone. He used the picture she had taken to get them directions to the coffee shop. Joe let out a sad groan as she resigned herself to getting decaf. Chapter 70. Joe took the last open parking spot outside the coffee shop. The rest of them were full. They saw why when they went inside. All 20-odd members of the running club had shown up. Most were young people, in their 20s or 30s. There were a couple that looked like teenagers. 2 more who were closer to 50. They had taken every available seat in the place. A banner had been strung across the ceiling. It was hastily done, bearing a blown-up version of Emily's social media profile picture. A few members of the group were still at the counter, waiting for their orders. Joe and Ford purchased their own beverages and joined the line. Standing in front of them was a woman in her mid-30s. She was full of nervous energy, bouncing her foot and chewing on her lip. Joe smiled and waved at her. "Excuse me," Joe said. The woman looked at her. "What's up?" Joe gestured toward the banner. "Oh, yeah. This is a kind of tribute event. A member of our club was just killed." "Emily Vasquez?" Joe asked. The woman frowned. "Did you know her?" "Not exactly." Joe slyly showed her identification, then tucked it back into her pocket. "My partner and I are working the case." "I'm Agent Pullinger, Denise Torvald," the woman said. "I'm not sure I'm the one you want to talk to." "Who is?" Joe asked. "That would be James." Denise pointed. Joe followed the gesture and saw a young, nerdy-looking guy with messy black hair. Other than those waiting for their drinks, he was the only one standing. He held a cup of coffee in both hands and let his nervous eyes wander over the crowd. He was getting ready to speak. Joe and Ford grabbed their drinks and joined the rest of the crowd. The shop's employees brought out extra chairs from the back. As soon as everyone was sitting, James cleared his throat. "Hello, everyone. I wish I could say good afternoon. I wish I could start us off in the usual way, with plenty of lame jokes that people only laugh at out of pity." This made everyone laugh. James nodded. He did it in an awkward, darting way. Like a chicken, he was uncomfortable but making the best of things. "The truth is," he went on, "this is not a good day. One of our members has passed away. Emily Vasquez was stolen from the world by the cowardly act of some unknown person. I don't have much to say. I don't think there's much that anyone could say. I just thought we should all get together one last time before the big race. But instead of talking over training tips, let's all just remember Emily." He did another chicken nod and took his own seat. The room filled with murmurs. Someone patted James on the back. Then Denise came over to him and pointed at Joe. James got up and skirted around the crowd. He took his chair with him. He put out his hand and shook with Joe and Ford. "Denise says you're with the FBI," James asked. He set his chair next to them and sat down. Joe showed her credentials again. "I'm Joe Pullinger. This is Brian Ford. Good to meet you," James said. "I assume you aren't just here to pay your respects." "We're looking for information," Joe told him. "Right now we're looking at a certain theory. That Emily's killer might have been a member of this club. Before we get into that, though, I'd like to say, nice work. You threw this meeting together pretty fast." James shrugged. "The banner is pretty crappy, but I ordered some t-shirts with a better photo of Emily on them. I'm going to pick those up in a few hours. We're all going to wear those in the race tomorrow." Ford casually wiped a speck of moisture from his eye. "That's a great idea, James." "Yeah, I thought so." James didn't smile. He looked tired. The race was really important to Emily, but her friends were more important. That's why I decided we should do this. Emily was a sweetheart, but she was too trusting. And if someone from this club was the one, I know exactly who. Ford squeezed his cup so hard the lid popped off. He put the lid back on and nodded at James to continue. "He joined just a couple of weeks ago," James said. "He's not here right now, which could be suspicious. I don't know if it's his real name or what, but he calls himself Graf." Chapter 71. "Graf could be a last name," Joe said. "Or a first name," Ford added. People have all kinds of wild names these days. I don't know, James said. I never talked to the guy much myself. He rolled into one of our meetings and showed me times for some of the races he ran. I don't know if they were legitimate, but I assumed they were. The guy looked fit, and when we met up a few days later to go on a training run together, he kept up just fine. So you let him join the club, Joe said. Yeah, but I started regretting it pretty fast. Graf has been talkative at all our meetings, but only with the female members. I'm pretty sure he just joined to find a girlfriend. I heard some people commenting that he was creepy and gave off bad vibes, but no one had any specific complaints, so I decided to let him stay. Maybe that was a mistake. Don't be hard on yourself, Ford told him. We don't even know if this guy did anything wrong. If he was just here to meet girls, maybe this type of meeting is too heavy for him. James nodded. I didn't think of that. It makes sense. Jo sipped her decaf coffee. Did Graf show any particular interest in any of the women that are here? Not that I ever noticed. He talked to all of them. I wandered over a couple of times to listen in on the things he was saying. I wanted to make sure he wasn't being gross, but it was always innocuous questions, dumb jokes. I started to think Graf was just a socially awkward but harmless guy. Gay. He might still be, Ford reminded him. But just in case, do you know anything else about this guy? Where he lives? Where he works? Like I said, I've never really talked to him. But Denise might know. James waved her over. Denise was there a second later. Hey, James said to her. They want to know about Graf. You've talked to him, right? A couple of times. Denise shrugged. Did he tell you any personal information? Denise rolled her eyes. Just that he's really lonely and wishes people would talk to him more. One time, I heard Lucy tell him he should get on a dating app. He told her there wasn't any need. He already had a woman in mind that he was after. Jo leaned forward, putting her elbow on her knees. Did he say who? Nope, said Denise. I guarantee you that Graf is not his real name. And a guy who joins a club under a fake name isn't going to give away personal information. Thanks, Denise, James said. As she walked away, he let out a sigh. Sorry, we couldn't help more. You might still be of service, Jo said. Could you describe Graf for me? His physical appearance? Sure. James narrowed his eyes, trying to recall a clear image. He's tall, like 6'2" or more. He's got dark hair. He just looks athletic all around, Some runners get an emaciated look. Graf is skinny, but he's built. Wide shoulders and all that. And he's good-looking, pretty sure he could cut it as a movie star or a model. Eye color? Jo asked. Gray? Maybe blue. I don't really know. Jo was starting to build a mental image, and it looked very familiar. She could tell by Ford's disturbed expression that he was thinking the same thing. They let James go back to his spot. They waited around a bit more, then found a respectful moment to see themselves out. They said nothing until they got into the car. Then they looked at each other with wide eyes. Tall, dark, and handsome, Ford said. Just joined the club a couple of weeks ago, Jo added, meaning it's possible he hasn't been in town for long. Athletic and into running, Ford went on. Sounds a lot like Swan. Chapter 72. Jo had to sit and let the idea wash over her. She let it settle into the nooks and crannies of her analytical mind. Did it fit? The theory that Swan and Graf were one and the same? Yes, the few details they had meshed. Did it make sense? No, but things involving murder rarely made sense. You couldn't map out the landscape of a truly sick mind. It was like navigating a maze in a dark dungeon without even the flame of a candle to find your way. "It's not Swan," Joe said. "It might be Swan," Ford responded. "And if it is Swan, then Swan's your man. The guy you talked to on the phone at the Children's Theater called himself Graff too. Even the names are similar, right? Swan, Graff. And your name is Ford? Does that mean you're a car? Come on, Joe. You're being difficult. I think you just don't want Swan to be scrutinized because you've got a crush on him." Joe growled and twisted her key. She knew from experience that office romances didn't work out, but Swan was good-looking and seemed like a nice guy. She started to back out, but stopped when her phone rang. She answered the call. "This is Agent Pullinger. You're on speakerphone with me and Brian Ford." "It's me again," McKinley said. "Got a few things for you. One of them you aren't going to believe at all, so I'll leave that one for last. First, we've got preliminary findings on Emily. Seems like she was injected with something that killed her." "So, the killer hit her with some kind of poison," Joe said. "But when Paul Gibbons showed up, he got much more physical. He has a loose plan, but he's mostly winging it, probably killing for the first time." "Hopefully," said McKinley. "I'd hate to see what other havoc he's caused. I also looked more into Chuck Norton. He has 2 kids, right? One of them is a daughter. Right now she's on vacation in Europe, but we're trying to get a hold of her. The other is a son, Hugh Norton. He lives here in Seattle. Would you text his address to me?" Joe asked. "We'll need to look into everybody." "You got it. There isn't much on Hugh Norton. He has a community college degree. It looks like he works at a grocery store in West Seattle." "The same part of town where Emily worked?" Ford asked. "That's right." "I would say this lead is definitely worth following. But I have something that might be better. As for the last part, the unbelievable thing I told you about, this might make your whole day." Chapter 73. "The call just got through to us," McKinley said. "It came from a guy named Joe Sutton, who says he's a cab driver. Does some work for Uber as well. He said he's driven you a couple of times. Joe." "Yeah, he's the first person I met when I got to Seattle. Actually, I just saw him the other day." "At the hospital. Is he okay?" From the excited way he was yelling into the phone, I'd say he's feeling just fine. He told us someone who lives at his apartment complex is stalking you. He wouldn't say much else, just that you should get over there ASAP. "All right, we're moving." Joe reversed into the road and drove. "Where are we going, McKinley?" "A complex called Ridgelook. It's down south." Ford typed the name into his phone and started a route. "Here we go. We can be there in 15 minutes, as long as traffic is nice to us." Joe was going north. The wrong direction. She went around the block and got on the right path. "McKinley," she said, "if Joe calls back, tell him we're on our way." She ended the call and spoke to Ford. "Someone's stalking me." What does that even mean? I don't know if I've ever even been that far south. We'll find out when we get there, I guess. Ford leaned his seat back and folded his hands behind his head. "Maybe Joe talked to the guy, mentioned you, and the guy got all weird. Or he's got a Joe Pullinger shrine on his balcony." "Could be Graff." Ford shut his eyes. "It fits. We know Graff is obsessed with you. If Graff lives all the way down there, then Hugh Norton might not have anything to do with it. Why would he drive all the way up to West Seattle for work? There are grocery stores all over the place." "McKinley sent me Hugh's address," said Joe. "It's in West Seattle. This stalker definitely isn't him. I feel like we're getting a lot of information all of a sudden, but none of it is helping out just yet, which makes this the same as every other case we've worked on together." Ford yawned. "I'm going to try and get a few minutes of sleep." "When you're a dad, you learn how to fall asleep whenever you get the chance." "You've had 3 cups of coffee in the past hour," Joe reminded him. Ford didn't answer. A minute later, he was snoring. "Fine. I'll wake you up when we get there," Joe muttered. Chapter 74. The sun was shining brightly as Joe pulled into the Ridge Look Apartments lot. It looked warm outside, inviting, but it was just a trick by Mother Nature. Joe shoved her hands deep in her pockets when she got out. She was already shivering with cold. A strong wind was blowing. Hopefully, "The weather's nicer tomorrow morning," Ford said, groaning. "Or those marathoners are going to freeze their buns off. Maybe they'll get a tailwind at least." That's a good thing for runners, right? Yeah, it can propel you through the race." Joe headed along a sidewalk into the inner courtyard. Apartment buildings towered on every side. But it seems like no matter what you do, the wind's always in your face. "Is that a metaphor for life?" Ford asked. "Who are we looking for anyway?" "Joe's a black guy. In his 60s. But we'll have to go find him at his apartment. Last time I saw him, he was going in for surgery on a compound leg fracture." Ford pursed his lips. "Tough thing for someone who drives for a living. He doesn't just drive for Uber. He works for a taxi company as well. I assume he has insurance through them." "All right." Ford shrugged his shoulders and spun his arms a few times, trying to warm up. "We're looking for an African-American male in his 60s. Did McKinley send you a unit number?" "He did." Joe started to unlock her phone to find McKinley's text message. She had forgotten the number. Before she could open her messages, Ford tapped her arm. "I think I found him," he said. She looked up. Joe was struggling out through a set of glass doors. He broke free, stumbling a bit. He nearly fell down, but managed to catch himself with his crutches. "Joe." Joe jogged toward him, offering her arm for support. "You need to be careful." He waved her off. "I can manage. Thank you kindly. I might be old and broken up, but I ain't dead yet." Joe looked at the cast on his leg. "Are you even supposed to be up and moving right now?" Joe laughed. "Not like this. They told me I ought to keep my movement to a minimum for at least 14 days. Doctors don't know squat about the real world. What? They think I got a live-in nanny and a butler. A man still has to take care of himself. I thought I'd come out and wait for you. Guess my timing is impeccable." Joe didn't argue. "If you're here, you might as well show us what you called about." Joe nodded and waved a hand as he hobbled over the courtyard's grass. "This way, straight across here. You ever see Rear Window?" "When I was a kid," said Joe. "My mom let me stay up late and watch it with her." "Good movie." "Well, I've kind of turned into the main character from it. Watching out my window for lack of anything else to do. It's kind of like when someone snoops on their partner's phone and finds out they're cheating. They shouldn't have been snooping at all, but what the other person did is bad enough to outweigh the bad thing they did. Get what I'm saying?" "Sort of," Joe replied. "But there's nothing wrong or illegal about watching your neighbors walking around out here in the courtyard." "That's all you did, right?" Joe grinned. "Right." "Yes, ma'am. And that's how I spotted what this guy has inside his living room. I knew straight away we had a problem. This guy's definitely keeping tabs on you. Take a look." He stopped beside a brick wall a few feet away from a large window. There were bushes growing up in front of the window, offering a bit of privacy. But for anyone across the way in a second or third floor unit, the angle would be right to see inside. Joe had to put her face to the wall and slip in behind the bush. The blunt ends of branches stabbed into her back. The brick was cold and gritty against her palms. It stung. She only had to go a couple of feet to get a look inside the apartment. She immediately saw what Joe had been talking about. There was a whole map of printouts that she couldn't read from this distance. They looked like case files and news reports. There was also a photo of her. It was a picture taken at her FBI Academy graduation. It was not a photo that was easy to find. It had never been published online. Someone would need special access to get a hold of it. Joe sidestepped back into the open and nodded to Ford. He made his way to the window, looked, and hurried back out. "Yup," he nodded. "The guy has a Joe Pullinger shrine." Joe looked at her cab driver friend. "What unit is this?" "Building B, apartment 110, he told her. She called McKinley. "I'm here at Ridge Look. I need to find out who resides in a unit here, Building B, number 110. "All right, let me check." McKinley typed for a moment, clicked the mouse a couple of times. Then he gasped. "No way," he whispered. Chapter 75. "What?" Joe demanded. "Who lives here, McKinley?" He took a deep breath before answering. "One of our own," he said. Edward Swan. Joe looked at Ford. He looked back. He couldn't hear what McKinley was saying, but he had picked up on her tone of voice. His eyes were wide. He held up his hands in a questioning gesture. "I don't know what to do about this," McKinley stammered. "Do you think Swan could be Graff?" Joe finished for him. "I don't know. There's some conflicting information about Graff's apparent place of work. Maybe Swan's been living in Seattle longer than we thought. Maybe he has aliases." Ford's eyes went wider. He mouthed a question at her. "Swan?" Joe, the cab driver, looked even more confused. "This is crazy, Joe," McKinley said. "What's the protocol when we have to investigate a fellow agent?" "I'll try and have an answer for you when we get back to the office," Joe replied. "We're heading that way now." She hung up and tucked her phone away. "Joe, thanks for showing us the apartment. Do you need help getting back upstairs?" He waved her away again. "Nah, I can handle that. I'll even take the stairs. Exercise is good for the healing process." Ford sighed. "At least let me get the door for you." "Fine. I guess I'll take a bit of help." Joe stayed where she was. She watched as Ford shadowed Joe across the courtyard. He held the door for the older man, nodded at him, then came over to Joe. "So, what's going on?" he asked. "The apartment is leased to Swan," she said. Ford nodded. "I heard you mention Graff." "Do you think Swan is Graff?" "That's the same thing McKinley asked me." "I have no idea. Just like I have no idea what to do next. But we have a saying around the field office. When in doubt, talk to Grantham," said Ford. "Did I get it right?" Joe smiled weakly. "First try. Come on, let's get back to the car." Next scene. It took less than a minute to lay down the facts for Grantham. It took him another 2 minutes to finally reply. He spent those 2 minutes grunting, rubbing the bridge of his nose, and pacing his office. Finally, he sat back down. Other than a slightly red face, he showed no further signs of distress. "All right, this isn't an issue," he said. "Swan's a new transfer. He doesn't have a huge caseload to worry about just yet, and I can easily make up some reason why he needs to come back into the office." "Why not tell him the real reason?" Ford asked. "Respectfully, sir, because he could run. And we might never see him again," Grantham replied calmly. "So, you think it could be him?" Grantham shrugged his massive shoulders. "Not really. But I'm not some amateur, Mr. Ford. As for the cases he does have, I'll get them temporarily reassigned to other agents. If Swan isn't our guy, this whole mess should be cleaned up pretty quickly. All right, neither of you make a sound." He picked up the phone and got ready to call Swan. He hesitated, knitting his brows. Then he grabbed a sticky note off his desk where he had written his new agent's number on. He dialed it and hit the speakerphone button. "Agent Swan speaking," came the answer. "Agent Swan, this is your special agent in charge." "Hello, sir," Swan answered with Boy Scout eagerness. "What can I do for you?" "Well, son, I need you to come back to the office as soon as you're able. There are some paperwork issues regarding your transfer to Seattle. Nothing serious, but I need your signature on a couple of things." "Is it urgent?" Swan asked. "We can't get payroll moving for you until the issues are rectified," Grantham replied. "Oh, well, I'm not too far from the office. Just doing some routine interviews. I can be there in 10. Good. You can come directly to my office when you arrive." Grantham hung up the phone and let out a sigh. "I'm not much of a liar. It goes against my nature. I'm sure St. Peter will have it on my sheet when I get to the pearly gates." Ford stretched his legs out. He crossed one ankle over the other and folded his arms. "And now we wait," Joe nodded. No one said anything for the next 10 minutes. McKinley showed up with cups of coffee for all of them. It wasn't decaf, but at this point, Joe didn't care. Chapter 76. Grantham took a swallow of coffee and looked at his watch. "All right, it's been 15 minutes. Swan's not getting any points for staying true to his own timing." Joe's mind spun with paranoid thoughts. She imagined Swan already in the parking lot, sitting in his car and stewing in his own nervous juices. The reason he was 5 minutes late was that he somehow knew what was going on. He was concocting a cover story, rehearsing it, getting it just right. And now he was wiping the sweat off his face, coming up with a cover story for that as well. Maybe he had just gone for a quick jog around the block to keep himself limber for race day. She was completely convinced now. Swan was Graf. The how and why would need to be figured out later. All that mattered now was getting a positive ID. She tried to picture Swan's voice. It wasn't very distinct. Just the voice of a Caucasian male in his late 20s. Did it match what she had heard when she talked with Graf on the phone? Maybe. Maybe not. No way of knowing. She was just as anxious as she imagined Swan to be. There was finally a knock at the door. They all sat up at once, adjusting their collars. Grantham was developing sweat stains under his arms. "Come in," he called. The door opened. Swan entered. He wasn't smiling. He looked serious but not scared. Not nervous. He looked like a guy who was going into an office to sign paperwork. Nothing more. But if he was Graf, that meant he was a great actor. He was an expert at hiding things. "Oh, hey guys," he said when he saw Joe and Ford. "Did you mess up your papers too?" "Oh, you're here for something else." "Sorry if I'm interrupting, sir." Grantham shook his head and waved Swan in. "Come on over here, Agent. There are no open chairs left, but—" "You can take mine," Ford said. He shot to his feet and stepped over into the corner. Swan thanked him and sat down. He rubbed his hands together. "All right, let's get these things signed. I became an agent out of passion, but I still need to get paid." He smiled over at Joe. Something in her eyes tipped him off. The smile dropped. He turned his eyes to Grantham. "Sir," he said. "This isn't about paperwork, son," Grantham said. This is about your apartment." "Ridgelook," Swan said. "What happened? Did it burn down or something?" Grantham smiled and grimaced at the same time. "If that's what happened, how would I know about it before you did?" "I'm sure management would call you." "Oh, what is it then?" Swan asked. Grantham cleared his throat. He was stalling. Ford was staring at his shoes. Joe took the initiative. "It's about something inside your apartment," she said. "Someone saw it and called us." Swan's face went completely slack. His knee bounced rapidly. He knew exactly what she was talking about. "Well, this is awkward," he said. "You can say that again," Grantham told him. "Especially since we have a psychopath on the loose who claims to be a big, big fan of Agent Pullinger." Swan chewed his bottom lip. "That's not me. I can explain everything." Grantham held out a hand, palm up. "You can't just take my word for it, I suppose." He looked at Joe, then twisted around to see Ford. "We can head back over. I'll let you inside my place, and I'll tell you everything. Man, I feel like such an idiot." "That's fair," Grantham said with a grunt. "I'll need to have your sidearm for now. You just came to this office, and you're causing issues already. If indeed you can explain this, and if we keep you on, Agent Swan, I'm going to hope you do better." "I will," Swan said. It seemed his lungs were completely empty, and the words came out in a wheeze. He pulled his pistol off his hip and put it on the desk. Then he got up and moved in a jerking, robotic fashion to the door. "Go." Grantham waved at Joe. "Take him in your car. And call me as soon as you finish looking at his place." Chapter 77. One time, as a young teen, Joe had gone on a weekend trip with her boyfriend's family. His mom was called into work at the last minute, so for a 6-hour drive, it was just Joe in the car with her boyfriend and his very intimidating father. The guy had a lot of tattoos and didn't say anything except when he yelled and cursed at other drivers. Joe thought that was the most uncomfortable drive possible. But the 15-minute ride back to Ridgelook with Swan in the back seat gave it a serious run for its money. Swan kept trying to talk. He would get out 1 or 2 words, then lapse back into silence. Finally, Ford had the idea to turn the radio on. He turned up the volume, drowning out the world. It was a pop station playing obnoxious music that Joe usually disliked. Now it was literally music to her ears. They finally reached the complex. Joe pulled the key out of the ignition and glanced at Swan in the rearview mirror. "Stay here for a moment." She and Ford got out. They stepped 10 feet away from the car and turned their backs to it so Swan couldn't see their faces. "How do we want to do this?" Ford asked. "He could have other guns in the unit. He's FBI." "I'm sure he does. We'll sandwich him, one in front, one behind. You can go behind, watch his hands, make sure he doesn't make any sudden moves. We could cuff him," Ford suggested. Joe shook her head, glancing at the car. "He's already embarrassed enough. We'll go with innocent until proven guilty here. But I still don't want to give him any chances of getting away. Or hurting us." "I think he understands the score," Ford said. "Even if he is Graff, he still thinks he has a shot at explaining things away. He won't run until every other option is exhausted." Joe smiled. "Very good, Mr. Ford. You plucked the words right out of my brain." Ford shrugged. "Plus, he'll have the one and only Joe Pullinger in his apartment. It's a fanboy's dream. Now you're going too far. Let's get him out." She went back to the car and opened the door for Swan. He stepped out. "You already know where I live, I guess," he said. "So let's go." Joe held out her hand. "The key to the unit, please." "Right." He fished his keys out of his pocket and handed them over. You'll want to keep me flanked as we go in. One in front, one behind. Just in case. You don't have anything to worry about, though. The key to the unit is that one there." He pointed. Jo grabbed hold of the key and marched up the path into the courtyard. She unlocked the apartment and went inside. She waited for the others to enter. Ford shut the door, then let his hand rest on his hip. Not directly on his sidearm, but close to it. They were standing in a dead area between the kitchen and dining room. The dining room was only recognizable because of the chandelier light fixture hanging from the ceiling. It was low enough to hit your head on. It was meant to go over a table. But there was no table there. There was only a plastic folding chair with some mail piled on the seat. The kitchen was equally sparse. There was a blender on the counter, along with a canister of protein powder. Some fruit sitting in a bowl. Nothing else. "Very Spartan place here," Ford commented. "I just moved in," said Swan. "And I haven't spent much time here. I have a comfortable bed, though, and a nice couch." "Living room is that way." Jo headed down the hall, taking a deep breath to prepare for whatever was about to happen. Chapter 78. Jo felt a familiar flutter in her chest. Her vision started to go dark and fuzzy at the edges. She took a deep breath. She put a finger to her neck to feel her pulse and willed it to go down. Getting a transplanted heart to work properly was a balancing act. A very delicate one. When you added the stress and adrenaline that often came with FBI work, you'll be fine. Ford is here. Swan isn't acting squirrely or aggressive. Nothing bad is going to happen. She moved into the living room and got her first up-close look at what was attached to the wall. Swan had used a type of mounting putty to hold everything in place. A smart move for a renter with a security deposit. Swan entered the room behind her, followed by Ford. Both men stood a few feet back, giving her space, a buffer distance that all of them felt more comfortable with. Jo studied the pages on the wall. They were what she expected. Some were printouts from actual FBI case files. These included the Stansfield murder case, her first big one after moving to Seattle. Some of the information in the printouts was redacted. Swan had placed black bars over the sensitive parts. There were also printed versions of newspaper articles. Most were about the Bridgeton Ripper. One of the stories was very old and mentioned the murder of Joe's father. "Great," she said. Sighing. "I was kind of hoping I'd done enough high-profile cases in this city to overwrite my past. But I guess some things just stay with you." "That was a big one," Swan said. "The stuff of legends, as they say. Sorry if it dredged up any bad memories." "It did," Jo confirmed. "But I'm more concerned about the new bad memories I'm making right now. At least now I know where the graduation photo came from. You're FBI, so it wouldn't have been too difficult for you to find it." "Sorry," Swan muttered. "Everything you can see here is publicly available information. I blanked out everything else. But I still feel like a moron for leaving the blinds open. I was just trying to let in a bit of sun." He pointed to the windowsill. There was a small potted plant there, a succulent of some kind. "I'm too busy to have pets," Swan went on, "but I wanted something. So I got a plant." Jo tapped the photo on the wall. "I'm glad you didn't accidentally reveal any top-secret information, Swan, but you still haven't told us why you have any of this in the first place." Swan put his face in his hands. He groaned. "How do I say this without sounding like a complete loser? You're the reason I decided to join the Bureau. Maybe I've already told you that. If I was a boxer, maybe I'd have pictures and stories of Muhammad Ali up there. But instead, I've got you. So all this." Jo swept her hand around the area. It's all just one big cluster of motivational material. Do you look at it every night to reaffirm your goals? Exactly, Swan said. Then what's with the red string? Ford asked. Looks like the lair of a conspiracy theorist. Swan smiled. I was going for a certain look. It made me laugh. I know it all sounds stupid, but you can look at my background. My records, I'm clean. Jo nodded. Of course you are. The FBI wouldn't have hired you otherwise. Swan clasped his hands in a gesture of gratefulness. Thank you, Jo. No one else was ever meant to see this. I almost had a girl come over the other night, and I would have taken it down for her. She flaked out, though. Was her name Emily Vasquez? Ford asked. Swan shot him a venomous glare. Ford put up his hands. I had to ask. Sorry. Swan, Jo said. I'm going to extend some trust to you now. Could you wait outside? Alone? Yeah, sure. He made a swift exit. A second later, Jo heard the front door open and shut. She crept back to the front of the apartment to make sure he was gone. When she looked through the peephole in the door, she saw him standing in the corridor. All right, quick sweep, she told Ford. They made a circuit of the whole apartment, giving it a search. They didn't toss any drawers, but they looked inside each one. They searched for 20 minutes. But in the end, they found nothing out of the ordinary. Chapter 79. Kim Davis Pullinger was in the middle of her usual afternoon nap. It was the only way she had found to cope with the sleepless nights that came with a new baby. She was on the couch with a blanket over her legs. Pleasant dreams drifted through her mind. She was somewhere far away, exploring strange places with her family. A knock at the front door woke her up. She was drooling. Her head was on the arm of the couch, and her neck was at a weird angle. It felt sore now. She sat up fast, wiping her face. Jackson was in his baby swing a couple of feet away. Still fast asleep, Kim put a hand on his head. The knock came again. Kim felt a shock of fear up her spine. Her first thought as her mind cleared was that she had slept too long. She was late picking Chrissy up from school, and now the police were here. But she checked her phone and realized she wouldn't have to leave for another 10 minutes. She turned off the alarm she had set and got off the couch. Jackson stirred. He yawned, stretching his little hands over his head, then balling them into fists. He went back to sleep. Sweet dreams, little man, Kim muttered. I know you'll wake back up once I put you in the car, so get all your Z's in now. Kim headed for the door. A third knock came. It sounded calm, quiet. Barely enough to have even woken her up. She had no idea who it might be. If it was Jo, she would have called before showing up. There was a peephole. Kim looked through it. The person standing outside was tall, and all she saw was a chest and a set of shoulders. He was dressed in a dark blue rain slicker. Who is it? Kim called. She was still looking through the peephole. The person outside let out a groan. They wobbled side to side, reaching out to catch themselves on the porch wall. I need help, a man's voice said. Kim bit her lip. She weighed her options. Maybe she should give Sam a call. Or Jo. Or maybe she should just call for an ambulance. It's not that big a deal, the man added. I can just go to the next house. Sorry to bother you. He started to turn away. Kim's motherly instincts kicked in, and she unlocked the door. She pulled it open, and the man turned to face her. The hood of his slicker was up. He was also wearing a baseball hat, probably to keep the rain out of his eyes. He had sunglasses on, which struck her as odd. It had been overcast all day. She couldn't see much of his face, but he seemed to be quite handsome. He had a strikingly long neck. "Thank you," he said. "I really hate to bother people like this. I have this hypoglycemic thing. I was out for a run, and it hit me all of a sudden. If I could just get a banana, a piece of bread, something like that." Kim kept the door mostly shut. She peered at him through a narrow crack, grasping the door handle. "How about a cookie? I made some chocolate chip ones the other day. That would be perfect." The man smiled and took a step toward the door. She looked down at his muddy running shoes. "I'll go and get a couple for you. Just wait right there." She started to close the door. The smile fell from the man's face. Only then did Kim realize how fake the expression had been. He took another step forward and stuck his foot onto the threshold. The door hit it and stopped. He grunted in pain, then shoved on the door with both hands. Kim stumbled back. She tripped over a pair of boots and fell onto her back. The man came in. His wet shoes squeaked on the tile floor of the entryway as he shut the door. Kim's first thought was of Jackson. She got to her feet and started to run for the baby. The man grabbed her arm hard. He yanked her to his chest, putting a hand over her mouth. "If you bite me or try to scream," he whispered in her ear, "I'll kill you. Then I'll wait for your husband to get home and kill him too." Got it? Chapter 80. Kim was shaking violently. The man just held her. He didn't say anything for a moment. He just kept breathing against her cheek. "Don't worry too much, Kim," he finally told her. "You're not the woman I'm after. This is just a chess move on my part. Now you can be a dunce if you want to. You can sacrifice your queen to try and stop me, or you can just let me do my thing. Let me get my pawn to the other side of the board, and that'll be it. Want to talk?" She nodded. He took his hand away. "You won't hurt anyone?" she asked. "I never said that," he replied. "But it's true. If you cooperate, I won't hurt you or your baby. You have my word on that. But if you try and escape or do anything else," she nodded again, "I'll let you go in a second." But first, he pulled something out of his pocket and held it in front of her eyes. It was an orange-capped syringe with a murky liquid inside. "The contents of this can kill you within a minute of injection. I've already killed 2 people the same way, and it didn't bother me. I understand," she said. Her teeth were chattering. He didn't push her away. He just took his hand off her arm and stepped around her. Facing away, he put the syringe in his pocket and pulled out a ski mask. He took the hat off and pulled the ski mask on, covering his face. "The name's Graf," he said. "That's what you can call me after I leave, when you call the police and your sister-in-law at the FBI. "This is all about Joe," Kim said. Graf moved toward the couch. He knelt by the baby swing. He pulled out the syringe and held it close to the infant. Kim roared and charged forward. Graf used his thumb to pop the cap off the needle. "Going back on your promises already, Kim? Stop right there." She stopped. She wanted to scream, to find something to bludgeon this guy over the head with. But right now, he had all the good cards in his hand. She had nothing but her rage and her fear. "All right, I get it." Graf stood up and recapped the syringe. "It's very hard to overcome mama bear instincts. No amount of logic can do it. So I'll need to take more drastic measures. Got any duct tape around here?" Kim nodded. "Where is it?" Graf asked. "In the kitchen. The bottom drawer next to the sink." "The junk drawer?" "All right, come with me." She followed him. Graf found the duct tape, then grabbed a chair from the dining room. They went back out to the front. "Sit down," he ordered. Kim sat in the chair. Graf proceeded to tape her wrists to the arms and her ankles to the legs. He went around her forearms as well. "That should do it," he said, throwing the roll of tape to the floor. "Now we can move forward." Jackson was awake. He was starting to fuss, kicking his feet. Graf unbuckled him from the swing and lifted him out of it. He cradled the baby in his arms. "Don't hurt him," Kim begged. "I will if I have to," said Graf. "But I don't feel the need. I want Jo to fear me. I want her to dislike me, maybe because negative feelings last longer than positive ones. I don't want her to hate me, though. If I hurt this baby, she would hate me." When he said the word hate, something happened to his voice. It cracked a bit, withering to the voice of a scared child. There was something there, Kim thought. A trauma that had led him down this psychotic path. "Positive feelings can last forever, you know," she said, "like the love a mother has for her child. It doesn't just go away." Graf scoffed. He went back to his former self. "It never existed in the first place, Kim." "Now shut up, unless you want to see how nasty I can get." Chapter 81. The last room Jo and Ford looked in was the kitchen. They spent little time there. It was easy to tell Swan was a healthy eater, at least when he was at home. He had bananas and sweet potatoes in one cupboard. The fridge had nothing but chicken breast, eggs, and fresh vegetables. "He really is trying to be the model agent," Jo remarked. "Like a monk with a shield and a gun. I wonder if he's ever had a drop of alcohol in his life." "Nobody's that clean and perfect," said Ford. "Check the freezer. He might have a couple of severed heads in there." Jo popped the freezer open. "Just a couple of ice cube trays and some frozen fruit. Not saying he isn't a serial killer, but I guess he's smart enough to do his dirty work somewhere else." "Right." Ford opened a drawer. No bottle opener or corkscrew in the place. Boring. No wonder that girl didn't want to come over. His night probably involves watching a documentary and indulging in a single square of dark chocolate. "Maybe you're jealous of his discipline," Jo retorted. "And his good looks." Ford cleared his throat and gestured toward the door. "Well, the place checks out. And I feel like an idiot for being here at all. Is it time to go?" Jo nodded. She led the way to the door and opened it. "All right, Swan, you're cleared of all charges," she said. But he wasn't there. Jo stepped into the corridor and looked both ways. There was no sign of him anywhere. Ford sighed. "You were saying, Jo?" "Our bird flew the coop." She shut and locked the door, putting Swan's key in her pocket. "Let's circle around and see if we can find him," Ford grunted. "Probably doing push-ups in the courtyard or something." Jo headed down the corridor one way, while Ford went the other. Jo came out in the front of the building, near the parking area. She took the long way around and met Ford by her car on the far side. "Anything?" she asked. He shook his head. "He got away. I guess our trust in him was misplaced." "My trust," Jo said. "But thanks for taking part of the credit. This is bad, Ford. I need to call Grantham and let him know." She reached into her pocket and felt her phone vibrating. She looked at the screen and saw she had a few missed calls from McKinley. A new one was coming through now. She answered it. Her heart was fluttering again. She felt sick and faint. "Pullinger," she said. "Finally." McKinley answered. "I told Swan I'd call you and not to worry about letting you know himself. I called you right after he left, but I guess you didn't hear your phone. It was on vibrate in an outside pocket of my coat," she said. "I didn't feel it." "Everything's fine then?" "Yeah." There was just a huge break in one of Swan's cases. Grantham decided to call him back in so he could be part of it. Is Swan back at the field office yet? Joe asked. I don't know. Haven't seen him myself. You sound frazzled, Joe. It's silly, but for a second I thought I just let a psychotic murderer get away from me. Well, answer your phone next time. And it's not silly. None of us really knows Swan, not yet. I guess as far as trust-building exercises go, this isn't a very good one. I should have told him to let you know he was heading back to the office. My fault. Then you owe me a cup of coffee, Joe told him. See you later, Ian. She got back in the car with Ford and updated him as they drove north. Chapter 82. Chrissy Pullinger was afraid. She was standing outside her school, but not in the same area where she had boarded the bus on her ill-fated field trip. Chrissy did not usually take the bus home. Her mom almost always picked her up, as she was supposed to on this day. She was in the back lot, where the teachers parked. That was where parent pickups happened. When the bell rang signifying the end of the school day, she picked up her things and rushed toward freedom with all the other kids. She liked school. She had friends there, and her teachers were nice. But nothing beat the feeling of going home, especially since her baby brother was there now. Chrissy had a new habit. Every time she got home, she would run over to wherever Jackson was and kiss the top of his head. Then she would quickly do her homework while her mom made dinner. It seemed like the tradition would continue today. There was no indication that anything was wrong. On the days when her mom couldn't make it, she would always inform the school. Chrissy's teacher would tell her that she needed to take the bus, and that was fine. But no such call had come. Chrissy followed her classmates outside. At first, there were dozens of kids standing by the curb. One by one, their parents showed up to get them. After 10 minutes, only 4 other kids remained. 2 of them were siblings. Their dad showed up, and they got into the car together. They were gone, and then it was just Chrissy and 2 others. Her mom was never this late. At least not until Jackson was born. Chrissy figured her mom was probably fussing with his car seat, or changing his diaper. Or maybe she was just driving extra carefully and kept getting stuck at red lights. One of the other kids finally got picked up. It was just Chrissy and 1 other girl, a classmate named Victoria. They weren't friends. The 2 girls stood an awkward distance apart and didn't say anything. They both heard the sound of an approaching engine. They perked up, both hoping it was their own mother arriving. The car that pulled up to the curb was not familiar to Chrissy. That was when she felt her first real pang of concern. Where's Mom? She thought. Victoria ran to the car, wrenching open the back door. She was about to jump inside, but then she glanced back at Chrissy. I'm sure your mom will be here soon, Victoria said. Chrissy nodded. She will be. I know it. The car drove off. Everything was silent. Chrissy looked toward the school. She saw a teacher watching her from the door, looking worried. Chrissy turned around. From here, she could see the front of the school. She hoped there would still be some buses waiting, but there weren't any. She was all alone. The very last kid at the school. The next time she looked at the door, the teacher was gone. Chrissy's heart raced. She thought all the teachers must have gone home, too. Everyone had forgotten her. What could she do now? Her house was too far away to walk. Maybe she should just try and get back inside the building. She could find a place to sleep and wait for morning. Except tomorrow was Saturday. She would be stuck at school all weekend. Chrissy started to cry. She wiped her face, trying to look brave, but she couldn't stop her bottom lip from quivering. She realized that there were still cars in the lot. That meant some teachers were still here. That made her feel better. Maybe one of them would see her on their way out and take her home. The door to the school opened. The same teacher Chrissy had seen earlier was beckoning to her. Chrissy smiled with relief and ran over. "Chrissy Pullinger?" Miss Ebersol asked. "Is that your name?" Chrissy nodded. "Well, Chrissy, it seems like your mother was supposed to pick you up today. She hasn't shown up yet, so we called your father. He's on his way to get you. We don't want you standing outside all by yourself, so how about you come and wait in the teacher's lounge?" "I've never been in the teacher's lounge before," Chrissy said with awe. Miss Ebersol smiled and led her down the hall. The lounge looked like a kitchen, except the floor was carpeted. A couple of people were already inside, drinking coffee. One of them was the school nurse. The other was the gym teacher. They sat Chrissy down and gave her a bottle of water to sip while she waited. Everyone was very nice. They must have told her dad exactly where she'd be, because he walked straight into the teacher's lounge 10 minutes later. He kept apologizing to Chrissy as they made their way outside. He also kept muttering under his breath. He seemed angry. She buckled herself into the back seat. She was crying again. "Dad, are you mad at me?" she asked. "Why would I be mad at you?" he asked as they drove out of the lot. "No, I'm not mad. I'm not mad at your mom either. I'm just worried. I was calling her on the drive over, but she didn't answer. Let's get home and make sure everything's okay." Chapter 83. "All right, what do we really know about this case?" Ford asked. They had been driving around for the past 20 minutes. Not going anywhere in particular, just thinking and occasionally asking each other questions, none of which amounted to anything. Jo was frustrated. She wanted some insight to arrive in her mind, neatly wrapped on a silver platter, but her mind wasn't in the mood for such a revelation. She kept thinking about Swan and the embarrassment of the whole situation. She just couldn't get off that track. To make matters worse, she remembered that she had drunk a lot of coffee today without much food to go with it. She felt sick and shaky, wired on too much caffeine and faint from low blood sugar. "I need a snack," she said. Ford nodded. Jo pulled off at a convenience store and they ran inside for some fruit and a bag of beef jerky. They pulled off to the side of the parking lot, out of the way of traffic. As soon as the food hit Jo's stomach, she felt human again. "All right, I'll answer your question now," she said. "We know Jack Squat. To put it in more polite terms than what I really want to say, you're getting irritated," Ford said. "Understandable. But this case is still fresh, and we actually have a fair amount of information." Jo sighed. "Fine. You're right. We know Graff is trying to get a rise out of me. We know he managed to figure out what bus my niece would be riding on for her field trip. But we don't know how he knew that. I was thinking maybe he had knowledge through a former job or a family member who works for the school system," said Ford. "But maybe that's just overthinking it. Maybe he just knows because he's been watching, like physically watching." Jo looked around. She looked through every window at the hustle and bustle of the city. People were everywhere at all times. Cars were driving back and forth in an endless stream. The city was a labyrinth. Graff could be waiting around any corner, watching her from any angle. "I probably would have noticed someone watching me," Jo replied. "Probably. But we also know Graff is pretty crafty. He's been brazen, but we still haven't caught him, and we don't even know for sure who he is." Jo nodded. She chewed through a piece of beef jerky and let her mind wander over the details. "We both talked to a guy named Harvey, the manager of the bank Emily worked at," Ford said. Graf wrote a note to me on a printout from the West Seattle branch library. The printout was from Harvey's laptop. It was in the printer queue, and when Harvey's wife connected to the library internet, it printed automatically. Graf must have thought it would be a clever diversion if he used it. Ford frowned. When you were catching me up on case, you said the library was a dead end. Yeah. They installed a new security system, but no one ever hit the record button on the new cameras. We have no footage that could lead us toward a suspect. Ford peeled a banana. He scooped out a bruised spot with his thumbnail and smushed it into a napkin. But you want to go back to the library anyway, to see if you missed anything. Joe shrugged. I can't think of what else to do right now. We know Graf was there. That's good enough for me. Chapter 84. Ford received a text as they were getting back on the main road. He wiped the banana gunk off his hands and pulled out his phone. His whole body went tense. What is it? Joe asked. Something from my assistant, Desi, he said. I don't know if I should tell you or just... Joe's phone rang. Wait for that, Ford finished. I assume that'll be McKinley. Want me to get it for you? Joe nodded, dropping her phone in his hands. He answered the call and put it on speakerphone. McKinley? Joe asked. Who else would be calling you? McKinley joked. Not like you have friends, Joe. I'm talking to one and riding next to another, Joe shot back. But if you want, I can strike your name from my list of favorite people. Also, this is my work phone, so I guess you would be the only one calling. Do you have something for us? Something big, McKinley confirmed. The body of Charles Norton was just discovered. Joe sighed. I saw that coming. Where was he? Just hanging out in Kinnear Park, in some bushes on the other side of a fence. A woman was out walking with her 4-year-old daughter. Thankfully, she saw the body, not her kid. I don't think there's any need for you to go over there. Looks like a quick body dump. Doesn't seem like Graf hung around for long. Pretty bold place to drop a body, Ford remarked. Indeed, said McKinley. It feels like Graf is getting a bit impatient, like he's aching to get caught. We'll try not to disappoint him, Joe said. But do we know for certain Graf was the one who killed Charles? No, but the manner of death points to it. No visible damage to the body, no injury or petechial hemorrhaging to indicate strangulation. Emily Vasquez had bruising from where she tried to get out of her bindings, but no great external trauma. Now we know she was injected with something. Once the results come in on Chuck, I bet they'll be the same. So it fits Graf's M.O., Joe said. I can understand why he went after Emily. She was a member of his running club, and he knew she was an easy target. She lived alone, and she had a trusting nature. He wanted to use her death to show us, to show me, how serious he is. But why Chuck Norton? There's a connection, I'm sure, McKinley answered. A family connection? Ford asked. Funny you should ask. All of Chuck's living relatives have been contacted already. All but his son Hugh. No one has been able to get him on the phone. Police have already gone to his place of work, but he wasn't there. They're at his residence now, but Hugh hasn't answered the door. It seems he isn't home. Send me the address, said Joe. That'll be our next stop after we check out the library again. You got it, Joe. I'll ask the police to stick around until you get there. McKinley hung up. Hugh Norton is Graf, Ford asked. Maybe, said Joe. Or maybe old Chuck was just the mechanic Graf used. Chuck did something he didn't like, messed up his car and charged him too much. Now that Graf's already on a sort of killing spree, he said to himself, why not? If you're going to kill a nice young woman who never did anything wrong, why not? Go get a guy who screwed you over next. That's just not the feeling I'm getting, Ford, Joe said. Graf isn't a serial killer. He's not out stalking the streets for random victims that fit his preferences. He went from a woman in her 20s to a man a few decades older. That doesn't fit. These people were specific targets. Graff knew Emily personally, and he must have known Chuck personally as well, Ford added. Okay, I'll buy it. You sure you don't want to hit Hugh's place first? No point in rushing over. He's not there. Or he's hiding inside, Ford suggested. How do you know for sure? It's my job to know, and you're great at your job. I like to think so, Joe said. The Seattle Police Department can hold down the fort until we show up. Chapter 85. Rockabye Baby on the Treetop. When the wind blows, the cradle will rock. Graff's singing voice was like every bad sound combined. Nails on a chalkboard. Forks scratching across a plate. The grinding, scraping of a spoon pulled through clenched teeth. He was holding Jackson, rocking him back and forth. It was an unnatural motion. It looked forced and awkward. It wasn't just that Graff had never rocked a baby before. It was that he simply did not possess a single nurturing gene. He was incapable of loving anyone, of sacrificing his own comfort for the sake of a child. That was what Kim thought. The man wasn't a man. He wasn't even human. His eyes looked more like those of a snake. Except that was insulting to snakes. Kim could barely see the snake's eyes anymore. Her own were full of tears. She could do nothing as the tears spilled down her face. Watching the killer cradle her infant son, she struggled against the layers of duct tape that held her down. They didn't move. The strength of a strip of duct tape was impressive, but she knew it would break if she could just find something sharp to get it started. Graff kept turning in slow circles as he sang to Jackson. When his back was turned, Kim frantically looked around, trying to figure out if there was anything sharp nearby and gauging the feasibility of getting to it. The only thing she could think of was the small nails that held the sofa's upholstery together. She knew where they were. She felt them sometimes when she was running her hand down the edge of the couch. They were too far away. Her teeth and nails could get the job done. Graff had only taped her arms and ankles down. She could still bend forward and gnaw at the tape on her wrists. She visualized it and decided it was a bad idea. It would take too long. Graff would see her and he would do something bad. The hardest thing to do was to accept that you could do nothing. That was the challenge Kim was faced with. She sat back in her chair and tried to get her crying under control. Whatever happened next, she knew she should be fully lucid for it. That would give them their best chance at survival. Still whining over there, Kim? Graff asked. For God's sake, I already told you. I won't hurt anyone unless I have no other choice. The way I see it, I have plenty of choices. I'm in control here. You, your husband, the Seattle Police Department. Hell, even the FBI can't stop me. They'll only get me when I decide it's time. Kim rolled her eyes. You're an idiot. It's a miracle you didn't already screw up enough to be caught. Graff bared his teeth at her. Watch your mouth. Why should I? You told me not to try and escape or scream for help. I'm doing that. You never said anything about insulting you. Well, I'm making a new rule, he roared, making Jackson cry. Kim suppressed a smile. As a wise man once said, you should never interrupt your enemy when he was making a mistake, and Graff had just yelled plenty loud enough for the neighbors to hear. If they were home, there was the sound of an engine outside. It shut off, then 2 car doors opened and shut. Kim, her husband called. Graff suddenly bolted for the back of the house. He took baby Jackson with him. Sam, Kim screamed. Hurry up! The door flew open. It hit the wall and left a doorknob-sized dent. Sam came flying through. He saw his wife taped to a chair and stopped in his tracks. "He has our son!" Kim shouted. She cocked her head toward the back of the house. "Go!" Chapter 86. Sam Pullinger had never moved so fast in his life. His sister Jo was always the more athletic one. Whenever they raced as children, she would almost always beat him. Today he was pretty sure he'd leave her in his dust. He could hear his son crying. It sounded awfully far away, and it was fading even further with every step Sam took. It was like a nightmare. No matter how fast he ran, no matter how hard he tried, the bad guy would keep increasing the gap. As he ran through the house, the kidnapper tried putting obstacles in the way. Dishes were drying on the counter, and he had tossed them on the floor, creating a skid of shattered ceramic. Sam jumped over it. He seemed to float for a second and felt invincible. Then came the clumsy landing. He fell onto one foot. His momentum made him pivot to one side. He slammed his shoulder into a doorframe. The impact was so hard he heard cracks rippling all the way up through the ceiling. It would hurt later. It would hurt a lot. And whether Sam was able to get his son back or whether Jackson disappeared forever, he wouldn't care about the pain either way. The sliding glass door to the backyard was open. Sam caught a glimpse of a dark blue rain slicker as the bad guy vaulted over the fence and disappeared on the other side. Sam no longer heard crying. A black hole of despair opened inside him. It was a feeling of failure. Failure as a father and a husband. He wanted to fall to the ground and melt into the earth, never to be seen again. "No!" his mind shouted. "You can still catch him." Sam sprinted toward the fence. He hadn't hopped a fence since he was a teenager, but he was sure his body remembered how to do it. With adrenaline in his veins, he probably could have jumped the fence without it even touching him. But he didn't need to. He stopped fast when he saw the baby lying on the grass in the middle of the yard. Sam fell to his knees, weeping. He crawled over to his son and lifted the baby to his chest. Jackson was completely fine. He had stopped crying because there was nothing left to cry about. As far as he knew, he was home with his dad, and nothing bad had happened. There was a folded sheet of paper in the grass. Jackson had been lying on it. Sam left it there and carried his son inside. Chapter 87. Joe and Ford entered the West Seattle Branch Library. It was quiet inside. The air was warm and dry, a good contrast to the slushy rain that was falling outside. It had turned the streets of Seattle into an ugly mess. They went up to the counter and stood, waiting. There were no employees in sight. "Hello," Joe called. "Just a moment," a familiar voice called from a back area. "You know," said Ford, "we could be kicking down Hugh Norton's door right now, or rather entering through it politely. But we're here. Something tells me you aren't just looking to check out a book. You've got a theory." "More of a hunch," said Joe. "Graff is a young guy. That has been the assumption. You talked to him on the phone, and that was the impression you had. I have him pegged as mid to late 20s. It's no secret that libraries aren't as popular as they used to be. You'll find a lot of young people at a library on a college campus, but this is just a small public branch. So why was Graff hanging out here?" "Because he likes libraries," Ford said. "He was having trouble with his home internet and needed to send an email. There are a lot of reasons he'd be here. If he needed internet, he could just go to a coffee shop. Like the one the Saru Running Club met at. He likes books," Ford added. "Or he came just to find something to write his notes on. He happened to see the printout from Harvey's laptop. Big stroke of luck there. He entered the library to find some stationery he could use to throw us off, and he just so happened to find it. I think he was already here. An opportunity presented itself, and he took it." Ford smiled. "You think he works here, or he's just a regular visitor. Either way, we might get something. Just have to ask the right questions." The manager finally appeared. It was Marcia, the same mousy woman Joe had talked to on her previous visit. She recognized Joe, smiled, and quickly glanced at her male partner. She looked disappointed that it wasn't Swan this time. "Agent Pulitzer, is it?" Marcia asked. "Pullinger?" Joe replied. "This is Brian Ford. He's a private investigator who's helping me. I just came for a quick follow-up." "Mom, would you mind if I checked your list of employees?" "Not at all. Come on back." Marcia led them into a small office. Paperwork was spilling everywhere. There was a chart on the wall, a grid that showed the days of the week, along with the people who were scheduled to work on those days. "Names are here," said Marcia, running her finger down the left side of the chart. Joe had walked past this same area when she checked the surveillance system. She had gone by without a glance. Now she scrutinized the wall chart. She didn't have to look for long. The name Hugh N. jumped out at her right away. He was a part-time employee, scheduled for only 10 hours that week. "Could you tell me Hugh's last name?" Joe asked. "That's Hugh Norton," Marcia replied. Joe and Ford shared a look. Joe pointed at the chart. "It says he was supposed to be working a 4-hour shift yesterday. Did he come in?" Marcia shook her head. "He called in sick. I didn't even bother getting anyone to cover him. Tim and I managed just fine. Thank you, Marcia. One more question. Could you describe Hugh to me?" "Well, he's a tall man. I like tall men. In fact, he looks a lot like that other agent you had with you last time." Swan. So she remembered his name just fine, but not mine, Joe thought. Shows where her priorities are. "So he has dark hair?" Joe asked. Marcia nodded. "And he's good-looking." Hugh's proportions are a bit different than Agent Swan's. "Hugh has a very long neck." Joe thanked Marcia again. She asked a few more routine questions, and then she asked about some of the other employees. Then it was time for Ford and her to head to their next destination. "Too many coincidences here," Ford said, "and we both know there's no such thing as coincidences. I think Hugh's our guy." "Then let's pay him a visit," Joe said. Chapter 88. "Here, take my phone." Joe handed it to Ford as she buckled herself in behind the wheel of her car. "Check my texts from McKinley, get Hugh's address, and guide me there." Ford did as she asked. "Get back on the road. Turn right, then take the first left, then left again at the first light you come to. There's going to be a park on your left. Go past that and turn left again onto Hanford. Hugh's got a place tucked behind the apartment complex there." "A lot of lefts," Joe remarked. "What do you want from me? Reality gets repetitive sometimes." "Whoa, looks like you're getting a call." There was a lot of traffic zooming past the library. Joe ignored Ford for a moment. She focused on the cars going by, looking for an opening to insert herself into. She saw her chance and surged out, taking a right turn. She followed the directions Ford gave her. "All right. Who's calling?" she asked. "Probably McKinley again." "I think it's your brother," Ford said. She looked over. He was showing the phone to her. The name Sam showed on the screen. Joe's blood ran cold. Her brother knew not to call her work number unless it was an emergency. She hit a red light. She slammed the brakes. As soon as the car stopped, She grabbed the phone from Ford and answered it. Sam. What's going on? Joe, we were just attacked. Sam's teeth were chattering. He was barely managing to get the words out. Some guy who called himself Graf was here at the house. Ford was leaning close to listen to the call. At the name Graf, he sat straight up and let out a gasp. Is everyone safe? Joe demanded. Did he hurt anyone? No. We're all fine. It was terrifying, though. I thought we lost Jack. The last sentence came out in a cold whisper. I'm coming, Sam, she told him. I'll be there just as soon as I can. Have you called the police? Not yet. I guess I'm not thinking straight. I thought I should get in touch with you as soon as possible. Okay, that's fine. I'll take care of everything, all right? Just hang tight for a few minutes until I get there. Sam hung up. Joe and Ford stared at each other for a second. The light turned green, and Joe had to put her attention back on the road. She turned left and started looking for the park. Soon she was driving alongside a stone retaining wall. The low, grassy hill of the park rose beyond it. Joe drove on autopilot, her mind churning with thoughts of her family. Ford pointed. Just park and drop me off right here by the corner. I'll head to Norton's on foot. I'll check the place out. As soon as you can, give me a call. I'll give you the details. You sure? Joe asked. I can get you closer. He shook his head. My wife's always telling me to try and get more steps in. I don't run around so much now that I work for myself. Besides, your family's in trouble. That's more important. Joe pulled up to the curb in front of an organic grocery store. Ford was out of the car before it came to a complete stop. He slammed the door shut. Waved to Joe, and took off for the crosswalk a little way up the road. Joe waved back as she drove past him. Thanks, Ford, she whispered to herself. Sam, Kim, and the 2 kids were safe. But Graf had been there. She hoped he was still in the area. Maybe she could catch him, and then maybe his face could catch her fist a few times. Or a bullet. From her sidearm. Chapter 89. Joe stomped the brakes, squealing her tires. The wheels on the left side jumped onto the sidewalk. She yanked her seatbelt off so fast that the metal buckle hit her in the face. She barely felt it. She opened the door and sprinted up to her brother's house. She was used to strolling up the front walk with a bottle of wine or a veggie tray in her hands, her contribution to dinner. Now she moved at a dead run, clutching her Glock. Sam! She yelled. Kim! Chrissy! The front door was open. She was terrified that Graf had come back and done something bad. But Chrissy appeared in the doorway, still wearing her backpack and coat from school. Auntie Joe! Chrissy exclaimed, sobbing. She ran out and wrapped her arms around Joe. Easy, kid, Joe said, though her heart immediately went soft. I'm working right now. I've got to make sure everything's fine. Dad says the bad guy ran away, Chrissy explained. She released her aunt and followed her into the house. Mom says he was just trying to send a message, not hurt anyone. Joe's training kicked in. She began clearing rooms, shoving her way through doorways and sweeping her gun around. When she came into the dining room, she saw her brother and sister-in-law sitting at the table. They both looked tense and shell-shocked. Kim seemed worse off. She wasn't currently crying, but her face was puffy and her eyes were red. Joe. Sam jumped to his feet. Joe lowered her weapon and assessed the situation. She tried to gauge which of the 2 needed her attention more immediately. It was obvious. She knelt in front of Kim, holstering her Glock and taking the other woman by the hands. Kim, "I'm here now," Joe whispered. Kim looked at her but said nothing. "What happened?" Joe asked. Kim shut her eyes. "He taped me to a chair. He told me about the terrible things he'd do if I didn't cooperate." "Cooperate how?" Kim turned her head to the side. "He just wanted me to sit down and be quiet. I think he was just here to—" "He was here because he wants to get to me," Joe said. "Kim, I'm so sorry." "It's not your fault." "That's debatable." Joe groaned. Now she had to weigh Kim's well-being against the value of any questions she might ask. "Kim, what kind of things did he threaten?" "He had these needles." Kim held her hand up, keeping her thumb and forefinger apart to demonstrate the size. "They had some kind of poison in them. He said he'd inject me with it. He said he'd inject my baby." Joe looked around. "Where is Jackson?" Sam stepped closer. "Sleeping in his crib." Joe nodded. She jumped when someone grabbed her from behind, but it was only Chrissy coming in for a hug. Joe patted her niece's hand. "Joe," Sam said in a grave tone, "I have to show you something. Chrissy, you stay here with your mom." Chrissy nodded and jumped into her mother's lap. Kim wrapped her daughter in a tight embrace. Joe stood up and followed Sam out into the backyard. "He had our son in his arms," Sam explained. "He ran this way, out through the back door. He went over the fence and disappeared. I would have followed him, but I found Jackson lying right here, along with that." He pointed at the ground. There was a folded piece of paper there. Joe used her foot to unfold it and read the message inside. "Do I have your attention now? I'm starting to doubt you'll actually find me. Keep trying, Joe. Either way, I win." Joe stomped on the note, grinding it into the wet ground. "We'll see who wins when I get my hands on you," she growled. Chapter 90. Ford picked up the pace as he moved down the crosswalk. He ran, the tail of his coat flying out behind him. He got a few odd looks. Apparently, the people around here rarely saw a guy in his early 40s running along in a trench coat. "Nothing to see here," he barked at a few of them. "Just trying to get ready for the marathon." He headed down the sidewalk, then through another crosswalk to reach the right side of Hanford. He ran past the Olympic Apartments, then down 42nd Avenue. He was going to start scanning for house numbers, but then he remembered the cops were waiting outside Norton's place. "All right, where are they?" he said, gasping for breath. "And why do I feel so out of shape?" He spotted flashing lights ahead of him. They were dreadfully far away. To avoid being totally gassed by the time he got there, he slowed himself down to a jog. With a little less blood going to his leg muscles, he had some left over to feed his brain. How was he going to play this? He didn't have the benefit of an FBI shield, and everything had been so rushed that he never even got a signed note from Grantham. All he had was his private investigator license. "That'll have to do," he thought. As Ford approached the house, he spotted a familiar figure, a man he used to work with at the Seattle Police Department. Except the phrase "worked with" was wrong. It was more like they tolerated each other when they were forced into the same area. Detective Larry Weintraub was the picture of a stereotypical desk cop. Heavyset and mustached. The only difference was he wore a fancier suit, and he wasn't an ordinary cop. He was a detective, and not a bad one at all, in Ford's opinion. It was just a shame about his personality. Weintraub was standing by a cop car, sipping a cup of coffee. He looked bored, waiting for orders. When he spotted Ford trotting toward him, his demeanor changed, and his caterpillar mustache started dancing. "Is that the disgraced detective himself coming my way?" he called. "Retired detective," Ford retorted with a sigh. Coming to a stop. "What are you even doing here, Larry?" I didn't think this scene required a detective. Then what are you doing here? Weintraub shot back. Maybe I just had a feeling. Guy turns up dead, and suddenly the cops are called to hang around outside his son's house, a son who seems to be very difficult to find. You always did have great instincts, Ford replied with a grunt. Aren't you private now? Weintraub waved one of his ham-hock hands. Unless someone from the family hired you, maybe you should leave. There must be a missing dog you could be searching for. Maybe there's a missing box of donuts, too. So how about getting out of my way? Ford snapped. I was hired by the FBI, which means I have the authority here. By whose orders? Weintraub demanded. Robert Grantham. You can look him up. He's the SAC over at our very own FBI field office. Want to give him a call? Weintraub made a face. You're working with that Pullinger lady again, aren't you? Can I see some credentials? Ford just walked past him. He weaved through a few cop cars that were parked outside the house. Stop him, Weintraub called. A few cops abandoned their idle gossip and tried to intercept Ford at the door. He smiled at them. Hello, Officer Jensen, he said to one man. How's the wife and kid? Hey there, Powell. How's the diet going? Great, replied a young cop who was markedly less scrawny than the last time Ford saw him. Gained 17 pounds. Good to hear you're hitting your goals, said Ford. Now, gentlemen, do you want to let me through? The cops looked at each other. They backed away and went back to their cars. Weintraub stopped in the middle of the lawn with his hands on his hips. I don't have a warrant, Ford, he said. I can't come in with you. Good, Ford replied. He checked his pockets for gloves. There weren't any. He pulled the sleeve of his coat over his hand and used it to try and open the door. It was locked. Ford took a step back, ready to kick the thing open. Then he saw the welcome mat on the ground. On a hunch, he looked underneath it. Lucky guess, he said, grabbing the key. He used it to unlock the door and stepped inside. The house was cool. The air smelled stale, like the place had been sealed up too long. It was dark inside. All the blinds were shut. FBI, he called out. It was close enough to the truth. Hugh Norton, are you here? There was no answer. As Ford's eyes adjusted, he started moving around. The first room he came to was the kitchen. There was a moldy smell floating around, and he quickly found the source. A forgotten loaf of bread on the counter. Other than that, the room was clean. Hugh Norton was not a dirty person, it seemed. He just hasn't been here in a few days, Ford thought. Then where has he been? Is Hugh Norton dead? Is Hugh Norton dead, just like his dad? If so, then who did it? He kept exploring. He hoped he'd spot some crucial piece of evidence, something to tie the whole case up, like a pretty present. It didn't happen. The best thing he saw was in the bedroom closet. A pair of running shoes mixed with other types of footwear. But a lot of people had running shoes, even people who didn't run. Joe called him as he was heading back to the front of the house. Everyone safe? Ford asked. Yeah. Graf was here, but he left without doing much. He just scared everyone. Ford sighed. Got nothing here. Just a pair of shoes that say Hugh Norton might like running. He might still be our guy, but it's going to be harder to prove it than I thought. We'll just have to find out where Hugh is, Joe said. Maybe we'll get more answers then. Chapter 91. Graf was still shaking and smiling from the adrenaline high. He kept picturing the look on Kim Pullinger's face at the moment she realized she was in danger. It was fear, but it was more too. It went way deeper than the terror of self-preservation. It was the look of a mother who thought her child was in danger. It was the look of someone who cared. Graf recognized it, though he had never seen it on the face of his own mother. Graf moved through the city on foot for a while. He ran at first, trying to put distance between himself and Kim Pullinger. Then he ducked in behind a house where he had stashed some different clothing. He changed, leaving the dark blue rain slicker and ski mask behind a shed. After that, he was able to walk casually. He was just a young guy in jeans and a scuffed leather jacket. A college student, maybe, or some trendy hipster who worked at a tech company. He even got himself a cup of coffee to complete the look. Paying in cash, of course. His credit card was still in his car. His car was now at the bottom of Puget Sound, hopefully. If not at the bottom, then at least pretty far down. He didn't need any of it now. He had everything planned out. Graf knew he was an impatient person. It was time to force this game into the next phase. The marathon was happening tomorrow morning. The starting line was within view of the Space Needle, so close to where Joe Pullinger had been standing when he spoke to her for the first time. It had been a long road, paved with perfectly balanced dominoes. Graf was almost sad it would soon be over. He used more cash to take a couple of buses toward the Space Needle. He found the closest hotel to it and rented a room using cash, along with the clothes he had stashed by the Random House. There was also a backpack. He carried it into his room, then dumped its contents onto the bed. A GPS watch, fully charged. A few jail packs to fuel him through the run, along with 2 peanut butter and jelly sandwiches in cellophane. His dinner for tonight. There was a set of running clothes. There was also his numbered bib, which he'd put on over his shirt for the race. The bib was a fake, but he hoped to get away with it. He'd been incredibly lucky so far, so why not? In the front pocket of the backpack was a roll of duct tape, as well as a few more syringes with his deadly concoction inside. It was everything he would need for the finest moment of his life. Graf stripped down to his underwear and began his stretching routine. It was important to stay loose. Chapter 92. Joe stood in Sam's backyard for a while. She gave her family a few minutes to process what had just happened, then put in a call to the police. They would need to come by and conduct their interviews and get a description of their suspect. With a huge amount of luck, SPD would be able to bag Graf and save Joe from having to look at the guy and to save him from what she might do to him. Once the police were called, she gave Ford a ring. The news on his end wasn't good. They both agreed that their work was done for the day. At this point, it was best if they spent the rest of the afternoon and evening with their families. Joe went back into the house to wait for the cops. When they arrived, she took control of the situation. She was the emotionally distant rock to which Sam, Kim, and Chrissy could cling. Meanwhile, baby Jackson needed a diaper change and a bottle of formula. Joe took care of all that as well. "I just don't understand," Kim said once the cops were gone, and everything was calm. Why did he even come here? Kim knew why. Joe knew it too, but they left it unspoken. "I wish he would just bother me," Joe said. "I'm sure he knows where I live." "He knows you're a good person," Sam told her. "He can hit you way harder by going after the people you care about. That's a weakness for good people. And a strength." He held his wife's hand, and he held Chrissy against his side. "It's stupid that this happened on Friday," Chrissy said. "Why's that, sweetie?" Kim asked. "Because I can't even use it to get out of going to school," Chrissy grumbled. Kim, Sam, and Joe laughed. It was just what they needed. "But you love school," Joe said. Chrissy smiled and shrugged. "It's fine. But you know what I really love? Pizza." "Who doesn't?" Joe asked. She was already pulling out her phone. I'll get some cheesy bread and wings as well. Boneless? Sam asked. With honey barbecue sauce. Kim groaned. You're such a baby sometimes. Don't listen to him, Joe. Get us some good old buffalo wings. How about both? Joe offered. My treat. We can all go to bed with heartburn tonight. I don't know if I'll even be able to go to bed, Chrissy said. I won't feel safe. Are you staying here, Auntie Joe? Joe nodded. Of course. I'll be here all night long. You won't have to worry about a thing. Next scene. Joe continued being a rock. But on the inside, she felt completely messed up. She could handle dealing with evil, insane people. She could even deal with it when innocent people got hurt. It was something you had to become callous to, but not when it was her innocent people. She took the couch in the living room that night. It was in a good spot, within view of the front door and an easy distance to the back. She lay in the dark, listening to the house. Sam and Kim spent a little while in Chrissy's room, reading stories to her. When their daughter was sleeping, they moved to their room. Joe heard them talking quietly for some time. She heard Kim crying and Sam muttering promises to her, and then even they fell silent. Joe hoped they were all asleep. At the same time, she knew she'd be lucky to get an hour of rest herself. At first, she tried to make herself think of nothing. Her mind inevitably drifted to Graf. She had the feeling she was missing something obvious. There was no way he had been as careful and sneaky as it seemed. There had to be something. When it became clear to her that sleep was impossible, she pulled out her phone. She saw that it was already midnight. Was Ford awake too, fighting his way through a storm of thoughts and fears? Or was he asleep, free from worry? She was willing to bet he was just as wide awake as she was. Then she saw she already had a text from him. He had sent it an hour ago. I took the liberty of checking if Hugh Norton signed up for the marathon. He did not. So, there's another dead end. She typed a response. Still awake. He answered less than a minute later. You know it. Just sipping a glass of bourbon and watching one of my favorite shows. On mute. My wife's a light sleeper. Joe smiled. How was dinner with the family? Good. She's a light sleeper and an amazing cook. How about you? We had pizza and wings. I ate too many of the latter. My face is still burning a little bit. Do you think we'll find Norton? Someone will, Ford typed back. Eventually. Get some sleep, Joe. I'll probably be awake until 3, but I'm not going to answer any more texts. Joe set her phone on the coffee table and let out a sigh. She started thinking about how hard it would be to fall asleep. These thoughts distracted her from thinking about Graf. And less than 10 minutes after her last message to Ford, she was asleep. Chapter 93. Joe's eyes snapped open. She was fully awake and with a dreadful certainty in her mind. She sat up and looked around the room. She had to remind herself where she was. Sam and Kim's house. Everyone must still be asleep because the place was silent. It wouldn't be for long. Pre-dawn light was bleeding through the curtains. A blackbird was cawing somewhere. The baby would soon wake up, demanding nourishment. Joe put her face in her hands. Her hands were shaking, and her eyes were flooded with tears. Her dreams had been troubled. That was no surprise after what was happening in her life, and the lives of her loved ones. Mostly, it had been ordinary nightmares, twisted, surreal dreamscapes full of darkness and terror. But one element had kept popping up. One entity invaded her dreams again and again. It was a tall man who occasionally jogged across her vision. The clothing he wore changed, but his gait did not. Nor did his handsome face and his charming smile. It was not Swan, but the resemblance was striking. Jo knew as soon as she woke up what the dream meant. It was her subconscious trying to remind her of something she had seen and forgotten about. Like 100 things she saw every day, her conscious mind cast it away as something unimportant. She had seen the jogger before, in real life. She had seen him at least twice that she knew of. Once outside the bus by the children's theater, again when she was eating dinner in this very house. She had watched him run past, had felt a burst of motivation to begin a running program of her own. It was the same man both times. She was sure of it. The same tall, young guy with a long neck. It was Graf. Had she seen him any other times? Most likely. She couldn't conjure any more occasions, and it didn't matter. What did matter was that she knew it was him. And she also had a pretty good idea of where he'd be. If she missed him this morning, she might never find him. He might get away forever. He claimed that was not what he wanted. He claimed he wished to be caught, but you could never take a psychopath at their word. Kim appeared, wrapped in a robe. "Sleep all right?" she asked. "Some," Jo replied. "Listen, I need to ask you a quick question. Did you tell the police Graf had a long neck?" "I think you did, but I was busy changing Jack." Kim nodded. "Yes, he had a long neck." Jo smiled. "Thanks. You just helped me put the last piece of the puzzle together. I've definitely seen this scumbag before," Jo thought. She called Ford as she quickly pulled on her shoes. He answered on the third ring. "Good morning, sunshine," he said with a yawn. "I was having a pretty nasty dream, so I'm glad you woke me up. You've probably already finished an 8-mile run by this point." "Actually, I just woke up," said Jo. "I've seen him, Ford." "Graf?" he asked. "Yes, he's been very close to me. He's been watching, and he's been pretty bold with it too. At one point, I was so close I could have touched him." Ford groaned. "That's a gross feeling. How did you come to that realization?" "A dream." "I see." It said a lot about his trust in Jo that he didn't question her. "And Kim helped me confirm my hunch," Jo added. "I'll meet you at the marathon starting line. I still don't know for sure who Graf is, but now I know for sure what he looks like." "Go back and take a look at Hugh Norton," Ford suggested. "Check his ID photos." "I don't have them with me." "I'd have to stop at the field office first. Ford, if he's at the race, I'll know it. We can get him there." He hesitated for a moment. "Okay. I'm with you, partner. I'll pick up some coffee on my way. But Jo, I'm looking at the start times now. These lunatics start even earlier than you do. They're probably shooting the gun as we speak. We'll need to find a spot further up the course to watch from." Chapter 94. Edward Swan hadn't felt this nervous since his first day as an official FBI agent. He had learned that training was a piece of cake compared to the pressure you felt when it was just you, your instincts, and a crazy world full of dark corners and deep shadows. It wasn't his first marathon, but in a way, it was his first race. His previous marathon efforts had been casual, done just for the sake of dipping his toes. This time, he was getting serious. His training had reflected that, but he was still worried he might not live up to his own expectations. He had a time in mind. His GPS watch was cinched in place on his wrist, fully charged. He knew just how fast he needed to go to hit his goal. If he was going to get in just under 3 hours, he'd need to run each mile in the high 6-minute range. The speed had felt easy in his training runs, but trying to maintain it for almost 3 hours straight would be challenging. The nerves had tied his stomach in knots. He was only able to eat half of his planned pre-race breakfast. He also hadn't slept well. It was going to be tough. No matter what, he'd feel exhausted by the end. But it was up to him whether he would feel exhausted and proud or exhausted and shameful. The marathon starting line was a buzz of activity. The racers were lining up. Some were jumping in place and shaking out their arms. Some were doing lunges. Others were just standing like statues, staring ahead like soldiers getting ready for battle. Swan paced back and forth in the tiny area of empty pavement around him. "Hey, you'll do fine," said an old man nearby. The man was a head shorter than Swan. His hair was a mess of wild white wisps. But he looked strong. His legs were roped with muscle. "Thanks," Swan replied. "What time are you going for?" The old man shrugged and smiled. "I'll get whatever I get, but my record is 2 hours and 40 minutes. Swan whistled. "That's faster than what I'm trying to do." "Any tips for me?" The old runner nodded. "Don't think too hard. Your legs already know how fast to go." Swan smiled. He turned his watch on and let the GPS sync up. There was an announcer with a bullhorn, telling everyone to get ready. Someone shot a blank round into the air, and they were off. Chapter 95. It was a cold morning in Seattle. Yet, despite warnings from meteorologists the day before, the prophesied rains and winds had not appeared. It was a lucky break for the marathoners, and it was also lucky for Joe and Ford, who learned that these racers attracted hundreds of spectators. Joe picked Ford up from a coffee shop a mile away from the starting line. They spent a painful duration of time looking for a place to park. There were 2 parking garages near the Space Needle. At one of them, a booth guard shook his head and waved them on. The same thing happened at the second garage. "Damn it!" Joe punched her steering wheel. "Where do we go now?" "Back to the coffee shop," Ford suggested. "They told me I was okay to park there." Joe growled in frustration and drove back as fast as she could. She was unable to take a direct route because the marathon course passed through it. She could see a herd of runners in the distance. From far away, they seemed to surge in a rhythmic way, like a wave. Graf could be among them. Joe knew it was a long race, and she had plenty of time. She took a deep breath and made herself slow down. No point in getting into an accident. They found the coffee shop again. Joe parked the car. She and Ford jumped out and ran back the way they had come. "Just 1 mile, Ford panted. All those people have to run more than 26. So, we still have plenty of time to catch them." As she ran, Joe pulled out her phone and checked the marathon course map. She pointed left. "This way. We can get ahead of them. There's an aid station we can wait near." Both of them had left their coffees in the car, half finished. With all the adrenaline in their veins, they didn't need it. Joe watched the time. It took her and Ford around 8 minutes to reach the aid station. Some flags had been strung up, showing racers where to go. The street was lined with spectators, but no runners had shown up yet. The tables were still full of cups holding water and electrolyte drinks. There was a medic standing by with a first aid kit. Joe and Ford stood on the sidewalk behind a wooden sawhorse barrier. They caught their breath and waited, crowding close together for warmth. Now that they weren't moving, the chilly air and their sweat were a bad combination. A few minutes later, they heard a cowbell in the distance. It was a harbinger of runners soon to arrive. They could see them now, surging along the street on this cold morning, coming fast. Some of the spectators started waving banners and cheering. The first wave of runners arrived. They all looked extremely fit. From how easily they looked to be running, it was easy to think they were moving slowly. But when they flashed by, it was obvious how fast they were really moving. None of them wasted any time at the aid station. A few grabbed a cup of water on the go, tossing it back and dropping it on the ground. Someone with a broom swept the empty cups toward the curb when the runners had passed. "This is the vanguard," Joe said. "The fastest runners who reach each spot first." "These people look serious," Ford commented. "We can assume Graff isn't with them." The next wave of runners came not long after. They were also very fit, but unlike the vanguard, most of them did not run for a living. Joe recognized a few faces from the Seru Club meeting. None of them were Graff, but all of them were wearing T-shirts with Emily Vasquez's picture on them. "He has to be here," Joe thought. "If he isn't, I have no idea where to go next." Chapter 96. Swan felt awful for the first mile. Everything seemed to be going wrong. His legs felt heavy and slow, like he was running through mud. His heart was beating too fast, making him feel sick. Even his breathing pattern seemed to be off. His hands were freezing like blocks of ice, but the rest of him felt too hot. "Don't think too much," he reminded himself. "This is just another run. A really long one. But still, just stay steady. You've been here before." He started to worry about the weather. The air was cold and humid. His other marathons had been done in Southern California, where it was warm and dry. Maybe the difference was messing him up in some way. Swan had hated middle school. The transition from elementary school was hard for him. He remembered always sitting in his classes, staring at the clock. He knew that staring at it would only make time go by slower, but he couldn't help it. That was what he was doing now, except it was his GPS watch instead of the clock. He was obsessed with checking his pace. The watch also measured his heart rate through his wrist. He stared at the number. It was too high. He knew if he stopped worrying, it would go back down. But he couldn't. Suddenly, someone in the crowd screamed. It startled him. He looked to his right. A young woman in a racing bib was going off to the side of the road. She embraced a young man who had yelled her name. They kissed, and the woman started running again. The moment shocked Swan back into reality. He stopped thinking about himself and paid attention to the world around him. The running packs were starting to drift apart now. Slower people fell behind. Faster people pulled ahead. Swan was toward the front of the overall crowd, but he was still in between. He saw the old man ahead of him, the same one who had given him advice at the starting line. The man hadn't given his name, but soon Swan saw a woman of the same age waving a flag in the crowd. "Go, Earl," it said. The old man blew a kiss to the woman holding it. She caught the kiss and pressed it to her lips. "Is that your wife, Earl?" Swan thought with a smile. Earl was moving fast, but he clearly had more in the tank. He was pacing himself beautifully, going for a very respectable time, but not blowing himself out to achieve it. It was an older man's restraint. That kind of thing came with wisdom. Swan tried to emulate it. He kept pace with Earl, matting him stride for stride. After that, he stopped looking at his watch, except when it ticked over each mile. He was now enjoying the race instead of fearing it. Chapter 97. The medic standing near Joe and Ford had to go into action. A racer was hobbling, favoring an ankle that already looked bruised and swollen. He sat on the curb and let the medic look him over. Ford sighed with sympathy. That sucks. That guy's in really good shape. He's probably been training for months, and now he probably won't be able to run for a while. The medic pulled a black strap out of his bag. He wrapped it around the runner's ankle a few times, securing it in place with Velcro. The injured runner got back up and then, incredibly, began to jog again. He wasn't moving very fast. At this point, finishing was probably the best he could hope for. "How about that?" said Ford. "I'll bet his physician wouldn't recommend it, but you have to give him points for bravery." "He's got spirit," Jo agreed. She turned her attention back to the other runners. They were more thinly spread now. She noticed there were a lot of women. She remembered reading something about female runners. They weren't as fast as their male counterparts, but they tolerated pain better. Thus, they were more than capable of claiming top spots in longer races. A simple matter of endurance over speed. "Hey, look at this guy," Ford said, patting her on the arm. He was pointing at a wispy-haired man who was probably in his mid-70s, still going that fast at his age, and making it look easy. "Remarkable? I'm actually looking at someone a bit further back," Jo replied. Ford followed her gaze. Now they were both watching a tall younger guy, who was, in turn, staring intently at the old man's back. "Hey, it's Swan," Ford said. He scoffed. "He's this far back. I thought he'd be doing better." Ford waved to the other agent. Swan finally spotted them and smiled, waving back. Jo did not share the gesture. She could only think about her photo taped to Swan's wall. It was a strange thing for him to have done. And though he didn't quite look like the jogger from her dreams, she still had her doubts. Swan paused at the aid station. He moved quickly, retying one of his shoes and slurping down a cup of sports drink. "Can't stay long, have to keep up with Earl," he breathed. "Did you guys come out here just for me?" He looked at Jo. She shook her head. Swan caught on. He looked concerned. "I've got Ford with me," Jo told him. "Just enjoy the race." Swan nodded and waved again. He rejoined the sparse flow of runners, moving a bit faster to catch up with the old man. "He's not Graf." "He can't be," Jo thought. "He hasn't got a long neck, after all. The real one is still out here, somewhere." She went back to her search. Chapter 98. Graf knew he was capable of running faster than he was. In reality, he could smoke 90% of these idiots. But he held back. This wasn't a race for him. It was something more. It was the perfect penultimate stanza for the poem he was writing. The poem that told the story of him and Johanna Pullinger. The final stanza would come afterward. He had no idea yet what it would contain. He just knew it would be beautiful. The watch on his wrist kept buzzing with each mile that he ran. Graf checked his times, more out of reflex than any real concern. It didn't matter how fast he was running. He just had to be near the right people at the right time. He had spotted the handsome FBI agent at the starting line. Edward Swan was his name. Graf remembered the way Jo looked at the man. Magnetism and interest. The image filled him with rage. He had come to this race prepared to do anything, but with no real plan in mind. As soon as he saw Swan, that all changed. He knew just what to do. Graf held steady for the first few miles. He kept Swan in his sights and tried to maintain the same gap. He didn't want Swan getting too far ahead. That would risk losing him and throwing his wonderful plan away. He also didn't want to get too close. Swan was trained. He knew how to sense trouble. Besides, there was no point in making his move just yet. Not all of the pieces were in their place. Not just yet. Each time Graf was approaching a cluster of spectators, he quickly scanned through them. He was looking for Joe. He saw nothing but strangers, people with silly handmade signs and pennants. Some of them were mothers cheering on their offspring. His mother never would have done that, but Graf didn't care. She was dead now, and so was the moron who thought marrying her was a good idea. All the misery Graf had experienced could be traced back to that one mistake. The mistake was corrected now. There was still one mistake left, though. The mistake of Graf's existence. He should have never been born, and the world would pay for forcing him into this life. And Joe would pay for the sins of all the women who had ever rejected him. She liked Swan. She thought he was attractive. Graf was going to put a stop to that. There was an aid station at mile marker 5. That was when he finally saw Joe. She was standing with Brian Ford, the police detective turned private investigator. The man was not on Graf's radar at all. Swan stopped for a drink and to tie his shoe. Graf finally sped up. He closed the gap between him and the handsome agent. At the same time, he reached into his shorts. There were a few strips of duct tape wrapped around his thigh. Under the tape were syringes. Graf dug one out. He popped the cap off and let it fall. He hid the syringe against his sweaty palm and set his sights on Swan. This was the moment of truth. Chapter 99. Swan realized that his other shoe was untied as well. He cursed and stopped again, kneeling down to fix it. Joe glanced at him long enough to see this, then went back to watching the incoming runners. She had been hoping to see Graf, but not really expecting it. It would have been lucky, a moment of justice in a universe that sometimes seemed to lack it completely. But suddenly, there he was. The jogger from her nightmares. The tall young man with a long neck. The dark hair, the grayish-blue eyes, and the handsome features. Graf, he called himself. He was a murderer. He had killed 2 people for sure so far, and last night he had put her family in danger. With his looks and apparent intelligence, he could have been anything he wanted. Instead, he now had only 2 options for where he would end up. Life in prison or an early grave. The choice was in his hands. It was also in hers. The long-necked runner looked straight at her. They locked eyes, and Joe knew. It was Graf. Her heart pounded in her ears. She no longer heard any of the crowd noise. It was just her and Graf in all of Seattle. She looked down at his hands. One was open, pumping at his side as he ran. The other hung down. His fingers were folded over something, a weapon, or a syringe, like the one Kim had talked about. Graf knew she had seen it. He smiled. His eyes moved to Swan and gained a fierce intensity. Joe made a move. She hopped over the sawhorse barrier and sprinted toward Swan. She pulled out her FBI identification, waving it in the air over her head. "FBI!" she cried. "Everyone get off to the side!" The runners who were coming toward her stopped in their tracks. Their eyes went wide. They all ran for the sidewalks, giving the scene in the middle of the road a wide berth. Then they hopped back onto the asphalt and continued running like nothing had happened. The spectators had less of a stake in the race. They ran off, disappearing from sight. The medic who had wrapped the injured runner's ankle was in shock. Out of some sense of duty, he took a few steps toward Joe, trying to help out. She waved him back. He seemed to shake himself back to reality and ran like the others. There were still 2 runners left on the road, Swan and Graf. The first was still kneeling, unsure of what to do. The second was running even faster, his teeth bared in an insane grin. It was the grin of a fanatic. "Joe Pullinger," Graf called. "I'm so happy we can meet properly now." Chapter 100. Swan made a choice. He patted his hips and shrugged to show Joe he was unarmed. He knew he was Graf's primary target, so he ran off the road. He stood behind Ford on the sidewalk. Ford drew his sidearm, but kept it pointed down. His eyes flicked between Joe and Graf. "Graf!" Joe screamed. She pulled out her gun and pointed it straight at the man's chest. "Stop! Right there! Don't move!" Graf stopped. He was still smiling. Sweat dripped down his face, but only because he had been running for 5 miles. He didn't seem afraid or anxious to Joe. "Joe," he said, "it's good to finally see you like this, face to face. This isn't the first time," she growled. "You were at the Children's Theater that morning." Graf smiled. "So now you know. I've been close to you a lot since then, Joe. And before that, too. Remember that run you took early in the morning, the day Emily's body was found? I was behind you for some of it." Joe shivered. She remembered feeling like she wasn't alone, like someone was watching her, but she had chalked it up to a natural fear of the dark. "I've been watching your family, too," Graf went on, listening to their conversation. "That's how I figured out Chrissy was going on that field trip." "Just shut up," Joe hissed. She stepped toward him, tightening her grip on the gun. "What are you holding in your right hand, Graf?" He chuckled. In one smooth motion, he opened his right hand, spinning the syringe around so it was between his fingers. He stabbed the needle into a vein on his arm, then let his thumb hover over the plunger. "Don't do that," Joe warned. She stopped moving. "You're not going to kill yourself, Graf. You're going to face justice for what you've done." "You're calling me Graf," he said. The wind blew. A paper cup from the aid station scuttled across the ground. A cold drizzle started to fall from the sky. The meteorologists had been right after all. "That's the name you seem to prefer," Joe replied. He nodded. "Yeah, but do you know who I really am?" He sneered at her. He was testing her. Joe didn't care what this creep thought of her, but to keep him alive long enough to rot in a cell, she wanted to get his test right. "Hugh Norton," she said. "Correct," Graf said. "That was who I used to be anyway. Now I'm nobody." "Just your #1 fan, Joe." "You're still Hugh Norton," Joe corrected him. "You're still a person." Graf let out a sigh of pleasure. "That's all I needed to hear, I think." "Thank you." He pressed down on the plunger, beginning to inject his body with a lethal substance. Chapter 101. Joe reacted fast. She lunged toward Graf, kicking one of her feet high in the air. The toe of her shoe caught the hand that was pushing the syringe's plunger. The hand flew away. The needle fell from the skin of its own accord. It hit the ground and rolled away. Graf grabbed Joe by the heel. He smiled, yanking her toward him. Joe tried twisting out of his grasp. She fell onto her hands, dropping her Glock. For a moment she was a wheelbarrow. Her feet were up, and she was trying to pull herself away. She used her free foot to kick Graf in the knee. He grunted and let her go. "I've never wanted to hurt you, Joe," he said, rubbing his leg. "But don't pretend you want me alive. Just let me do it." He fell to his knees, reaching for the syringe. "On your own terms?" she asked. "Nope. That's not how this works." She kicked the syringe away, then beckoned to Ford. He stumbled as he tried getting over the barrier. Swan was on his phone, probably calling for backup. "Then I'll have to get you out of the way," Graf roared. He jumped to his feet. reaching toward her throat with both hands. Joe grabbed her Glock and smacked him in the right temple with the butt. His eyelids fluttered and he collapsed, splaying out on the street. He didn't quite lose consciousness. Within a couple of seconds, he was starting to get back up. Ford was there suddenly. He jumped on Graf's back, pushing his face into the asphalt. "Don't move, scumbag!" Ford shouted. "Your ride is ending. Your fate is no longer your own. You made sure of that." Joe saw the cuffs dangling from Ford's belt. She grabbed them. Ford wrenched Graf's hands behind his back, and Joe slapped the cuffs over his wrists. "Secured," Ford said, grunting. He hopped off Graf, taking a few steps away. "We got him, Joe." Graf twisted his head around, looking for Joe. When he saw her, a serene smile came to his face. "So you caught me," he said. "Good job." Joe looked at her hands. She gave Ford a disgusted look. Swan approached, tucking his phone back in the fanny pack he was wearing. "I called the field office to let Grantham know we bagged Hugh Norton." "Thanks for being here." "Hey, you're welcome," Ford replied. "Just doing our jobs." Swan glanced at the discarded needle on the ground. Then he looked to his right, where the slower runners were finally approaching. He grabbed a discarded drink cup and used it to scoop the syringe off the ground. "Now, no one will step on it," he said. "I'll take that." Joe held out her hand. "I think the race is still going. You should move." "Crap." Swan looked at his watch. "I've fallen behind. But with that adrenaline rush, I think I can still hit my goal." "Sure you don't need any help?" Joe declined. Swan took off running. "Let's get him off the road to a safe distance," Joe said. "Then call Grantham back and let him know where we're at." Ford nodded. They both took one of Graf's arms, hoisting him to his feet. To their surprise, Graf was fully compliant. He walked along just fine and said nothing. He couldn't stop smiling. Chapter 102. The FBI field office had interrogation rooms of its own. Ford, Grantham, and Joe all agreed that was too good for Graf, especially since the creep probably hoped to catch a glimpse of where Joe worked. Instead, they brought him to the West Precinct of the Seattle Police Department. Graf was placed inside a small, brightly lit room with a one-way mirror. He was cuffed at the ankles. One of his hands was cuffed to a steel bar on the table. The other was left free, so he could sip the cup of coffee he had requested. He asked for it black. The officer who brought it made sure to mix in plenty of cream and sugar. Graf seemed not to care. He was still smiling as he sipped his coffee and stared at the mirror. For a while, Joe and Ford stood on the other side of that mirror. It was a dark room with a screen showing a camera feed of the other room. A different angle on the crazy man who was sitting there. Grantham came in holding 3 cups of coffee. He dispersed them. "Thanks," Joe nodded, holding the cup to her chest. It was cold inside the police station. "So, is he doing anything?" Grantham asked. "Or has he just been sitting with that dumb grin on his face?" "The second one," Joe replied. "We've got a real wacko this time." Grantham shook his head. "What have we learned about Hugh Norton?" "Graf, as he likes to call himself." "No idea why. I was going to ask him that when I go in," said Joe. "We know that he had a strained relationship with his father." Ford grunted. "No kidding. He killed the guy." "We've also learned about his mother," Joe went on. "She was highly abusive, mostly of Hugh. When he was 12, he finally had enough and called the police. They came to the house but didn't do anything. Hugh remained with his parents. They aren't to blame for the monster before us," Grantham said. Joe shook her head. "Not completely. Hugh Norton is 26 years old. He's also college educated, though his work history doesn't reflect it. 2 part-time jobs, one at the grocery store and one at the grocery store and one at the library. His college test scores indicate high intelligence and aptitude for many subjects. Grantham grunted with displeasure. He really could have made it in life. But instead, he turned into this. What do you think, Agent Pullinger? His main issue is with women, she went on. Due to his relationship with his mother, he has contradicting attitudes towards them. On one hand, he feels a need to gain the approval and love that his mother never gave him. On the other, he feels hatred and anger. What made him latch on to you? Ford wondered aloud. I've been thinking about that. I think only he knows the answer. I'll go talk to him now, sir. Grantham nodded. Joe left one room and entered the other. Graff watched her enter. He kept his eyes locked on hers. She expected a leering gaze, for him to stare at her body. "Hello again," said Graff. "Mr. Norton, I just have a few questions for you," Joe said in a dispassionate voice. She sat down across from him. "You want to know why I call myself Graff," he said. "Some people I've spoken to are curious about that." "Yes," Joe replied. His smile grew. "So are you. Don't lie. I know how to tell if you're lying. It's a simple story, Joe. I've always had a long neck. It used to look even funnier when I was younger, before I stopped growing. Kids at school called me Graff as a nickname. I shortened it and made it my own. Graff, it's my preferred name now." "There you go. Thank you, Hugh," Joe said. "You can call me whatever you want. You won't get under my skin." Graff shrugged. "It's all over now, isn't it?" "I can relax." She nodded. "You sure can. Why did you do all this, Hugh? I mean, really? You already know why." "I did it for you, Joe. To gain my attention." "Exactly. That's my only reason. I guess you don't have to understand it. You can just call me crazy." Joe scooted closer on her chair. "But I want to understand." "Why me?" She didn't expect an answer. People like this usually like to keep secrets for themselves. One little piece of information they could hold back, a treat for themselves alone. It was a way for them to sustain themselves through incarceration. But Graff spoke. Chapter 103. "That's also a simple story," Graff said. "One day I was watching the news. I saw your face. Right away you reminded me of my mother." He cringed. It was the first sign of a negative emotion that he had shown. "I mean, not that you're like her at all," he added. "You're not, but you look a lot like her. Except your face is caring and tender, not like hers. I decided to look you up, and I learned your story, about how you got a heart transplant from the very killer you were hunting." He whistled through his teeth. "It's an incredible story," he said, "and it made me care about you. One day, I decided to go and find you. I found out where you lived, and I went there one night. I saw you inside. That's when I fell in love." "How long have you been watching me?" Joe asked. "A few weeks," Graff admitted. "I care about you, Joe. So I'm going to tell you the whole truth. I'm going to lay myself bare. The reason I latched onto you is because it was easy." "Easy?" she asked. "How so?" "It felt safe." He shrugged. "I'm used to being rejected by women. They seem nice and friendly at first, but when I start flirting, they all look at me with disgust. Sometimes hatred. You're an FBI agent, and I'm probably some kind of sociopath. I knew you'd dislike me straight away. There was no chance at all that we could be together. So." "It felt safe," Joe repeated. There was no expectation of success, so you didn't have to worry about anything. Exactly, but I still needed to involve you in my life. Because you love me, Joe said. Graf nodded. Hatred is just love that went cold. I've never loved you, Graf, Joe said with a sigh. I know. I'm not stupid. I just mean in general. If I could get you to be mad at me, then, well, you at least would know I existed. You would have a strong emotion when you thought about me. That's enough. Jo sat back in her chair. It makes sense, in a twisted kind of way. Why did you think that killing Emily Vasquez and a random stranger and your own father was the best way to achieve your goal? Because of what you do. If I just acted like a garden variety jerk, you'd never notice me. Well, that was why I killed Emily. I killed that guy who came upon me and Emily out of self-preservation, though I admit I found it fun too. I killed my dad because I hated him. He was a pathetic man and a terrible father. Okay, Hugh. You also broke into my brother's house and threatened his wife and son. I assume that was also to gain my attention and provoke further strong emotions. But I have to know, would you really have hurt them? Graf thought about it. He finally shook his head. No, because then you probably would just shoot me in the face as soon as you saw me. That's no good. I want you to dislike me, but not that bad. It would be like how your mother treated you, Joe finished for him. Graf didn't nod, but he didn't shake his head either. You're a good person, he said, but you have the heart of a killer in you, an evil heart. So do I. In a way, we're the same. Like hell we are, Joe thought. Chapter 104. Ford and Grantham watched and listened through the camera as Joe talked to Graf. Either she's really good, Grantham said, or this guy's the easiest nut to crack I've ever seen. Well, I know she's good. He's really just putting it all out there, Ford muttered. It's kind of a privilege, having one of these killers just tell you straight up why they did it. I lose a lot of sleep thinking about what these people do, but sometimes I think I lose just as much trying to figure out why. Grantham smiled. It's a mystery, isn't it? You can do all the training you want. You can profile until the cows come home and pat yourself on the back every time you end up being right. You can do this job for decades. But if you're a normal person with all your screws tightened down, you'll never really understand why, Ford said. Not in that visceral kind of way, Grantham added. The way a lion must feel when he crushes the spine of a gazelle between his fangs, except the lion does it to eat. I can understand that. Ford sipped his coffee. The lion still enjoys. Even so, they're noble animals. True. Humans can be noble, too. We can do great things. Better than anything an animal can, but that also means we're capable of evil. Very strange to think about. Grantham turned to the side. He set his cup down and sighed, smoothing his sweaty hair against his scalp. He looked at Ford. I need to ask you something, Grantham said. Anything, sir, Ford replied. Grantham gestured into the interrogation room. You and Pullinger work well together. And it's not just because you've got chemistry. It's also because you're both great on your own. I don't expect you're going to throw away that private detective business of yours anytime soon, or ever, but I wonder if you're open to working more with the FBI in the future. Ford gave it a moment's thought. He didn't blurt out an answer right away. That made Grantham happy. It meant the man was really, truly considering the implications. I'll have to talk about it with my wife and daughter, Ford said. Grantham threw up his hands. No rush. I don't even know when I'd want to hire your services again. When I do, I'll give you a call. Or more accurately, I'll have one of my people call your assistant. I'm sure she's not afraid to tell the FBI to screw off, if that's how you both feel." "Desi," said Ford. "No, she wouldn't be afraid to say that. Not even to the president. Thanks for the offer, sir." They went back to watching Joe. They had missed some of the conversation, but the whole thing was being recorded. Ford had a good feeling it would be played for students at the FBI Academy one day as an example of psychosis, as well as how to conduct oneself when faced with it. Chapter 105. The next morning, Joe reported to the field office for a normal day. The person who had been haunting her was in jail, awaiting trial. She knew she would be called on at some point during that trial, but it was far enough off. She had room to relax, but she couldn't quite do it. The case was all too fresh in her mind. She found herself staring at the transcript of her interrogation of Graff. It doubled as his confession. In the end, he openly admitted to all his crimes. Hugh Norton had murdered Emily Vasquez and Paul Gibbons, as well as his father, Charles Norton, who was known as Chuck to his friends, as well as to his customers. He had freely admitted to killing his father because he despised him, and readily confessed that his motive for killing Emily was because she had rejected his romantic interest. Gibbons had simply been a self-preserving spur-of-the-moment kill. He also admitted to breaking into the home of Sam Pullinger and his wife. There would be some lesser charges there, including criminal child endangerment. Maybe even attempted kidnapping. There was also the attempted murder of Agent Edward Swan. The case for that was weaker. It would be easy for the defense lawyer to argue Hugh Norton only had the needle in his hand because he was planning suicide. The defense could also argue that Hugh was not in his right mind during the course of any of his crimes. There was no denying that, Joe thought. However, the murders of Emily, Paul, and Charles would stick. The jury would have no choice but to recognize that Hugh Norton, alias Graff, was a very dangerous person. He would never be free again. Joe knew all this. She could already see it playing out in her mind. Once the trial was over, she'd never have to see Hugh again. She would never even have to think about him. It would be hard not to, though. Meanwhile, the Seattle PD had found 4 Coker Classic white-wall tires at Norton Auto, proof they had been a gift from Chuck to Hugh. Also, Emily's car had also been located, parked in the area Hugh had abducted her from. With that, all the loose ends were tied up. Joe sighed. On days like these, she couldn't help but wish another high-profile case would land on her desk. At 10 in the morning, something did land on her desk. It wasn't a case file, though. It was a medal attached to a thick red ribbon. It landed with a heavy thud. Joe looked up and saw Swan standing over her. "Finished the race," he said. "Just got out of my post-marathon coma half an hour ago. My legs are, for lack of a better word, sore." Joe smiled. "How fast did you go?" "Managed to sneak in a minute faster than my goal," he announced. "Maybe almost getting killed was the kick I needed all along. I think every marathon should have a line of crazy guys with syringes at the back to herd everyone forward." "Or not," Joe retorted. He shrugged. "Yeah, probably not. Listen, Joe, I wasn't just going to let you get injected with poison," Joe replied. "I don't just mean for that. I mean for, the stuff in my living room. You could have made a bigger deal out of it. My whole job could have been in jeopardy, so I'm in your debt." She grinned, rubbing her hands together. "In my debt, huh? I'll have to start thinking about what I'm going to do with that." Swan laughed and hurried away, casting a series of nervous glances back at her. Once he was gone, McKinley used his office chair to wheel himself over from his desk. As always, he had a cup of coffee with him. "Good job, Joe," he said. "You caught the bad guy. Again." "I did." She nodded. "As always, though I couldn't have done it without you. If I didn't have an Ian McKinley to call whenever I needed to know something, Swan would probably be dead, and I'd be looking for a new office to transfer to." McKinley shook his head. "No, you would have managed just fine. But I'm glad to help, and I'd like to be able to do more. Do you remember a promise you made me once, Joe? That you were going to take me into the field on one of your cases?" "We kind of did that already," Joe said. He sighed. "I know, the thing with my brother. I'd like to say that doesn't count. And as a friend, I'd like you to agree with me." "It doesn't count," Joe agreed. "That was a personal matter," McKinley went on. "I'm good at being the guy at the desk, but I want to hone my other skills too." Joe put a hand on his shoulder. "Then I'll reiterate my promise. We'll get you into the field, Ian." He thanked her, then got up for a coffee refill. Epilogue. Joe hadn't been back to the Seattle airport in what felt like forever. As she walked through the parking lot to the main doors, she looked up and down the taxi ranks. She was sad not to see Joe Sutton there. Maybe he'll be back in action soon, she thought. I'll have to go check on him soon. She was distracted from her thoughts immediately. Chrissy was pulling on her arm. "Come on, Auntie Joe. I want to see the baggage carousel. Mom, can I ride on it?" "Ah, absolutely not," Kim scoffed. "Maybe I could flash my FBI identification," Joe offered. "Get us some special access." "What do you say?" Kim rolled her eyes. "Don't encourage her." Baby Jackson was still tucked in his car seat, swinging from his father's arm. Sam cooed at his son. It was a cold day in late December, and they were dressed in their coziest sweaters. Everything was right in the world, it seemed. Joe entered the terminal last. As expected, it was packed for the holiday season. "Here's our counter over here," Sam called. In the typical fashion of a nervous dad at the airport, he walked away fast and left his family behind. They rushed to catch up. Joe brought up the rear, pushing Chrissy gently along. "Remember," Joe said, "put sunscreen on before you go outside. And send me a photo of your goofiest face each night." "You got it!" Chrissy exclaimed. She suddenly looked sad. Joe shook her head. "I'm afraid not. This is a trip just for you four. You've earned it." "But we like it when you're with us," Chrissy grumbled. "I guess you have to stay and catch more bad guys." Joe ruffled her niece's hair. "That's right. They aren't going to catch themselves. It would be nice if they did, though." Chrissy ran to catch up with her dad. Kim lingered behind. She cocked her head to the side. Joe joined her away from the rest of the family. "Is this the talk?" Joe asked. "I've been expecting it ever since that day with Graf." Kim nodded slowly. "I love you, Joe. We all do. You're an amazing sister and a great aunt as well. We want you to always be around. But sometimes what we want isn't what's best." Joe put up her hands. "Just say the word, and I'll keep my distance. I won't want to do it. It'll kill me, but keeping you guys safe is more important." Kim crossed her arms and shook her head. No, that's not right. I'm just afraid of something like that happening again." "I understand," said Joe. "Hugh Norton is a unique person. A very unique case. I can't say with certainty that it won't happen again, but the chances are minimal." "Minimal," Kim said. Joe nodded. "That's the best I can do." "I'm sorry." Kim held out her arms. Joe stepped forward and they hugged. "Take care of yourself," Kim whispered. Joe smiled. "Have fun on your trip." Kim walked away. She joined her family in line at the ticket counter. Joe stood alone for a minute, wondering what to do. She knew she could keep her family safe by staying nearby, but she also knew she might be putting them in danger again by doing so. It was a conundrum. And, despite everything, she was in too good a mood for conundrums. She put those thoughts out of her mind and left the airport. This has been A Killer's Shadow by Thomas Fincham. Copyright Thomas Fincham, 2023.